Yo. Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-line, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the female specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin. It's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector Bellerin. Now I'm coming out taking a sedative. No competition, but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Want it raw like a pick unedited. Not credited. Even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think with the hardest humans. Still target my target booting regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Lawrence Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely like FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-line, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the female specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin.
All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see everybody in the building today. What's going on, Paul? What is going on, UFO Kamikaze? Hope all is well. We are here just racking it up, chilling. Man, oh man. Yesterday was well, it really wasn't eventful for me. I kind of stayed in bed, but I was working. I'm not gonna lie. I tell y'all I'm gonna lie and tell y'all I took the day off yesterday. I really didn't. There really is no day off for me. I got some pre-records coming for you guys, and I also I got a lot of just a lot of content coming your way. Um, and I got some stuff done too. Yesterday and this morning was pretty. It was pretty. I guess you could say productive a little bit. But a lot of stuff happened. I wanted to go live yesterday, but I just got tired and I went to sleep. I'm not even gonna lie. I went to sleep after doing so much yesterday, and I kind of stayed in bed a little bit. I was still under the weather, but I got a lot done. I got one of my certifications. So, congratulations to moi. I got one of my certifications, and I also I'm also about to get another one. So, don't hold your breath. I got one it came in earlier this morning, and I'm going for another one probably when I get off air or when I wake up in the morning tomorrow. Hopefully, the second one comes in. So y'all cross y'all fingers. Um, mm, drink some of this water. But yeah, man, I've been working and putting in a lot of work and putting some stuff together. You know, so definitely no time is being damn near wasted. but I do gotta, take a day off and get my rest. So much stuff happened. I gotta catch up with you guys. But listen, don't trip. This weekend we're still doing movie night. Basically, tonight or tomorrow depends on when I'm on air. But between tonight and tomorrow, we're still doing movie night. So we got Chemical Ali, we got this Donald Trump, documentary, and we got a couple of other stuff, popping off. I know you guys told me, I forgot the name of the movie, but it's I think it's Glory with Morgan Freeman. So that's on the menu also. So just a couple of movies we're gonna get into this weekend. I wanted to do it like a midday thing, but honestly, the week is going by so fast, y'all. I'm like, man, well, shit, it's already Thursday, so the weekend is here. You know what I'm saying? But please do me a favor and hit the like button. Please hit the like button. The likes are free. Absolutely hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, the show definitely is in need of your support. Got a lot of stuff to talk about with you guys on today's show. Give me 1 second. Let me see if we are up on Rumble. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if we are up on Rumble. A lot of people are going in on Donald, man. We're gonna talk about it. There's this guy that's live right now talking about some Donald Trump is lying. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people he kind of dropped a huge he dropped a huge he dropped a huge rant. I'm not sure if he dropped it on his last channel. I'm not sure if he dropped it on his not his last channel, but on his socials channel. But damn, this dude got like 4,000 people in his live talking about it. But he dropped a huge rant. Uh I think he dropped it earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. Give me 1 second. Let me go back real quick. I really do need to edit my page over on Rumble. We're gonna update our Rumble page. We got a lot of stuff going on. But shout outs to everybody that's following me over on Rumble. We got a lot of good and legendary episodes over on Rumble. Alright, y'all please hit the like button. Man, so last movie night almost was a month ago. We're gonna try to do a movie night at least once or twice a month. Damn, 22 days ago. It seemed like it was the other day that we just watched it. This how I tell you time is going by fast. All right, hold on. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Hold on, let me finish setting up the Rumble stream. All right, hit the like button. So good. We are up and running on Rumble, and we are up and running on YouTube. What's going on, Lord? Good to see you, brother. As always, good to see you. Make sure you guys also head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Definitely take your fitness and your diet seriously. Okay, what is going on? Why can't. Okay, here we go. Hold on, y'all. All right, we are still setting up the show. Make sure you guys' chats are popping up on the screen. There we go. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I see a lot of people in these YouTube streets doing a bunch of okay, good. We got more people coming in on Rumble. Shout outs to everybody on Rumble. Please hit the like button, support the show. Um man, yo, so much stuff happened. So much stuff to get caught up on. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me throw on some spitting music real quick. We gotta, drop this game right quick. Throw on some spitting music right quick. Give me 1 second. All right. So much stuff has been going on. Past couple of hours. Well, 12 hours ago. I'm not gonna say past couple of hours, but Michelle Obama recently just did a podcast, and it was interesting. I heard that they mentioned the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? I looked at a little bit of it, and I saw MTR did a review on it, so I might go over his review of it. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to MTR, you know, and shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys please hit the like button. Good morning, everybody. Player Talk Radio. Put a 1 in the chat if you are in the building. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Make sure I bring up the chat so I can see everybody's messages and stuff like that. Good. We got 4 people on Rumble. That's dope. All right. So, yeah, we in the building. So, you got Michelle Obama. You know, her podcast is taking off. And, I mean, it's pretty interesting because you have the president on there. But, yeah, I heard they were talking about black men. And not just men, but just manhood, you know, or attempting to talk about it. You know, nobody really going to get as deep as we do, you know. That's why shows like ours need to be supported. And they mentioned the manosphere. You know, they mentioned the manosphere. So it was really interesting that they mentioned the manosphere. But we're going to get into that. They mentioned growing up with no father and all kinds of different stuff. You know, it's just a lot of different little nuanced conversations going on. So, you know, we're going to play a little bit of catch up. I don't know what you must heard, but we're going to play a little bit of catch up on today's show. But you know what? I'm not gonna spend too much talking about the opening. I'm not gonna have too much of a monologue. A couple of stories that we gotta get to today. That girl that poked up that other lady at McDonald's. Crazily enough, what I've been telling y'all for the longest time is coming true. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of sisters that agree with her. And you know, before I took the day off, you know, I was talking about it, and I was telling you guys that, you know, a lot of black women, you know, they're weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to work for each other. Not like that. You know, they happen to work for each other, but they don't want to work for each other like that. And they're not really on each other's side like that. Depending on what side, you know, that you're on, or what side that they are on, right? And the reason why I want to bring this up on today's show is because, remember, I told you, you know, they kind of really don't really like, you know, working for each other. You know, they wouldn't work for each other. You know, they, you know, have like this, you know, they have like this whole independence thing going on, you know. So a lot of times they want to be independent, you know, and that's really what it is, you know. It's something that I told you guys that's plaguing the black community, and not even just the black community, you know, just Western thought. You know, it's like people feel like, you know, hey, I want to say that I did it on my own. You know, I want to say I didn't have any help. You know, that nobody helped me, and, you know, I did it by myself, you know, when that's not really the case. But in a lot of, you know, cases, they've received help. So I told you guys that a lot of sisters, they don't really give a damn about other sisters like that. They're not, you know, that sister code shit is BS. You know what I'm saying? And we were also talking about feminism. You know, we got real deep into feminism, as we always do, and just other nuanced stuff, you know. And hold on. We got into feminism and other nuanced stuff. And one of the things that I wanted to mention to you guys even though they don't like working for each other, also, white women really have a sisterhood. You know what I'm saying? Like a real intact, somewhat sisterhood code, you know? White women will work for other white women. Even though a lot of them have, an independent complex also. But we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. So, believe it or not, there's a lot of black women coming out. What's going on, D-Mac? Good to see you, my brother. Shout outs to D-Mac, the trucker in the building. Good to see you, bro. All is well. I hope you're doing well. Dropping game. Working like usual. Shout outs to my truckers in the building. Honk your horn for your boy. Oh, man. You know I'm going to talk about that, man. You know I'm going to talk about that. They were saying, back in like right before the pandemic, Nicki reached out to Punch to get a record from SZA, and he kind of blew her off. You know, said that she was in album mode. So I guess this is when SZA was recording SOS. So I ain't gonna lie, Nicki a rider. I ain't gonna lie, Drake might wanna keep Nicki around a little bit longer, you know? I don't know what Drake and Wayne got going on with Jay and everybody and Kendrick and all them niggas and shit, but Nicki's kind of in the middle, so it's like they really couldn't go any, they couldn't. I don't know. She's in the middle. So I don't know where the loyalty with her and them is gonna lie, but I ain't gonna lie, Nicki a rider. Whether it's for Drake or Wayne. But we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get into that. Shout out to D-Mac, the trucker in the building. Make sure you guys please hit the like button on the way in. And please support the show. I got a great show lined up for you guys today. I'm gonna let you guys know, man. If you look on social media right now, you will see a bunch of women rallying behind the girl that stabbed that black woman and that McDonald's manager. You will see a lot of black women rallying behind her. And this further proves my point that a lot of sisters don't give a damn about a lot of fucking sisters. And I know it sounds petty, I know it sounds fucked up, but what's even more fucked up is that you see how a woman can take another woman's life that has kids, by the way, because they want to make it seem like black men are the most heartless niggas and we the one in the neighborhood shooting shit up and taking people away from their family, and it's such an atrocity and a tragedy and all this other shit. But you got a lot of women out here defending a black woman for taking out another woman, black woman by the way, on the job at McDonald's. And what's the first thing they agree with this weirdo sister, this obviously deranged looking sister? What's the first thing they say? Oh, that black woman probably was a bully. Oh, Gen Z black women are gonna definitely let the cat out the bag. It don't even, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you some real shit. If you want to update your Rolodex. Because, we all a little bit older. We all Gen X, couple boomers. You know what I'm saying? And some millennials here in the building. Let me tell y'all some real shit. Pay attention to Gen Z. Any little discrepancy and stuff that you wanted to know about your own generation, You can find it with Gen Z because they just don't give a fuck. They just letting it all out. You know, I might sound crazy and taboo for saying, hey, man, sisters really don't like each other and blah, blah, blah. Niggas gonna be like, man, no, that's not true, Kuda. You know, women gonna be like, no, that's not true, Kuda. I grew up with some sisters that liked each other and blah, blah, blah. You know what? Sit tight and support Player Talk Radio. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Sit tight. I got y'all. Sit tight. Sit tight. It's not, after a while, it's not even going to take me a long time to prove my point. My point is getting proven in real time. And you know what's crazy? Over the years, I started playing a little game. On some jigsaw shit. I started playing a little game. Let's play a little game, y'all. Play a little game. Shouts to War Master. Let's play a little game. Let's play a little Xbox right quick. All I gotta do, because I've been playing a little. It's a pretty sick game. I shouldn't be doing this. But all I gotta do is just speak the truth and say something that could possibly sound egregious on my live stream. And then I just come back on the next live stream and then I'm proven right. That's a sick game that I could play. I could just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to say something and I'm going to mask it as I'm having a reaction or a take on something, which I already know what's going to happen. Niggas on YouTube having a hard time explaining a step to you guys, and me, I'm up here explaining the damn stairwell. And then tell y'all farewell. And then I'm back like I never left for the first time. Giving you guys the game. Part 2 of what I was saying on the last show. Black woman rallying behind a woman that took another woman for her kids, from her kids, you know? And it ain't what you think it is. Mind you, it ain't what you think it is. It's because a lot of them can see themselves in that crazy little broad. They can. Everybody got that whole, hey, you know what? I'm going to snap on my boss today. Turns out a lot of black women, again, like I said, don't like to work for other black women. And then the crazy part is that they turn around and blame that shit on black men. Especially when a black woman is giving them some shit at the workplace. And the funny part is, I would like to tell you that a lot of black women start off getting jobs and degrees by saying, oh, I don't want a man or a black man to tell me what to do. But in reality, they really pursue it when they get in the workforce and start working under other black women. They really pursue it when they get into the workforce and start working under other black women. That's what really make them go after that shit. A fallout with a friend or a fallout with another black woman that probably happens to be a manager. And the funny part is that they aspire to be that same woman. Now, I'm not going to say that the woman wasn't bullying. I'm not going to say that the woman was a good manager. I don't know. She looked like a bully. You could just look at her. But it seems that a lot of sisters, they not happy working for other sisters too. They reporting the same thing that they talk crazy to black men about. And then on top of that, Lord knows what that woman is going through being the manager and stuff like that. She might not all the way fully be together. You know, being the manager at McDonald's and stuff like that. That shit ain't easy. And then probably working with some lazy ass kids. We don't know what both of their work ethic is like. But I will tell you this. People think being a manager is easy. No, the fuck it ain't in certain cases. Especially in fast food places where you're going through like a rush. And people do got to pick up the pace and stuff like that, you know? And then, you know, sending people home and fucking with people and shit like that. Playing with people's money on. Oh, that's a no-no. Bad enough they're not making as much, you know? But I want to see what's going to happen because this murder was premeditated. It ain't even a passion of crime. So they said that, you know, one of the patrons, they had to pull out a pistol and chase the girl away and chase her down. That's crazy. That doesn't look good at all. And I'm pretty sure the girl is a millennial. The woman that passed. Probably in my age range. So millennials working with these Gen Zs. That's going to be an interesting dynamic, y'all. Let me catch up on the comments. My bad, I'm still setting up the show. Please hit the like button, support the show. "40 minutes into the madness. 7 minutes past the hour." D-Mac says, Nikki is a classic example of the broad hating on the younger broad. She beefs with all the young broads all the time. Well, the women that she's beefing with now are more in her age range, and they've been in the game for a good minute. This is still a veteran, you know? And I'm not gonna lie, I used to feel the same way about Nick. But look at the quality of the women that's in the rap game now. You know, no artist development. A couple years ago, last year, I'd say, I would have told you that the women were running the game. There's a couple of good artists that are out. But I ain't gonna lie, the artists that are out now is trash, you know. I like a couple of them, but the ones that I like, they're like kind of underground. You know, like Tia Corrine. I like some of BK the Ruler's stuff. I definitely like, and these are people y'all probably haven't heard of. I played them on the shows. But I think the last show I played, Molly Santana. I like Molly Santana. But Doja Cat, she's hands down the best rapper that's out right now when she's rapping. There really ain't no real female artists out like that. I ain't gonna lie, I actually like Sexy Red. She's funny. You know, she's original. Sort of. But it's really not hard to stand out, you know, in today's, you know, industry, because it's like, you know, it's really not much to compete with. Glorilla, you know, I'm not even gonna lie, the only thing that a lot of these artists can rely on today is if they had like somewhat of a underground rap career before they blew up. Like they were trying to be an independent artist before they blew up, you know? But all the other women, you know, I like Ice Spice, but no artist development. I'm not even gonna lie, that kind of, even though certain people and y'all don't like them, like the Diddies and a couple of other people, what a lot of y'all don't realize is that, you know, a lot of the older artists is that they had artist development. They're screwing over a lot of the artists nowadays because guess what? You know, that artist development stuff, I'm not sure if it all came out of you know, your budget, but I know for sure nowadays it comes out of your budget. You know. Unless you sound to a big label and you're around other artists and stuff like that, and you do a lot of mixtapes and stuff like that, you really, you know, you're gonna come out of your pocket for your artist development. So if you don't have a boss, you don't have a manager, you don't really have somebody on you, it's gonna fuck you up. Or you might not be able to get on, you know, the way that you're supposed to get on because you're gonna be spending a couple of years developing, you know. So your best bet is to have fun with the game and develop as an artist. You know, pick up some tools on the way up. You know. But when it comes to Nicki and the SZA thing, yeah, that ain't finna happen. You know, SZA kind of was fun clubbing with Drake before the Kendrick really took off. Funny thing, her and Sexy Red was hanging around Drake before that shit took off. When Nicki was reaching out to SZA, which is one of my favorite artists, by the way, SZA. Punch was holding SZA back. So easily, I'm not even gonna lie to you, SZA can make a lot more money than Kendrick Lamar. That's just the type of artist she is. She can make way more money than Isaiah Rashad. She can make way more money than J Rock and Abs. Actually, she's the golden goose on TDE. And Punch was holding her from dropping a bunch of music. I've even played a lot of unreleased songs from SZA on the last show, actually. Played Advil, even though that's released, but I played Time Travels. I played different versions of Bloodstain. I played a lot of you know, her unreleased music and stuff like that, you know, that I can get my hands on. But honestly, her album before SOS came out, and it's funny because I got SOS, I just haven't really listened to it like that. But her album before SOS, that's a classic. Control. People been listening to that album for like 5-6 years before she dropped anything, and she been trying to drop, you know, a lot of her music, but I don't think she has creative control. So the guy over on TDE, Punch, he was being real selective and she was even about to leave the label, you know. She was you know, he was fucking her up, you know, with not releasing certain tracks and stuff like that. And then also too, I think another reason why he would have turned down Nicki Minaj was because, you know, Nicki's intense. You know, Nicki's intense. You know, if she did something with SZA, she probably would have put something on her albums, because, you know, a lot of artists, they swap. You know, like, I'll do something for your project, you do something for my project, you know. And Punch probably wasn't gonna clear SZA's verses or whatever song Nicki was gonna do with SZA. She probably wasn't gonna clear that. But then at the same time too, I played a song on the last show. Damn, a lot of the stuff that I played is on my last show. Y'all gotta go check out the last show, and definitely hit the Cash App and the PayPal to support it. You know, so much work I be putting in, y'all. But around that time, I think SZA had an active song with Cardi B on it. And she was working with Doja Cat and everything. And then, then the pandemic kind of popped off. So it's a lot, And yeah, Nicki dissed Meg. She dissed Cardi. She dissed a lot of people. But I don't think Nicki is wrong. I don't think Nicki is wrong. And there's but so much gatekeeping she can actually do, Speaking of Meg Thee Stallion, she's dating Klay Thompson, who is friends with Tory. It's a cold world out here, y'all. You gotta get a sweater. Hit the like button. Please support the show. Catch up on the comments as we go. Alright. Shout outs to everybody here. UFO Kamikaze said the straw effect. D-Max said, that's why I never dated chicks that worked in fast food. They always are crazy. Hey, I gotta give it to you that there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. It either goes both ways. They're either super sweet or batshit crazy. Yeah. UFO Kamikaze said, look at the chick and her behavior. It's more like she was bullied or just batshit crazy. I think it was a mixture of both, And sometimes if people's elevator don't really go to the top floor, or if they're not the sharpest tool in the shed or the brightest crayon in the box, sometimes the jobs that they folks get them is those, fast food jobs, which nothing's wrong with that, but shit, them some high stress ass jobs. And let's be serious, a lot of people don't know, even people that claim to think straight, that want to look down on certain people. A lot of people don't know how to problem solve or conflict resolution skills. Crazy part is that we don't know. Because in reality, the girl looked batshit crazy, but the person that probably was nuts was probably the manager. Plot twist. Shout outs to my truckers. Some people probably need a trucking job where they can kind of just be to themselves and just get the job done. Not really listening to have to deal with people's foolishness all damn day. You know what I'm saying? Some people may need, a little bit of isolation to themselves. Nothing wrong with that. Some people haven't worked their way, no pun intended, worked their way over to those type of jobs yet, Sometimes it takes people being in retail and being in other different, jobs for a good minute to realize, hey, you know what? I need to work by my damn self. And sometimes, it takes you to work at a job for a long time to realize that, or to be better or proficient in another job. You know what I'm saying? So, and I kind of started talking about this on the last show, but if you guys want, more in-depth, thought on it, let me know. But I talked about it in my book where I'm talking about the Sigma male and how we have to be recalibrated after COVID, or how we have been recalibrated after COVID and don't even realize it. And this might be going on with you guys and you don't even realize it. Some people, they were, team workers before COVID, and then after COVID, they realized that, hey, I wanted to be by myself. So I talk about it in the book where you have a lot of unnatural introverts. How we have a bunch of unnatural introverts. You know what I'm saying? Popping up out of nowhere. We have a bunch of unnatural introverts popping up out of nowhere. And it's not that they don't like being introverted. It's just, okay, can they handle being introverted? Do they realize that they're introverted? A lot of people don't know how to play fair with other people, and it's not even that. If you know how to play fair with other people, that don't mean they know how to play fair with you, you know, or good workers and stuff like that. But I got done telling you guys, you got to be careful. A lot of sisters, and if you a sister on the job, you got to be careful also with who you working with. A lot of sisters don't like sisters. I've been trying to tell y'all this for the longest time. She stabbed that woman more than 15 times, y'all, and took her away from her kids. You know what I'm saying? And she said she knew the woman had kids and did that to her. And you got girls on social media agreeing with that crazy little bitch. And I'm not gonna go as far as to say those hoes are heartless, but they see a bit of themselves in that crazy little bitch. You know, I understand gangsters got to live by a code. Hey, don't shoot that man up while he with his kids, or leave the family and stuff out of it. But what's the code when you a disgruntled McDonald's worker? That elevator don't go to the top floor. Where's the code in that? You know, so that shit is crazy. All right, let me catch up on the comments. D Max said I only like two songs from SZA. That's it. What songs did you like? Did you like All the Stars? That's on that Black Panther album, or soundtrack. You might like more songs from SZA. You just got to run down her catalog. She got a lot of good songs. You know. You said Kendrick gonna do SZA the same way he did Drake if she starts to outshine him. SZA always outshined Kendrick. What's going on, Miss V? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. As always, good to see you. I've been watching a lot of crime shows, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta send this to Miss V. You did? Shout outs to Miss V. Miss V said, where the I don't care option. I know, right? They got what you call it, Obama frail ass looking like Will Smith. But then again, Michelle, she didn't cheat on him, but it's the Jada effect, I guess you could say. You did. You said what part of her thought deleting what part of her thought deleting her manager publicly in the restaurant would help her career? Batshit crazy. Yeah, she came back with a hoodie. That's what really caught her up, that she left and then she came back. So that's how they're hitting her with a premeditated. She left, got a kitchen knife, and came back. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to Ms. V. She said you should only be watching my crime show. I know I should. I know I should. You got a very good crime show. And not too many people are keen as you are and thorough with some of the details, you know? I noticed that also that you bring a different, you bring a different type of flavor to the arena. You know, I was watching this one show where they had like the interrogations and all that other stuff. Just combing through some of these cases. I don't know. I think it just come up out of nowhere. It's kind of like binge watching some crazy shit. I was watching this old man. They found this old man that nigga done told on himself. It's like a old serial killer that they got, and it was like another one. It's a lot of crazy stories going on, but these stories were a bit old though. Some of the stories I watched were like from like a year or two ago, or a year, or a year back, or late last year. You know, you said people making excuses for that shit are low key encouraging the next person to snap. Well, that's because they feel that type of way. I tell you guys, when you're young and you're impressionable, you feel more like SpongeBob. And then when you get a little bit older and stuff like that, and you start get tired of your job, you know what I'm saying? You kind of, empathize more with Squidward. That's just kind of how it goes. Yeah, you dig? You said, trust me, I already know the news. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But you pick up on the stories that a lot of people aren't talking about. I see a lot of people pick up on stories that you already covered thoroughly. And I'm like, oh, I know that story. Miss V was talking about this story, you know. So I like that. And if you guys aren't subscribed to Miss V's crime channel, man, y'all are tripping. Make sure you follow the channel that she's on right now. That's in the chat. Because you do pick up on the stories that a lot of the mainstream hasn't picked up on, and I admire that because I think that you're the voice. I'm not gonna say you could be because you've picked up on a lot of stories, and like I said, I think that you could be the voice of people that don't have a voice. That people done forgot about their cases. There's a lot of cold cases going on, y'all. You know, but I see you cover a lot of stories and stuff like that, and I see, when I log in on my other channel, because I can't see it on this one, but when I log in on my other channels and stuff like that to check the numbers there and stuff, a lot of your videos come up. A lot of people's videos don't come up on over on this channel anymore. I don't know, maybe because I look up a lot of other stuff on this channel, so they switched my algorithm. But your videos should come up on this channel because um when you go on my channel for years and you look at the featured channel, your channel is there, Mace's channel is there, Ism's channel is there, Nicer's channel is there. Shout outs to Nicer. You know, a lot of everybody's channels come up. But I'm like, why is my algorithm not displaying channels that I share and stuff like that? I don't get it. But the algorithm is changing again, y'all. So, you know. I still got some stuff laying around for you, Miss V. I still got some commercials and things that I've worked on laying around that I gotta finish and send you and stuff. So, look out for me soon. And if you need something, let me know. Like a logo or anything. I got you. Um, let me see. Let me catch up on the comments. Yeah, I try to be observant, you know. You said they all tell on themselves or the phone or the ring cam. Exactly. Exactly. And then when it comes to hip hop, a lot of the brothers, they absolutely tell on themselves. We were talking about another case in Chicago that went cold, that went super cold. A lot of cold cases and stuff, you know. A lot of cold cases.
I'd have to real.
Hold on. But yeah, aside from that, I got a lot of studying done. I got my certification. I got another certification coming. So I got my bookkeeping certification and my pro advisor certification is on the way. So I got my official bookkeeping cert, and then the one that I've been chasing is on the way also, my pro advisor certification. So I'm really happy. I get to redo my website and my practice and stuff like that. So that's something that I'm very proud of that's come through. So I could finish my cybersecurity cert. I can focus on that once I get certain things situated with this. So everything is coming together in due time. You know, I'm coming off of a not so great week, but I appreciate you guys. For hitting the like button and absolutely supporting the show. You know, it's really been helping. You said if you want to keep up with the latest and breaking news, link up. Absolutely. I want to actually do some reactions though, with you over and some predictions over on some videos that's already out. Give us a break from creating content and kind of go over certain things that's already out. You know. Absolutely, Miss V. You a hardworking sister, the hardest working woman on YouTube, and I'm the hardest working man on YouTube. So it's only right. Every time we somewhere, we always somewhere working. Like that Capricorn element ain't gonna change about us. We always somewhere working. Best believe that shit. Especially when we got our mind set on something. Ain't nothing gonna stop a cap with they mindset on something. Speaking of that, also too, y'all, um, I got a Zodiac show coming up also. So we're gonna be doing stuff, going over some things and giving you guys your life path number, your enemy gear, and stuff like that. So we kind of go over that, at least once every couple of months and stuff like that. So if you guys are kind of into that, yeah, come through some esoteric stuff, and yeah, that'll be a pretty cool show. You said I'm working on making them all go viral. Yeah. You know what it is though? Um, like I was saying earlier, definitely try to use TikTok. The cool thing about TikTok is if you post a video and it really don't do what you need it to do, you can take that shit down and post it again. You know? But what I was about to say. I'm also realizing, and this is more work, but other than like metadata and stuff like that, there's a lot of steps that you got to do after you post some videos. You know what I'm saying? Or that's already up. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've been playing around with the thumbnail testing, but I don't know. You know. Oh my goodness, there he go. What's going on, player? Oh man. Where you been at, man? Always good to see you, man. I hope you had a great 4th of July. I know it's we passed that, but when I see you, I gotta check up on you, man. I hope you're doing well. Shout outs to Vader in the building, man. As always, I don't have my clapping or foghorn loaded up, but it's good to see you, man. I appreciate you coming through, man. Good morning, my brother. He said, "What's up, brother Kuda?" He said, "You think them gold digger prank itches is the new PUA? Let me know." Um, Nah, man, them dudes are goofy, man. You don't, gold diggers come in many shapes and forms and stuff like that. Those guys are goofy. They all do the same thing. Like oh, hello, hey, sweetheart. Oh my God, I want to talk to you. Hey, sweetheart, right? And then the girl tells them no. and then they walk over to their car, and then the girl comes back and start knocking on their car and all that stupid shit. Like there's always it's a way for them to promote their business and stuff like that. There's always some like, why does the girl got a microphone on her? Like nobody thinks about that. And why is it the same skit over and over again? You just get somebody, you pay them, and then you do the same skit over and over again, and then you make money on the back end. And a lot of dudes are just sitting there like, oh, you know what I'm saying? The niggas like her, the broad likes his car and shit like that. They do the same, they all do the same shit. Talk to a girl, she rejects them. They walk back to some car they're renting, and then the girl comes over and knocks on their car door and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And they make their investment back plus a little bit extra. You know, so it's all the same stupid shit over and over again. You know, that's not pickup. That shit is crazy. What's going on, Larry? Shout outs to Larry Legend in the building. Double L. Yeah, it's some goofy shit. And it's advertising. You know what I'm saying? It's all advertising and stuff like that. They all do the same shit. All of that shit is the same goofy shit over and over again. Now, does that happen to people in real life? Hell no, it don't happen to people in real life, you know? It don't happen to people in real life. If they see you with the car, they see you with the car, you know? But see, a lot of black men, they lied to y'all and they were like, "Oh, only black men need swag and all this other shit, and only black men need game." They really tried their best to run game on y'all and lie to y'all. Every man needs game. You know what I'm saying? Every man needs game. And speaking of PUAs, a lot of rich guys that y'all are calling, and I really hate that Kevin Samuels really reintroduced this word in the wrong way, with that high value shit. Because being high value is demonstrated. Being high value is demonstrated. So in the pickup artist world, yeah, you could have. It didn't matter if you were, and to this day, it still don't matter. You could be a high value man all you want. That shit don't matter. If you don't know how to demonstrate high value, man, it don't matter. It was the rich guys that used to, you know what I'm saying? It was the rich guys that used to, pay, for consultations and stuff like that, and pay, being a part of the pickup artists and stuff like that. It was the rich guys that used to pay for that type of stuff, because the thing is that they were rich and they got the house and they got the cars and they got all this other stuff. But the problem is, how do you demonstrate high value? You know what I'm saying? Hold on, y'all. So that was the problem. The problem is, how do you demonstrate high value? And it was hard for a lot of rich people to demonstrate high value. And then and then as a rich person, you still need game, because the thing is that they had to walk a tightrope. All of those trinkets, like the nice car and the Rolex and the all that other stuff, all of that stuff was to try to demonstrate high value. But the thing is if you're attracting hood bitches and women that don't know what that shit is, they don't know what that shit is. So you're not going to attract the value that you want. And then at the same time, you have to tread lightly, because this is the thing. You're still leading with your wallet. So if you're leading with your wallet and stuff like that, now you're attracting a gold digger. So what's the point of getting rich if you're going to attract a gold digger? You understand what I'm saying? Like, now you're attracting somebody that you can't trust, or somebody that wouldn't deal with you, you know what I'm saying? Other than the money. Yeah, you know what? I was gonna mention the Lambo truck too, Vader. Because if you go look at the and they just redid the new Lambo truck. But if you go look at the first generation of the Lambo truck, it kind of blends in. If you go look at the Maserati truck, it blends in. Go look at the Ferraris. I think it's called Parasangue or whatever. It's supposed to be pure blood in Italy, in Italy. But go look at Ferrari's truck right now and go look at the Mazda, what is it, the CX-80 or the CX-90? It blends in. Go look at Maserati. It blends in. A lot of those. I'm not gonna say a lot of these trucks and stuff are like that or low key, but what I'm saying is like a lot of women don't know what the fuck. Like honestly, women are better off judging a vehicle by its interior than its exterior nowadays. You know, a lot of the cars look the same. You know, but what I'm saying is that a lot of the guys that have high value, they have problems DHVing. And what happens is that they end up DLVing. And what DHV and DLV is, it's an acronym that the pickup artists used to use for demonstrating high value and demonstrating low value. Yeah, the only one that really stands out is the Cullinan. But honestly, I've seen a bunch of Cullinans in person, and I know what it is, and it's a very beautiful car, and it stands out, but I'm not going to lie. That's only if you see the front of it. If you look at the back of a Cullinan, it looks like a regular Range Rover. And I'm not going to lie. I like the Cullinan, but it don't look like no $400,000 truck. I could get a fleet of trucks that look better than the Cullinan or that look more impressive than the Cullinan. I like the Cullinan, but let's keep it 100. Rolls Royce and Bentley and all them other cars, you see them more now. Whereas in our generation, when we were growing up, you don't see a commercial. Seeing one of them shits on the street was like, whoa, what is that? Rolls Royce and Bentley never had commercials because they like, when you get your paper together, you come see us. We ain't going to come see you. But now a Rolls Royce is like, every other 50 cars you see, or every other 20 to 30 cars you see, depending on where you at, you're going to see a Rolls Royce or some type of Ferrari and stuff. Those cars are common now. Listen, I can go outside right now, and I know a certain place in the spot here where a Cullinan is going to be, or some type of luxury car. And the other day, like I said, I saw a Ferrari F430 Spider Scuderia. And I'm like, oh shit, just parked on the side of the road, you know? UFO said, how do you feel better about yourself for discovering that she only wants you for your car? Insane, exactly. But the crazy part is that a lot of these guys, just like a lot of regular guys also, they want to date gold diggers. They want to date gold diggers. They're like, okay, well, that doesn't mean that I don't want some sex. So they're going to use the gold diggers for sex. You know, they're going to use the gold diggers for sex. You want the honey, she want the money. You know? But I don't understand, because even in the manosphere, dudes are up here telling their brightest and their and the people that actually work to get in that position to go trick. And it's like, why are you telling rich people to go trick? Even Kevin Samuels telling rich people to go trick. You don't need to trick. Trick for what? Trick for what? The tricks are fucking up the game, buying women that don't know what to do with a Birkin bags. And if that woman was smart, first of all, she ain't got nowhere to go that requires a damn Birkin bag. Where's she gonna go? The ice skating rink? Everywhere this bitch gonna go with this damn Birkin bag, she gonna get robbed. So she walking around with bait on her. She don't know what the fuck she finna do. She don't got nowhere to go with that damn Birkin bag. If she was smart, she would get that Birkin bag from you and then sell that motherfucker and open up a business. These women don't open up businesses. Go open up an Etsy store, bitch. Do something. You know, if she was smart. But we live in a day and age now where motherfuckers are buying body parts before they buy a house or real estate and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all come on in and get this game. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. Let me know I'm doing a good job. I'm preaching right now. Giving y'all some good games, some knowledge you can't get in college, man. These motherfuckers are buying body parts before they get a house or whatever, you know? And honestly, I gotta blame it on my generation because my generation don't believe in ownership, and neither does the Gen Zs. Can you blame them? Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. An hour and 18 minutes into the madness. If you guys are enjoying the show, please hit the like button and support the show. UFO said, getting in an expensive car to show a chick what she fumbled is like a chick putting on wigs and lashes and makeup. Show you how what they fumbled. But this is the thing, man. I'm telling you some real shit. I'd be scared to have those type of cars and deal with women today. You understand what I'm saying? I'd be scared. Because, you know, when you grind and get to the top, the women that you want at the top is not going to match with the type of cars or the vehicles that you guys are going to get. I'd be damned if a bitch spills some jelly in my Rolls Royce. I'd be damned if a kid or my kid included or something else drop fries, you know, in between that little thing between the seat and the center console, and you gotta reach down and grab the man, nigga. I'd be mad as shit. I'd be wary of who I let in my car. You know? So you gotta get like a throwaway. You gotta get like a throwaway type of vehicle and stuff like that, like a mid-tier car and stuff like that. You can't get no Rolls Royce. You can't get no Bentley and stuff like that, and have these people in your car fucking up your leather and all kinds of other stuff. That shit costs money. And then this the thing, you ain't gonna get no deal. You ain't gonna get no deal. Somebody see you got that type of car, instantly gonna want some bread up out of you. You ain't gonna get no type of deal, you know? So, you know, and like you gotta really have grind with me for from the bottom before you can really get in one of those cars with me. Cause I'm not gonna lie, like the hood chick really don't match the Rolls Royce. You know? I'm just saying. You know, what's going on, Stoic? Good to see you, bro. Always good to see you. Shout outs to Ms. V. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Stoic said ownership is a Ponzi scheme. To a certain degree, it really is. It really is. You know? I don't really think Gen X is in on it. Gen X is kind of the millennials and Gen Xers. And it's funny because I got some boomer stuff up here. We might want to get into that with Aaron Clary, teacher boomers. We're gonna get into that. You know, shout outs to Aaron Clary. I'm gonna start this comment because we might have to get into that. But Gen Xers and millennials kind of fell into the same conundrum. What was supposed to fall on Gen X fell on the millennials. And in a weird, twisted way, Gen Xers are supposed to be the rebellion class because they damn near had to raise themselves. And the millennials should have been fucked over the most and the product of the boomers. But in reality, a lot of Gen Xers were raised by boomers, and boomers turned around and had millennials, and a lot of Gen Xers had millennials also, which was a product of being raised by boomers. It's a conundrum. It's a conundrum. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. It's a conundrum. You know, it's a conundrum. Shout outs to Chris G in the place to be. Good to see you, brother. Good to see everybody here. Let's get the support going, y'all. I dropped the link in the chat. Please support the show. We're gonna get into the show. I'm glad you guys are here. All right. You said, bingo, Kuda, you always bring science to the game. Yeah, you got to, man. It's a sweet science behind it that's lost. So, I like the brothers that cherish the brothers that's keeping it intact. You did? You said begging to get set up and robbed. Exactly. And honestly, I'm not trying to have no damn fast food or nothing, even though it happens. I listen, if I fuck up the interior or stain something in my car, or if I'm smoking a cigar and let's say some ash drops or something got burnt the fuck, I'd rather it be on me than somebody else. You know? I'd rather it be on me than somebody else. You know? But you really don't eat fast food in a Rolls Royce. You know, honestly, you definitely is gonna get your ass set up if you in one of them $400,000 cars in a drive-through and shit like that. I'd be scared as fuck to go through some of them hood drive-throughs in a damn Rolls Royce. Those little me. I mean, if the only time you probably would get food or stuff, you wait till you get home. But like if you running errands and stuff like that, or maybe it's on the fly. But then again, who runs errands in a Rolls Royce? But then again, sometimes if you out in your Rolls Royce or in your weekend car, yeah, you might want to stop at a certain place on the way home and shit like that. But you eat that shit when you get in the house and stuff like that. Bad enough you're bringing food into your car. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, food will make your car smell. You know, you dig? So honestly, you have to have the lifestyle to match when you have certain cars and things and people, you know what I'm saying, in your vicinity and stuff like that. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I'd be scared as fuck to bring a damn Rolls Royce to the grocery store. I'ma park that bitch at the top in the back of the damn grocery store. But then again, so it won't get hit by shopping carts. But then again, you never know who's watching you. And then they'll see your ass walking all the way across the damn parking lot to go get into your $450,000 saloon. So, you know, what you finna do? You did? Yeah, Mac sauce on the Bentayga seats. You ever eat a Big Mac? Nigga, I maybe one time when I was a kid, but I've never ate a fucking Big Mac and that shit stayed intact. You start to eat the Big Mac and the whole back of your burger falls out. That shit, they just order the quarter pounder, bro. Or whatever. The Big Mac always fall apart. You know, no homo. The only burger that probably was big that I ate that probably stayed together with some shit at Longhorns or maybe Five Guys. And I missed the fuck out of Five Guys. I'm just saying. You know, yeah, begging to get set up and robbed. Like I ain't about to have no woman walking around with no $15,000 bag. These women don't even know how to take care of a damn Birkin. Some women these younger women are having trouble taking care of their coochie. How you gonna take care of a Coach bag or a Birkin? You don't get the Birkin, baby. You get the Duty and Burke. You barely can get that because that's actually still a good quality bag. You know. Black people do need to stop wearing their money, you know. But that's something that we grow, that we grow in, you know what I'm saying, into as kids and stuff like that. A lot of people didn't understand what I was talking about back in the day, about black people in shoes. You know what I'm saying? About how young and older men die over shoes in the black community and stuff like that. But this is something that we know as kids, that we learn as kids. Aside from your car, the closest thing to a car is your shoes in the black community, you know. It's your shoes, you know. But shoes attracts the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying? And what's the number one accessories women can't get enough of and have the most of? Is shoes. But it was a bunch of goofy niggas here that can't get women that was trying to tell me I didn't know what I'm talking about. That's one thing y'all gotta evade in these spaces. Guys that never had women, can't get women, and don't understand women trying to tell you about women. That's the funny part. You know? You said Boomer was the first generations of deadbeats. Oh man. You going in, Stoic. You know what really started a lot of shit and the boomers get blamed for it? The silent generation. And that's what they did. They were the tail end of the silent generation, they were silent. They slipped out the back door. It's really the silent generation that started all this shit and benefited from a lot of it. The boomers absolutely did, but the silent generation, you know. I don't think Gen X let us down. I think Gen X they were set up for somewhat failure. You know, they got their chain yanked a little bit, but they rose to the occasion. It's the millennials that got fucked over. You know, it's the millennials that got fucked over. Honestly, Gen Xers and millennials and a couple of the Z's, we're all in a pot together. I think a lot of millennials need to speak to Gen Xers to really get some the real game. Honestly, Gen Xers, they know they shit. You know, you said exactly. You said a Bentley and any ML. You said a Bentley on any MLK. Yeah, you asking for it? Absolutely, absolutely. Give me 1 second, y'all. Still setting up today's show. Y'all hit the like button if you guys are enjoying the show and soaking up some game. Please support the show. Drop something on the tuition. Drop something on the rice fund, y'all. We getting into it. Give me 1 second. Eating at Waffle House with a Lambo parked outside. I will say this though, you can absolutely get away with some of those Lambo trucks, you know, because they kind of blend in. They kind of low key. But if you know, hey, you know, you know. Yeah, word on the Big Mac. Miss V said it's the Mac sauce. The Mac sauce good as hell. Gone are the days where you can get a dollar sandwich off the dollar menu and you can get it with Mac sauce. You know, McDonald's got rid of their dollar menu. That's probably why that bitch stabbed the other girl. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this shit. I gotta pay full price for a Big Mac. No more dollar menu. Man, the dollar menu saved a lot of niggas' lives, man. Shit, she probably mad because the McRib is gone. You dig? You a bold motherfucker buying ribs from McDonald's. I'm gonna tell you that for sure. For sure, you are definitely bold buying ribs from McDonald's, bro. Who raised you? You know, but low key, I heard it was good. But you know, where's the sister that was here a couple of years ago? We had an ongoing joke because McDonald's would do some wild shit like sell you a rack of ribs that was questionable, by the way, with a salad. You know what I'm saying? You know. So I feel bad for the sister going to McPrison. You know, I know she probably was bullied and shit like that, but hey, man. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are looking for part time work and I mess with you guys, hit me up. I got something for you, and you can scale it up into you can also scale it up into a career. You know, so if you guys are looking for a part-time job, you're not gonna get rich. You know what I'm saying? But I got a service that I can that you know, and like I said, you'll get your investment back within a day. You know, to tell you the truth, so you can start work within a little bit under 2 weeks if you blaze through it, or shit within a week if you blaze through it. You know, you said Cardi having trouble with the stank, and she get money. I heard also too Beyonce has halitosis. You know, let me give y'all the game though. And it's funny because I was just telling a friend about this. If you have BO or any type of body odor, or if you had a BBL or whatever, and anything is producing any type of body odor, I'm about to give y'all a gem. About to give y'all some game. Go to the store and get you some rubbing alcohol, or maybe some baking soda. You can get you some rubbing alcohol or some baking soda. And what you need to do, make sure you don't have no open sores or nothing on your body, or you're gonna burn the fuck up. But what you need to do is you get some of that rubbing alcohol and you put that shit on your rag and stuff like that, and just use the rubbing alcohol on your rag and just all over your body, you know, hit the hot spots all over your body, rubbing alcohol. And then, so it won't dry out your skin, then you wash up with your regular soap and all kinds of other stuff, and you get rid of it, you know, you'll get rid of it, you know. Um, I don't know what to do with the halitosis, but if you have a BBL, you know, hey, you know, I forgot who I was watching, and they were saying they had a big. All right, hold on. All right, my bad. We should be back. I was gonna say put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. I don't know. This thing is glitching out. Please hit the like button. Hold on. Let me see if we're back. You guys should be able to hear me. I forgot who I was watching, and they said they didn't have any trouble with cleaning themselves. Hold on, y'all. All right, so we should be back. All right, so yeah, um, let's get into it. You know, it's Player Talk Radio. Let's get into it. Let's get into the first segment. But we might go over this. Actually, since we're on the topic, let's get into this first. Actually, let's go.
If there's a poster child for baby boomer self-love, it has got to be your average American teacher. A more perfect example could not exist, as they embody all four ulterior motives that have driven all self-important boomers, and all modern teachers today. Worse, they have an extra heavy dose of both hypocrisy and cowardice on top of self-importance, thus making them the epitomal example of how boomers truly love themselves above all others. First, teachers fear real work more than anything else in the world. The average teacher started out as a lazy 17-year-old child who did not choose to...
Alright, I think that's cap. A lot of teachers do real work, but it's but so much you can do. It's but so much you can do that's considered and deemed appropriate.
To become a teacher because they cared about children. They chose to become a teacher because it was easy, it didn't take math, they got 3 months a year off, and it seemed fun. That was, and remains so today, the real reason the majority of people became teachers. Second, from day one, teachers were politically and financially motivated. Whether it was your boomer teacher scaremongering you about the dying rainforests, or your more modern-day Gen X teacher convincing you about potentially being a bisexual 7-year-old, teachers put politics above the education they really weren't trying to give you anyway.
Now, those teachers, I agree. But honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. You said, nah, Kuda, let him cook. What's going on, Ghostman Kang? Good to see you, bro. Yeah, a lot of those teachers are teaching kids nowadays to be fucked up. And I'm not even going to lie. If you're a good teacher, you damn near got to fight them niggas too. You know?
This is for two reasons. One, like many people today, teachers had no core. They didn't have real jobs. They didn't really produce anything of value for society. They were old, talentless people who couldn't do, so they taught. Thus, as a substitute for genuine accomplishment, many teachers found surrogate value in leftist politics. Two, they had every financial incentive to be political because it protected their financial interests. In creating future leftist voters, they shored up their salaries, pensions, and health insurance, so they had no reservations introducing politics into the classroom, even if you were the age of 5. But regardless of whether it was for political reasons or financial ones, you once again see teacher boomers putting their own interests ahead of the children they supposedly care so much about. Third, self-love. There is nothing more grating than a sanctimonious, arrogant teacher who lies to themselves and boasts about how great they are because they were a teacher. That they were teaching the future and changing lives, when in reality they weren't great, they never taught their students anything, they took the job because it was easy, and, if anything, they were a detriment or retardant to their students' actual potential. Yet despite knowing this deep down inside, their egos simply cannot abide this reality, and so they cowardly and hypocritically use the innocence and nobility of educating children to confer a false value and worth on themselves. This self-celebration is so sad and pathetic because self-love and self-praise have no value. You need another person to value you and confer value, not yourself. Yet teachers do it all the time, because they don't care whether they were actually good teachers, they just care to feel good about themselves. Such magnanimous masturbation is further proof teacher boomers put self-love above everything else, even reality. But if you really want to see how the teacher boomers valued themselves above all else, you need to see the K-12 school system for what it is. It's not an institution of learning by which we help children get educated and prepared for the real world. It's not a place for children to grow and become the best they can be. It's a money-making prison racket, where you literally enslave little children for a 13-year prison sentence. Also, these worthless teachers, and corresponding school staff, can make hundreds of billions a year off of them in what is nothing more than a welfare jobs program. That may sound outlandish, and even conspiratorial, but you need to step back, clear your eyes, and look at public education again. You are forcing kids, as young as the age of 5, to go to school at full-time rates for 13 years. And after 13 years of essentially full-time studying, they graduate with absolutely no skills that would land them a decent job? In those 13 years, you couldn't teach them to code, do accounting, or weld, and so now they have to go on to get even more education? The fact that you had these kids for 13 years, and yet they came out talentless, unemployable, and unskilled is proof that K-12 education is not only a joke, but that its ulterior purpose is to enrich some of our most worthless people off of the backs of children and taxpayers. Alas, if you wanted proof of the boomers putting their own selfish interests ahead of everything else in life, including little innocent children, all you have to do is look at your teachers and ask, did they teach me anything valuable, or did they just steal my entire childhood? And you will find there is not much more vile nor boomer than teacher boomers. Professor and college admin boomers. There is one good thing that can be said about teacher boomers. At least they didn't charge their students. Oh yeah, they charge the taxpayer, and oftentimes at rates charged by colleges, but the third graders themselves weren't forking over the bill to learn about dangling participles, new math, and how 8-year-old Amy might in fact be a man inside. But if there's a group of people the millennials should be rounding up for free helicopter rides, the estates of which should be confiscated to bail them out of their student loans, these are the people. The true snake oil salesmen. The boomers who financially crippled the millennials forever. The professor boomers. Like teacher boomers, professor boomers and their college administration boomer colleagues also wasted the youth of the millennials with pointless schooling. But instead of the taxpayer footing the bill for tuition, it would be the millennials themselves who would pay the bill. And not only pay the bill, but all the interest that would accrue on it, as they slowly found out their degree would not land them a decent paying job. There is not much that can be said about the professor boomers that wasn't said about the teacher boomers, because they're essentially the same. They're rank Marxists. They have no real-world experience. They can't do, so they teach. And the education they gave the millennials was likely also worthless. But what really makes the professor boomers vile is that they damn well knew the education they were giving the millennials was worthless. They were just happier than punch the millennials were dumb enough to pay them $300 a credit for it and borrow $100K at 7% to finance it. The only problem is, how can you, with a straight face and a conscience, tell a kid to borrow $75,000 and spend 4 years of his life on such bullshit degrees like sociology, journalism, women's studies, English, and the like? How can you take young, naive 18-year-olds and ruin their financial lives forever by selling them worthless degrees? How can anyone with the slightest bit of moral compass forcibly charge $400 a credit and $300 for a textbook for a prereq class that has absolutely nothing to do with a student's major? Apparently the answer is simple. Just be a professor boomer. Disgusting as it is, you once again see how boomer actions show their true colors. Millions of professor boomers and millions of college admin boomers had absolutely no moral qualms about lying to an entire generation of youth about the value of these worthless degrees. They didn't even care if it ruined the millennials' financial lives forever. These vampires were perfectly fine effectively enslaving these kids to them for the rest of their lives. But what I get a kick out of, when it's got to be an absolute kick in the teeth, is when a professor or dean pulls up to the coffee store in his Lexus, goes up to the counter, and orders a latte from a barista they just screwed $120,000 out of for a master's degree in Chicano studies. But the barista is so stupid he doesn't realize he's been screwed, or by who. He actually falls for the indoctrination by his professor that it's the evil Republicans in Congress or the evil banks that screwed him over, not the scumbag professor boomer who is in effect his new slave owner, standing right in front of him. It's debatable which is more impressive. The fact professor boomers screwed younger generations out of $4 trillion in tuition, or that they fooled said generations into not realizing it. Either way, it was one hell of a heist.
All right. Yeah, see, you're gonna have to hold on. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. You're gonna have to cop the audio book, y'all. Shout outs to Aaron Clary. I actually got one of his audio books not too long ago directed at black men, because sometimes you need a refresher, you know. There she go. What's going on, Toya? Mernin. Uh-oh. Hopefully my signal ain't going slow. Shout outs to everybody here. Okay, hold on, y'all. My storage is definitely screwed up. Hold on, y'all. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. Hold on, y'all. All right. Please hit the like button. No, I didn't cover the Joy Taylor situation yet. You know, we're gonna get into that. I see MTR got something for that also. So we'll get into that. But let's get into this first real quick. All right. Please hit the like button, everybody. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. An hour and 48 minutes into the madness. Let's get it. Let's go.
No.
The dad did,
Okay.
but
Well, what about? Let me ask this though. I mean, Dad also came home, put his feet up. He didn't always cook. He didn't do dishes. He didn't do.
But you have to remember that I was thinking at the time that was okay because he was at work all day and he needed to rest, and Mom was always cooking. So, but that's a good one. That's a good potential negative.
Gender roles very clear.
Very clear gender.
Yeah, this is some mundane shit. I'm telling you guys, I'm not even gonna lie. To escape, I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. Men and women, but especially men, escape the West, please. Escape the West. Because y'all be working your ass off and then y'all come home and then the house is still dirty and you have a big old gray back woman that's been there for years. That's just been in there for hours. My bad, I said years. Been there for hours. Nothing to do. And you got to come home and do all of the stuff by yourself. And you got to, why is this even a damn argument? You got to negotiate shit when you get home after a long day of work, when it's really a privilege for her to be at home. Man, listen. They're telling you something that you should already know. You probably better off by yourself, because guess what? When you at work, when you by yourself and you at work, ain't nobody at home creating messes and shit like that. Yeah, I heard they went in on the manosphere. So we're gonna see this together. You gotta sit up there. She talking about some man. You know what, man? That's crazy. I thought that it was implied because the man was out making the money. Yes, it is implied. You got a whole woman at home. Clean the fuck up. I mean, unless that's the type of relationship you got. I know niggas, them and they girl like to be slobs and shit like that. I guess. But nah, man, escape the West, bro. Escape the West. This shouldn't even be a conversation. Especially if you providing. This is just the tip of the iceberg. All right?
Having a hard time in order to figure out some of the negatives that their father went through to provide for the family. And here goes Michelle with all her damn feminism. Meanwhile, it worked for your family. I did not think that the content gods was going to bless us like this here today, but here we are. Michelle Obama, she's got a podcast. We've been going over content of her podcast several times in the past couple of months, but she just got the man up there. The previous leader of the free world, her husband, Barack Obama. Now, this comes on the back of not only divorce rumors between the two, but then also recent...
That's crazy as hell, Stoic. You said we need the chat's opinion on this Insta post. All right, give me 1 second. Hold on.
Controversy revolving around Michelle Obama's comments when asked by Angie Martinez, would you have wanted to raise a boy? And she said, no, it would have been like another Barack. Receiving criticism from this side of the internet as to say, well, what do you mean by that? What's so negative about having a black man, another man that can ascend to the leader of the free world? How dare you utilize your platform to degrade his brand, his image. Nevertheless, they sat down and have this.
I'm not even gonna lie. Being the president is one of the most hardest jobs ever. Because first of all, the first lady, to a certain degree, they'll know you full of shit. That's like when you're the commander in chief and you got to sit there and talk to people and spread yourself thin, pause, for the world, honestly. And you kind of got to be stern, and you can't really keep it too real. You know, that first lady will know you full of shit. But guess what? You got a country to run. Can't keep it, hopefully she gangster and you can keep it real with her. But other than that, she'll know you full of shit. Cause you gotta be fake with people. You gotta be fake with senators. You gotta be fake with a lot of people. Even her. So let's go.
Conversation. And I will say that the majority of it, and this is probably as of a result of the controversy, they focused on what being a man is. They focused on transitioning boys into men. They focused on single parent upbringing. Yeah. So we're going to get into this conversation. Oh, by the way, they also talked about the manosphere. Let's get active on this conversation. So without further ado, now to start off the podcast, they're addressing the rumors in regards to the marriage and divorce. Let's listen.
These are the kinds of things that I just miss, right? So I don't even know this stuff's going on.
Right.
And then somebody will mention it to me and I'm all like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about quitting my man. And we've had some really hard times. So we have had a lot of fun times, a lot of adventures, and I have become a better person because of the man I'm married to.
Okay, don't make me cry now. Right at the beginning of the show.
Oh, that's sweet.
Don't let me start tearing up now.
And welcome to IMO.
Welcome to IMO. Get you all teared up. See, but this is why I can't talk. See, you can take the hard stuff, but when I start talking about the sweet stuff, you're like, stop, no, I can't do it.
I love it. I'm enjoying it.
But thank you, honey, for being on our show. Thanks for making the time. We got, as
you guys are doing
we
good.
got a great.
I've been listening.
Of course, I've been listening.
Yeah. What? Any tips? Any? Any?
Stop defaming.
Craig can tighten up a little bit.
That's actually funny.
You're doing great.
Thanks, honey. That's why we're married.
Okay. All right, so listen, I wanted to at least show that part right there because I wanted to hear from them in regards to these marriage, divorce rumors. But let's flash forward a little bit where Barack begins to talk about growing up without a father and what being a man means then versus now.
All right, here's how you are a dad. And I didn't really have a bunch of uncles around or other immediate family father figures. So I'm kind of piecing it together. And
which is true for so many. That's the story for so many boys growing up these days.
I mean, in that sense, I think as unusual as my background was, that part of it isn't that unusual, right? It was kind of typical.
Yeah.
And
still is, even more so now.
I think a couple of things happened. Now, I was loved, and that's
Well, the reason why y'all like Barack Obama, and a lot of people don't know, is because he sounds like The Rock. The Rock Obama. He sounds like The Rock, and he speaks like The Rock, Chris G said, right, it shouldn't be a conversation at all. At all. You off your job. You said that's not your man, sis. It's just your turn. Hey. Vader said, pause. You said Barack is used to taking hard stuff allegedly. Oh man, there's nothing to prove now. He done did his service, so
the starting point, right? The people who were around me cared about me, and I never felt an absence of that. And the second thing I think you learn to do when you're in that situation is, all right, I got to sort of, I have to adopt role models. I got to piece them together and get a sense of, all right, what does it mean to be a man? Now, later on, as I got older, you'd start recognizing that some of the ideas about manhood that were being given to us back in the 70s and the 80s, not all of them were great, right?
Can I ask you both to talk about what manhood meant for you? What it meant for you when you were little boys coming up, what you thought it was, and what you then came to understand it to actually be?
Well, I don't remember maybe when I was a really young child, other than the idea that guys were.
And let me tell y'all something. You want to know why they having this goofy ass talk, y'all? Because Obama and a lot of the Democrats felt like they failed to reach the young Black American men and reach the youth. That the quote unquote manosphere has more of a reach on the Black young American youth than anybody. And this is so goofy. Let me tell y'all, like, why are people so in a rush to make the Black men suffer? You know, y'all hit the like button, support the show. I'm giving y'all some really good game. We just getting started. Please hit the like button and support the show. You know, so I can cook. All right, y'all need to throw some ingredients in the pot so I can cook. All right, I'm telling y'all, why are Black men still having to suffer when 80% of Black men voted for Kamala? 80. Like, is there some Democratic script that these people are reading off of that we didn't get? Bro, 80% of Black men voted for Kamala. And it's still, just like a woman, it still ain't enough. 80% of anything is good. The shit was kind of a. I told you it's Will and Jada all over again with this Obama shit. The shit was kind of funny at the moment because it was like 2% of Black women or 12% of Black women or something like that voted for Trump. And like 18 or maybe like a slight 20 or something like that voted for Trump. They were trying to make it seem like the manosphere did all of this stuff. I told y'all the truth. The manosphere ain't did shit. We got work to do. 80% of Black men. And the Black woman got on the internet and was scolding Black men after that. And it's like, bitch, what do you want? The Black man did exactly what y'all wanted them to do. Like, that shit should have been celebrated. That shit should have been celebrated. 80% of Black men voted for Kamala. Let's go.
Strong. They didn't whine. They were tough.
They were expected to go to work.
They worked
and provide,
right?
And protect.
Yes,
that don't sound that bad.
And I think back about Dad. I think when I'm thinking about Dad as a role model, I remember the fact that here you have a man who has MS, and he's getting up and he's going to work absolutely every day,
right?
And he is not complaining. That's another thing. Men didn't complain.
You don't complain. Then. You're stoic.
You were. Now, I love that word, stoic. Coach Carmody used to use that all the time. Stoic.
Shout out
but
to Freddie
our
Stone.
dad never complained. He never got up. He had a sense of humor. That was another thing that you learned from guys, is that you needed a sense of humor. But one of the most important things that I remember is that you got along.
Got along in the world, period.
Period. You got along with the other guys you were with. You got along with your teammates.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm less interested in his comments, but nevertheless, let's get back to Barack's comments there. What I found interesting is that Barack is saying, some of the ideals that were instilled back in the 70s and the 80s was not ideal, and then went on to describe fantastic qualities of men. I find that very interesting. Now, I will say from my own perspective, I grew up in a single father situation, so I had the best example of man and fatherhood, and that was my pops. Everything that they said right there. He was a hard-ass worker, structured as hell, objective as hell, logical as hell, and he got to the work. He got it done. And as a young boy looking at him and reflecting his image, it was a fantastic example. Now, what I will say is that, again, the majority of men growing up in America do not have that experience because a father like my father wasn't present, or just a father in general. But specific to the bad messages, I would say one of the bad messages that I received early on, and this wasn't from my father, because when my dad was a single father, I never saw women around at all. He was focused on me. But the idea of the more bodies that you got, the more viscous innards that you take down, the more manly, and almost to a degree where it's almost like a competition. I would say that those are some of the bad images, and reflecting that within your masculinity, as if you are more masculine, the more box or viscous innards that you get access to, is not a good branding to upkeep within masculinity. Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name online and found way too much personal information.
Ain't he from New York? All right, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours and 5 minutes into the madness. So MTR hit the nail with that part. You said, why the hell does Michelle Obama have a podcast? Shit getting out of hand. This shit is all damage control.
And age, and you should know if your information is out there. So again, utilize my link, aura.com/MTR, in the description box down below to try 2 weeks free. That's way more than enough time to see if your personal data has been exposed. Go now. Let's keep on listening.
You got along with your coworkers. Nobody wanted to be considered a jerk.
That is true. Some of the definitions of manhood, I think, were negative, right? You don't whine, you don't cry.
No emotion.
You're not a jerk.
Okay, he's from Hempstead. You said Hempstead, really not New York City. Okay, I'm not familiar with Hempstead. Long Island, okay. What's going on, Bronze? Yeah, she been at a podcast. Absolutely. She like 2 months in. I told y'all about this months ago. Been at a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the thing you brought up, though, about being a...
How was that negative? No.
Oh, man, if Hillary Clinton got a podcast, that shit gonna be crazy. Her laptop for sure gonna be compromised.
You're not supposed to whine. You're not supposed to be a victim. You're not supposed to act pathetic. You're not supposed to complain, or more accurately, over-complain. And I would argue that the current modern young man of today gets
not Michael.
More of these references that it's okay to be a victim. It's okay to be this over-complainer. It's okay to simp. It's okay to display and, let all your emotions go. No, that's not okay. Because too many of them receive this goddamn participation trophy shit. They get told that everybody is equal outside of level of effort that is put into something. We're reducing the strength of men and told that they're all equal just for showing up. Bullshit. I don't want to...
Hell nah. Beyonce, Jay can't let Beyonce talk by herself too long. And then Beyonce be getting drunk off the box wine, Beyonce be getting drunk too, Okay, Toya. All right. Look. Hey, New York be trying to claim some parts of Jersey too.
See, no whining. Men shouldn't be whining and crying and shit like that unless there's something significant that happened within their life. Don't talk to me until you have a major death in your family or you break both your legs. But outside of that, I can't stand when they lead with all this weak ass shit. Be a respectful man. Be a stoic man. Be a responsive man. Don't over leverage being a jerk. But hey, listen, sometimes as a man, you need to be confrontational.
Protector, because for some reason, that part of it, I think, appealed to me. And it, at its best, it then counterbalanced the idea of being strong, right? Like, you're strong not to pick on people, right? Not to be a bully, not to dominate others. Instead, it's
To
strength
defend people.
in order to protect.
Protect people.
Right.
Okay.
And for me, a lot of being a man was being self-sufficient. Right. The idea of I can handle myself and make my way through the world.
All right, so now fast forward. We're going to pick up the conversation when they begin to speak about single parent households.
But there are, the story you tell is the story of probably most kids.
A lot of kids.
Across the country.
Yeah.
If, you're a single parent, you don't have somebody at home, a lot of kids are, they got to get up, make their own breakfast, find their way. They're doing that every day because there isn't an alternative.
Correct. And figuring out what that balance is.
And figuring out that's exactly the point. What is the balance?
Is tough.
Which is very different from how we parented our kids, how Kelly is, and you and Kelly are parenting your younger sons now.
But part of it, don't you think part of it was also time specific in the sense that when we were coming up, the idea of kids just being out and having
That's funny because I was just looking up a whole thing on Gaddafi. I was just doing a whole bunch of research on Gaddafi. They did Gaddafi dirty.
adventures and just getting home in time for dinners, especially during the summers, right? Part of what happened, and I maybe affected boys a little more than girls, I don't know, is that freedom, that sense of being able to build up resilience and a sense of competence and a sense of I can manage the world around me.
These young boys nowadays, they're not going outside. And they're finding whatever masculine they can find damn near on the internet. They're not going outside. The internet's teaching them about masculinity or what they think masculinity is. They're watching YSL Woody on 20 versus 1. These people ain't going outside. Let's keep it 100. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Please support the show. And also do me a huge favor. Hold on, y'all. Putting the wrong thing in the chat. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hit the link. Not the link that's in the chat, but hit the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Give me 1 second. And head to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Head over to hemp4fitness.com. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Fucking memory thing is acting stupid. Hold on, y'all. All right, head over to hemp4fitness.com. Give me 1 second. Place your orders. Start your morning off right. Give me 1 second. Everything acting dumb right now. Hold on, y'all. And definitely hit these links in the chat. You said most young boys are wearing Pushi Pushi ski mask? Pushi, how do you say that, D-Mac? Not knowing what the hell it means, they think it's just cool. Most of these kids nowadays are fucking wearing bonnets. What's going on, Cynical? Shout out to the Cynical one in the building. Most of these kids nowadays are wearing bonnets, man. And trying to tell you all about masculinity. Niggas got on a whole bonnet. Niggas going to school walking around with a bonnet. Okay, I was about to say, were you trying to say the shiesty ski masks? Young nigga paraphernalia? Niggas got on a whole bonnet.
Because the stakes weren't so high, when I think about kids now on the South Side, same neighborhoods where you guys grew up, but the chances of possibly getting shot or the chances of, some other terrible thing happening are higher. And I think that affected everybody's parenting, and it affected how we handle kids, right? So that now suddenly, instead of just saying, all right, get out of here and come back for dinner time, now it's a play date. And where are you? And do we know the parents where you're playing? And so on and so forth.
We see a good example in it in one of my favorite shows on Netflix that has become the topic of conversation amongst a lot of people, particularly in Black homes, is this series Forever, which is a beautiful story of young love in a Black neighborhood. And it is not traumatic, and bad things don't happen.
It's just regular kids.
It's just regular kids that reflects all of our lives in real ways. And I know you watched some of that, and Barack, you are well aware of it. But the show has created a lot of conversation in terms of how do you raise emotionally intelligent boys and what we get right and what we get wrong. Not just among boys, but kids in general.
We watched it as a family. We watched the whole series as a family and enjoyed it a lot. It was really fun to hear the boys talk about, oh, you guys would have done that, or you guys wouldn't have done that. That was eye-opening as a parent. Because
they're evaluating you.
They're evaluating.
They've got a little checklist.
They're evaluating our parenting, or they're evaluating their parenting based on their own.
That's a crazy thing Dad would do.
But this brings me back to Emma. Emma's trying to raise these boys, and so she's trying to be somewhere between forever.
Yeah, like they got bonnets on their heads. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Please hit the like button. Hold on, y'all. Please hit the like button. And please support the show. 1 second.
And
one of them bonnet-headed niggas popped up on my timeline already. Yeah, they got their mamas bonnet on and some Crocs. He said, I'm seeing hella niggas with bonnets on tapping their head. It's disgusting, man. Listen. Do-rags, like, they still sell do-rags. Like, why y'all just skip the do-rags and just jump straight to bonnets? You know, it was horrible coming up, you know. I mean, it's some corny shit, but shit, at least nigga get one of them goofy ass hats with the damn. Never mind, I'm not even gonna mention those. Y'all hit the like button. Crazy how we got a lot of people here. Let's get the likes up. And let's get at least 2 supporters on the show. We got 23 people in the building. Player Talk Radio. 24 people in the building. Alright. I didn't even notice that was her brother. Now that you said that, he looks just like her. God damn. You said he got some sugar in his tank. God damn. So that's Barack's in-law. I thought he was just some random orbiter nigga. You said, hear the way they keep talking over Barack, they low-key don't like his ass. Oh, you know that. Like I said, you know, when you're the president, your wife, your in-laws, and people gonna know you full of shit because you can't live up to their expectations and shit. So to them, you full of shit, even if you're not. You said you can't even think about being hard with a bonnet on. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you'll get the ups on somebody. Somebody gonna think you soft, and then you probably get the ups on somebody. I hope Saturn ain't in retrograde. I don't know what that means for Capricorns, because you know Saturn's our dominant planet. But listen, y'all, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com and get your hands on the hemp watermelon gummy rings. Definitely help you to get to sleep and definitely help you when you wake up. Don't cheat yourself. Treat yourself. The Player Talk Radio. Hit the Cash App. That's $PTV. 888. That's $PTV. 888. That's $PTV. 888. Happy Thursday to everybody in the building. I hope Mercury ain't in retrograde, but my electronics has been fucking up. Till November 27th. I hope that's good. I just got my certificate. I really want to celebrate with you guys. I just got my certification today, and I got a second cert hopefully coming in the morning. You know, I just don't want to jinx anything, but yeah. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button and support the show. Plus, we got this movie. Hold on, y'all. Shout out to everybody over on Rumble. Hold on. We got the movie shows coming up this weekend. We got what movie is this? We got The Apprentice from Donald Trump. We got Chemical Ali, and I think you guys requested Glory. I think is it called Glory with Morgan Freeman? Okay, we should be back. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on with my damn signal. All right, we should be back. My bad, y'all. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I was saying we got I think it's called Glory with Morgan Freeman. We got Chemical Ali, and we also got the Apprentice movie lined up. So, y'all come through for movie night or movie day. I think it will be movie night for me, movie day for you guys. You did? I can't believe Saturn is going to be in retrograde. I wonder what that means, y'all. Shout outs to Lord. Thank you, man. Yeah, definitely. You said, congrats, Kuda. I'm looking into bookkeeping too. You got me hip on that. Yeah. Absolutely. Definitely pick up a skill or two. I need to finish my cybersecurity cert, but I got about a year to finish it. Even though I'm not gonna take that long, but after I get this last cert out the way, which should be coming in the morning, sometime tomorrow. My pro advisor. I'm gonna finish going after my CompTIA Security Plus certification. So I gotta put like $380 to almost 400 something bucks aside to go take that certification. This stuff is expensive. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is expensive. So I gotta make sure I pass that motherfucker. Ain't nobody about to keep throwing 400 something dollars away every time I gotta, So even though I heard it's not that hard, but it's just so much stuff to learn in cybersecurity, NIST, and you got to learn about the CM tools, and you got to learn Splunk, and learn a little bit of Python or Java, and repositories, and all kinds of other stuff. It's just a lot of stuff to soak in, and then all of the acronyms and stuff like that. Lord said I'm working on my 204 right now. It's crazy trying to learn this stuff. Man, listen, I got ADHD. I don't know how they expect me to memorize all this shit. Read, write, regurgitate, Certain things just push me in the pool. I'll figure it out. It's a learning curve, Oh, I didn't know that, UFO. AI is necessarily not going to take over bookkeeping. The only thing about bookkeeping though with AI is that the AI sounds more confident. But as long as you know how to use QuickBooks, you're good. You're golden. And QuickBooks is gonna have it. QuickBooks got its own AI, damn near. So people gonna still need bookkeeping. Yeah, Saturn being in retrograde is directly tied to lessons. Okay, so this might be on par. Yeah, the 17th. That's the day I got my cert, on the 17th today. Well, this morning. Yeah, Saturn rules responsibility and structure. You said which certs are looking to get are the cloud based or on Preem. If you're looking for like cloud, like if you're looking to master the cloud, actually Nvidia got some, but get like Amazon Cloud Practitioner, AWS Cloud Practitioner. That's a good one to start with. And then if you get any CompTIA one, I don't know if you should get like the Network Plus or the in that on that side, or get like a was it CYSA, CYSA, or Penn, but you got to get one of one of the trifecta at least, which is like the A plus or the Network Plus. But Security Plus is always good, you know. Yeah, it's moving backwards. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to do something on Netflix, but I heard they aggressively striking people's channels. I mean, I wouldn't do it on YouTube, but hopefully Kick and Rumble are fair game, you know? Yeah, I've been taking extra time to study, absolutely. I can pass it. I'm pretty confident in taking it. I got books and tools and stuff, but I said, you know what, the my bookkeeping cert is a little bit more tangible. So let me hurry up and get that out the way, get more stable, and then, you know. That shit is fucking hard. You said I was asking you what certs were you looking into. The only cert I'm looking into right now is my Security Plus. But I got my bookkeeping certification. I got my Google cybersecurity certification. I just really, the only cert that I'm looking at right now is really the Security Plus. And then maybe anything else after that is probably, if I go with the GovTech route, is to get like a security clearance, and then that's probably it. But once you get your Security Plus, you can apply for it. It'll open up a lot of doors, you know. But honestly, aside from that, I just want some on the job experience, you know. But shout outs to Stoic, Stoic was telling me about like help desk work and stuff like that, and that's cool. I'm still looking for help desk work, because I can actually get that with the certs and stuff that I got right now. But man, you got to prepare, you know. So I'm like, all right, well, let me finish up on this bookkeeping thing, sew that up, get a couple of clients and stuff like that, and then move on to another venture and stuff like that. So I got my pro advisor, which I don't need my pro advisor to start taking on clients and stuff like that, but I have my business set up. My business website is almost done. I have my my logo, and I have everything set up. I just need to get some just get a couple of clients, and I'm Gucci. Just to do their monthly bookkeeping and stuff like that. So all I really will be in charge of doing is categorizing expenses and their accounts and stuff like that, and then reconciling, and then generating logs and stuff like that. I'll be good generating the reports and stuff, and double checking my work and stuff, and I'll be Gucci. You said I have to ask though, are y'all getting these certs because of a job you want or to learn actual skills? Both. You need the certs to know the skills to get the job that you want, both. You did? But if it's any like tech related stuff, you can get into a help desk role, which is not bad. But me, I'm actually starting a business, so I'm learning not learning, but I'm mastering QuickBooks, which I'm actually pretty good at QuickBooks already. But I'm mastering QuickBooks so I can run my business. So basically I can just go out and go get some clients, and I'll just go out and go get some clients and do the bookkeeping monthly, and I'm good to go. Absolutely. Bookkeeping is one of those skills. Bookkeeping is absolutely one of those skills. And cybersecurity is one of those skills also. Because not everybody can do cybersecurity and not everybody can do bookkeeping. So those are two tangible skills too. So it's not that bad. All right, let's get back into it. Let's see if I can get this thing working. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it.
And then the other show that people are talking about, Adolescence, which I haven't watched yet, which it gets into sort of the misogyny that young boys are exposed to,
and the online,
the manosphere.
They're getting their parenting.
They're getting their
online.
Parenting
they're getting their notions of manhood from extreme
extremists.
Yeah, extremists.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because let's go back to the original question. All right, Emma's trying to figure out how to raise boys.
Hold on. Raising both boys and girls within this new digital age presents issues that our society has never tackled ever before. And it is especially difficult if solid family structure is not present consistently at home. The reason that there's so many boys to young men searching for father figures, pseudo father figures, pseudo uncles online is because many of them were raised in single mother households, or many of them lack direction or structure within their life. But I think it's important for women to understand is that no matter how good of a mother that you are, a boy will always crave a masculine presence in his life. And the easiest and the most accessible way to find it nowadays is through the internet, where many men just speak the truth. They give structure. You may call men-centric content or the manosphere as littered with extremists, but that's just not true. These men are getting legitimate guidance on how better to live their lives and how better to find and attract a woman for their life. Now, has some of the messages...
But see, they're looking up to young men like Kai Cenat and DDG, and I'm not going to say those are bad examples, but they're not quote-unquote fatherly examples. Crazy as kept. Yeah, misogyny and shit like that. Like, what grown man uses that word in his lexicon? I'm in the space and I don't even use the word misogyny like that. Of course the feds lurking. And they fans of a lot of us. That's the crazy part. Keep that in mind. They fans of a lot of us. Shout outs to Paul. Absolutely. And you know what's funny? A lot of those bookkeepers need good cybersecurity. Well, I'll talk about that later. But yeah, I'm already on it. This should take a lot of money, time, and energy, but it is what it is, Like I said, you got to posture yourself, guys, before 2030. You got to posture yourself up before 2030. I'm not going to tell y'all the wrong thing, and I'm not going to tell y'all to do something I wouldn't do. I definitely ain't going to send y'all on no fool's mission. What's going on, Curlin? So yeah, I got my bookkeeping certification, and and hopefully my pro advisor is coming next. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to Curlin in the building. Good to see you, brother. You dig? Hey, Miss Melina, how you doing? Oh my goodness, good to see you. Welcome to the show. So yeah, I got my bookkeeping certification, and I got hopefully my pro advisor comes in by tomorrow morning, and then also, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got my Google cybersecurity certification. I got a Google IT certification coming also too, but I'm not done. But I got my Google cybersecurity cert. And I'm studying to get my CompTIA soon. So that shit is fucking hard. Yeah, Vader, you definitely got to know executive level bookkeeping, man. Hit me up, man. I can get you QuickBooks for free. Let me know if you I would tell you to learn QuickBooks first though, Vader. You're better off learning QuickBooks first, and then if you want to, you can move over to learning Xero or FreshBooks or any other accounting system. But let me know. I can get you QuickBooks and I can get you Xero for free. Just hit me up. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. 2 hours and 41 minutes into the madness. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it. Let's go.
It's been co-opted by bullshit. I ain't gonna disagree with you there, all right? But the audience knows what's up. And I'm not talking about the audience that gets their fill, that decides things based off of titles or clippable moments, but those that really look at the content and invest significant time in trying to understand it.
I think we did a pretty good job of raising our girls. But I've said often that I think I would have had more difficulty raising a son.
I agree.
Because I think I might have been more judgmental, harder, and I would have tried to, I'd like to think I would have been more self-aware enough to combat that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think father-son relationships, for me particularly, if I don't have a dad around to show it to me, might have been more difficult. So talk about, Craig, just how you thought about it. Was it just you took what your dad had done and you said, go and do this, I'm going to try the same thing?
Or were there things
did
you
it
didn't
change
wanna
over
do?
time?
Listen, I appreciate Barack saying that. I think that was actually a very important statement right there. He's essentially saying, he would have had a tougher time with a boy because he wasn't raised with a father. Ergo, the massive importance of having a two-parent household, a man in the house, because if not, it can perpetuate a cycle.
It was a little bit of everything, but what you're both saying. Initially, I thought, okay, I'm going to take what I learned from Dad, all the things that I thought were positive, and then the couple of things that I thought were negative, I was going to try and repurpose.
Right.
What were some of the positives?
Well, it's just kind of the stuff that I named before. The willingness to get up and go to work every day. Taking me with him to see what it was like to have male relationships, either at work, at the barbershop. You know, he didn't go to the gym, but in places where men hung out.
Right.
The record store, we would go to the record store every now and then, and he'd have a bunch of friends there. That sounds like an old
I know, the record
idea,
store.
going to the record store.
Oh, it's come back.
It's come back.
Oh, has it? Okay, good.
It's retro.
But those were some of the positive things. You know, how to walk with Mom when you're walking down the street. Always walk on the street side.
On the street
And
side.
holding the door and opening the door for her, allowing her to go in. It was just things like that.
Right.
And then I'd have to really work at thinking of something negative that Dad did.
I mean, the crazy thing is that a lot of boys, ladies, spend their boyhood worshiping women. A lot of their boyhood is spent worshiping women. Shit, crazy.
Okay.
But
Let's go.
Well, what about? Let me ask this though. I mean, Dad also came home, put his feet up. He didn't always cook. Or he didn't do dishes. He didn't do.
But you have to remember that I was thinking at the time that was okay because he was at work all day and he needed to rest, and Mom was always cooking. So, but that's a good one. That's a good potential negative.
Gender roles, very clear.
Very clear gender roles.
The man was having a hard time in order to figure out some of the negatives that their father went through to provide for the family. And here goes Michelle with all her damn feminism. Meanwhile, it worked for your family. It worked for the parents, for the dynamic. The man was doing everything in his power to ensure that y'all had everything that you needed as children. You don't need to criticize him. Both of y'all grew up just fine. My thing is that many feminists today will talk ill of couples, families that want to exercise traditional gender roles and act like it's a bad thing. And in fact, it's what can give a household supreme structure, awesome balance, and long-term stability.
And I thought, okay, I'm going to do the positive things and then sort of expose Avery, who's my oldest, to less of the negative things. And you have to remember, Avery's 33, so he didn't have to worry. We didn't have to worry about social media. There was very little internet stuff. We really focused on how to behave out in public as a guy, or I should say, how to get along, how to treat girls, how to have conversations. But with Austin and Aaron, it's more of how do you deal with social media?
Yeah.
And which was in Forever, the whole premise of the show. What are you supposed to say when you do
Is this
that?
a spoiler alert?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Was a video that got leaked. So we're constantly talking to them about that. And now I have even more things to draw from because I raised Avery,
right.
And there were some things that I was like, I wish I hadn't done that.
I could have done that better.
I could have done that better, whether it was sort of teaching them how to drink. I mean, if you don't know how to, you could end up in a bad situation.
That's true.
More direct conversations about the first time you are with a woman intimately.
Do you mean sex, Craig?
I do mean sex, and it's funny how I was tiptoeing around.
Craig got a little.
I was gonna let him do it
because
too,
I feel like I'm on television.
You make me nervous. I was just like, let me just let him get through this.
But
Damn, man, just say it with your damn chest. What, you guys gonna lose a brand sponsor for saying sex? Anyway, I find it interesting that they can have this conversation and not talk about some of the real issues at hand. Back in the time periods of their father growing up, it was expected that men were to be chivalrous, to hold open doors for, women. And then nowadays it can be considered a microaggression. Or that men and women have been equalized so much that biological men can now participate within women's sports. This kind of dynamic confuses boys that are trying to figure out how to be men, but then the content readily available on the internet can take these unique situations and guide them to make the best choices for them. But instead of acknowledgement of that guidance, instead they get shamed. Instead, they're told that the content that they're reviewing is extreme. But continuing to ignore the plight of young boys and men is exactly why, one of the many major reasons why y'all party lost. That's a major reason Trump is now in office, is because there's so many men that are tired of being ignored. And the Democratic Party has made it a mission to prop up women's issue while ignoring men's issues. And what's actually interesting about that is they begin to acknowledge boys being ignored in the next section.
Still on the come up, but I do think this idea of men, there are many different ways of being a good, strong, successful, happy man. I think that's something that young people are more open to and recognize. And so that's promising. And we see.
I mean, he waited until the end of his goddamn... Now people want to have these conversations? I don't even know where to start. Now people want to have these conversations.
When we talk to Millie and Sasha and their friends, I think that what we need to do in order to take advantage of that is to, as a society, as communities, recognize that this kind of
trend. What the hell you want to say? Like, the thing is that overall, the game is on men. The game is on men. It's always been like that. We need to get men to spend money. We need to get men to procreate. We need to get men out of the house. We need to get men in the work field. We need to get men carrying a gun so they can fight for the country. We need to get men doing this. All of this shit is to dupe men. And we just sit up here playing dumb all fucking day. That's really what it is. It's all to dupe men. Y'all hit the like button and support a man that's supporting y'all. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. I don't know, men are such a small demographic. I don't even know how this is going unnoticed. Why I need to be here explaining it. All of this shit is to dupe men. Why isn't there mandatory birth testing, DNA testing when you have a baby? Because guess what? There has to be a group of men that has to get duped. Not all men are going to and can be players. It's not going to happen. There has to be a class of men that's going to be duped. Somebody got to be a stepfather. Somebody got to foot the bill. Somebody is to dupe men. Even if there's a bunch of men that get together, they still got to get together and figure out a way to dupe men. And guess who's going to make them want to do it no matter how much they want to help men? Other men. So the shit is about duping men. Because believe it or not, there's a group of men that's behind feminism also. Hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show if y'all are receiving this message. Trying to tell y'all something good. 2 hours and 53 minutes into the madness. All of this shit is about duping men. We're such a small demographic, especially if you are a young heterosexual man. You are a very small demographic. So much stuff in this world, in this lifetime, is based on a man making a mistake. If you make a mistake as a man, you're done. You're cooked. Over with. Finito. The women get endless chances to make mistakes and do-overs. Respectfully. A lot of men are getting psyched out and don't even realize it. But let's go. Please hit the like button.
Transition from the old models that you and I, Craig, grew up on. Just like you said, you took a lot of good stuff from your dad, but then there were some modifications that just had to be made, either because of blind spots, limits, lack of resource, what have you.
The times.
You know, where we joke that, talking to Malay and Sasha, sometimes they go out with their friends and, you know, they're in a group and the guy's got crocodile arms, you know?
Yeah.
It's like...
Not picking up the check.
Not picking up the check. And it's like, okay, you don't have to pick it up all the time. But if you're never picking it up,
right,
that's a problem.
Says something about you.
If you're never opening a door or pulling out a chair, because that's just common courtesy. That's just being kind, right?
Kindness.
So for those of you who do not have sons, so Emma, we are rooting for you because
niggas are acting like chivalry, like women didn't kill chivalry. It's so bad. It's to the point right now that as a young man, if you practice chivalry, you'll probably get killed practicing chivalry. Oh yeah, let me walk on the side that's in the street real quick, so you won't get hit by a car. Man, this bitch got an ex that's stalking her and didn't tell you. You think you on a regular date, so you ain't carry no gun. You ain't carry nothing with you. You think you on a regular date. She's still trying to make her ex jealous. She out with you. You don't know. So yeah, you might want to stand on the outside of the street because your stupid ass about to get hit by a car with her ex in it. And she not gonna help you up. She gonna drive off with him. All you wanted to do was go out on a date. Yeah, you might have a coat over a puddle of your blood. Yeah, you might have to put a coat over a puddle of your blood. You in danger if you practice chivalry nowadays. Shit, you in danger if you practice being a piece of shit nowadays. You can't. It ain't even safe to be Diddy nowadays, man. It's crazy.
Because those of us with daughters,
We need good men.
We've got to have good guys out there, not necessarily to get married, but to make sure that what we're learning, I think, is that when we don't think about boys and just assume they're going to be okay because they've been running the world and they've got all the advantages relative to the girls, and all of which has historically been true in all kinds of ways.
I think we got to stop sending all of these mixed signals to young men, right? Because society is confusing them. The messages that they're receiving is confusing them about what it is to be a man, what they're supposed to do in order to provide for a woman. And we're stripping away that clarity to grow into strong, confident leaders. For example, if you're going to present the issue that men and women are equal, then why can I not be equally responsible for the check? We're equal, right? But you guys fought for equality. You fought to be equal. But now there's an issue if 50-50 is presented. Now, as a man, I don't agree with 50-50 because of the dynamics of the relationship that I'd like to set up. But again, we get back into that gender roles conversation. But these young men are confused. Are they crocodile arming or T-Rex arming, whatever he said, because they're like, well, she wants to be a strong, independent woman. Why can't she not pick up this bill? And at the same junction, many of these young men want to forego being taken advantage of. Women might want to go on a date with them because they want Ruth Chris, not because the woman is actually fundamentally interested in him as a man, but they want to go have fun for a couple of hours somewhere and they've never been to that restaurant. So come on, guy, go take me over here. But if there's an expectation for men to take up these traditional chivalrous type of roles, then do not dissuade young women from practicing some of those traditional type of roles as well. Men and women are not equal. We can be equally valued, but for different things. We complement each other. We're not meant to compete. But as a man, you cannot expect to display yourself in such a giving way without also getting something back in return. If you want men to show up as leaders, protectors, as well as providers, then women should be bringing something to the table as well. Sprinkle in a little bit of modesty, sprinkle in a little bit of femininity, sprinkle in a mindset that honors participation, that honors letting him be a man, not honoring wearing a power struggle as a badge of honor.
But precisely because of that, if you're not thinking about what's happening to boys and how are they being raised, then that can actually hurt women.
This man spent
and I would
whole presidency ignoring all of that shit. Barack Obama spent his whole presidency ignoring that shit. This nigga right here, man.
argue that some of the broad political trends we've seen, not just in this country, but around the world, have to do with this sense of, boys, men not feeling as if they are seen, feeling as if they count. Mm-hmm. And that then makes them more interested in appeals by folks who say, you know what, the reason you don't...
Nah, man, I'm not listening to this shit. He spent his whole presidency ignoring that shit. Black men, listen to me, man. Hit the like button and support the show, man. Because this is ridiculous. He spent his whole presidency ignoring that shit. And guess what? If there was any black man at the turn of the century that you should have been paying attention to and that would have been a role model for black men, it would have been him. It would have been him. All the rappers and all them people that was, oh, my president's black, my Lambo's blue. All of those people, he should have been the premier black dude that niggas should have looked up to, that was the commander-in-chief that let you know, hey, you know. No, he spent the whole presidency ignoring that shit. He conveniently ignored black men. That's why he got a horrible response. Even though people still voted Democrat 80%. That's why he got a horrible response when he came out there and tried to lecture niggas and shit like that. It's like, nigga, who the hell is this? Harry Belafonte? Like, where'd you come from? Look at how he talking right now. He really got up there trying to father some shit. Man, you know you doing wrong when the white boys get mad at you. They thought you were gonna talk to them, and then you up there trying to lecture niggas and shit. While they waiting to be spoke to. FOH.
Feel respected is because women have been doing this, or this group has been doing this, or that group's been doing this, and that is not a that's not a healthy place to be. And I will say
it's not a healthy place to stay,
as quote unquote.
And remember, while he was ignoring black men, he was bigging up the El Gibbet. Remember, when he first got in office, I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. Nigga, halfway through his first terms, everyone falls in love sometimes. I don't know about you, but it ain't a crime. This man, listen. My memory's starting to come back. Let's get it.
Progressives.
But you must understand it.
Democrats, progressive parents, and lights. We've made that mistake sometimes in terms of our rhetoric, where it's like we're constantly talking about it, you know.
What the fuck is he talking about? There's a big ass elephant in the room. What is he talking about?
What's wrong with the boys instead of what's right with them. We rightly have tried to invest in girls to make sure that there's a level playing field, and then they're not barred from opportunity.
You're a daughter dad. I get it. There's nothing wrong with being a daughter dad, but goddamn. You don't gotta come back and lie.
But we haven't been as willing, I think, to be intentional about investing in the boys, and that's been a mistake. And I think people are starting to recognize that. So going back to your optimism, I think there's a healthier conversation taking place now, both.
And let me tell you what investing in the boys means. Investing in the boys means that we have to get them to worship women way more at a younger age. We got to get them to pander and simp at a very young age, where we need them to be. See, America done gave up in the man and weaponized the woman because the woman is the only medium to extract money out of the man's pockets. Men would be frugal if we didn't care about half the shit that dudes invest in. We'd be frugal. Half them cars wouldn't be selling. It would have to be a guy that loves cars for the sake of the actual car. He knows the car. Half that shit wouldn't be selling. Rolls Royce wouldn't sell. A lot of that shit wouldn't sell. A guy would have to actually really know the car, love cars, and have a love for cars. Not be trying to attract women or live a certain lifestyle and stuff like that. Like, nah, half that shit wouldn't sell. If men wasn't out here trying to impress women. And I hate to say it, because it shouldn't be, but coochie is one hell of a motivator. And not just for men, women too. They going crazy over it also.
Among this new generation of young women and men, but also among the public at large that's starting to see like, hey, you know, we got to do better by our boys. And if we do better by our boys and we're producing stronger, more confident men, that's going to be good for our girls and our women as well.
You see, MTR, he hasn't even been in this manosphere game long enough to even catch on to it. There's a sleight of hand there that you guys aren't seeing. Y'all got to start stealing real content, hopefully. Won't y'all steal that content? Bad enough we've been telling y'all this shit for years. The whole, it's a sleight of hand. The whole make boys better, ... for women. It ain't no make men better because we need better men. No, you can't do that. Because guess what? If you make men better, they'll be smart enough not to join the army. Why would I do that? They'll be smart enough to say, hell no, I'm not about to invest in this fucked up mortgage. They'll be smart enough to do things that they normally wouldn't. No, man. It makes no sense investing in smart men. You need dummies to go to war. You need dummies to fuck up with women. Just as much as women need dummies to fuck up with them also. You need crash dummies. The whole make boys better ... for women. That's the part y'all are missing. If it ain't about making quote unquote boys better for women, then there's no incentive to make them better. Why do that? Why would you make men better? So they can see the game that's being ran on them?
Well, all right, guys, I'm going to conclude the conversation right here. I've gone over like 1/8 of the entire conversation. I'll leave a link to it down in the description box down below so you can go check out the full thoughts here. Again, I'm not trying to get political here, but what Barack is bringing...
Let's get back into some more MTR. Shout outs to MTR. Let's do this. Hold on. Oh, now it don't want to come up with Jason. Hold on. Let's get back into it.
Most egregious, Tory, is
Stephen
the
A. Smith.
abundance of women out there who are laughing,
Okay.
who are pointing the finger at Joy Taylor with a profound level of guilt as if they know. Even when they throw in the word allegedly, they do it with smirks on their face.
This is so crazy that he's going this far and beyond to defend her. Meanwhile, when the Shannon Sharpe allegations came into fruition, it was the most prim and proper, I'm not going to defend him, we're going to see how this is going to play out, that I've ever seen. But for her, damn, Stephen.
Stephen A. is some sort of retweet that they gave a thesaurus to.
Wow. Jason Whitlock just went off on his YouTube platform. He has a ton of smoke for Stephen A. Smith. Let's review the content.
Here's a little clip of Stephen A. Smith yesterday talking about me and complaining about me while he panders to, I think, some woman named Rachel Lindsay. Play the clip.
And here's the thing. People need to understand that's one of the reasons that you might not be hearing anything from her, nor Skip Bayless or anybody else, because they can turn around and sue. And they got their, I mean, think about the allegations that have been thrown out against them. Think about, the need that they may feel to retaliate. And as a result of that, I think that is even further requirement for people to be careful. But let me tell you why I wanted you on here, Tory, because I have to admit, I'm pretty pissed off. Now, there's a few people's names I'm not going to mention because, damn it, they ain't worth it, okay? And I get that. But there's a few men out there that are acting like, this is the perfect excuse to justify why we make the argument that women don't belong in the industry, which is an incredibly egregious thing to say, okay? They'll look at any woman sitting in a host chair or any woman that's a reporter out there or any woman that has to walk into the locker room, and all of a sudden their credibility is being questioned.
That's not the argument. This is so incredible. That's not the argument whatsoever. The argument is women that don't deserve it. If you take a ring girl and then expect her to fight, but then act like she's a winner or act like she can win, that's bullshit. That's skipping the line, especially if that ring girl bangs the promoter in order to get that shot. That's the argument, is women unfairly reaching that. And nobody thought that until the law.
It's not even that. I mean, it's eye candy. Again, coochie is the motivator for guys to do damn near everything. What's going on, Beef and Bro? Coochie is the motivator for guys to do anything. If you want to sell the Corvette, the new Corvette got over 1,070 something or 1,100 and whatever horsepower now, right? One of the most middle engine, one of the most innovative cars that's on the road right now. All that engineering and everything. Ceramic brakes that could take heat. Functional hood scoops. Reinforced crankshaft, flat flat. God damn it. Y'all know what I'm saying. That shit is a damn tongue twister at this point. The engine, right? Naturally aspirated. That car will not sell unless you put some goofy broad beside it. With all of that innovation and technology. That's just how it goes. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Let's get it. We need at least 2 contributors. Hit the Cash App. Let's
Lawsuit
go.
came into fruition, and then if you cross-reference that with her on these podcasts and the way that she thinks about men, I think that shit is true. Steven,
And that
stop the bullshit.
is the women all over social media that are allowing it most egregious, Tory, is
Stephen
the
A. Smith.
abundance of women out there who are laughing,
Okay.
who are pointing the finger at Joy Taylor with a profound level of guilt as if they know. Even when they throw in the word allegedly, they do it with smirks on their face, sort of dismissive, because in this business, we know how to speak with our body language, not just with words.
This is wild.
And not only that, they're using it as an excuse to question her credibility. Now, I don't know what happened, but let me tell you what I do know. I know that I've seen Joy Taylor on TV a lot over the years, and I think she's pretty damn good.
This is so crazy that he's going this far and beyond to defend her. Meanwhile, when the Shannon Sharpe allegations came into fruition, it was the most prim and proper, I'm not going to defend him, we're going to see how this is going to play out, that I've ever seen. But for her, damn, Steven.
I think she's ready. I think she's very capable. I think she's worthy of the position that she has on Fox Sports. I think her podcast with Taylor Rooks is a damn good podcast.
That shit was trash. The numbers showed it, and shit, they don't even do it together anymore.
I think her credentials in this business have been established.
So, this is what I mean when I say these people are installed and they're idiots and they're there to distract you. And like, how dare I question the credibility of Joy Taylor? Stephen A., I've questioned your credibility. In the strongest way possible. To sit here and to pretend like, oh, I've only questioned Joy Taylor or women. Are you kidding me? I've questioned the entire industry. That this is all a rigged up system to promote idiocy and to promote willful ignorance. And so that people are in denial of the facts and the truth. And so, yeah, if you're gonna have a Stephen A. Smith, you gotta have the Joy Taylors of the world. You have to take something, sports, that have been dominated by men, conversations about sports, which have been dominated by men, and you have to inject feminism into that conversation so that men like Stephen A. Smith will talk like women. And he does that regularly. And I've pointed it out that this is the problem with all of these guys.
Y'all can thank us, because he would never have said this shit. Most dudes don't even say that F word. Most dudes are afraid to mention that F word. Real talk. Shout outs to EB in the place to be. Good to see you, bro. Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. Please hit the like button on the way in, y'all. Please support the show. 3 hours and 21 minutes into the madness. I got you guys on the content this morning. Thank you for starting your day off right with Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
They get around a woman, and the next thing you know, they start pandering. And if it's an attractive woman, oh my God, there's no limit to what they won't say. And so Stephen A. Smith, upset with me, can't really talk about it because he's scared of me. I get it, but I'm trying to. This is how uninformed Stephen A. Smith is, because at one point, I think in one of these clips, he mentioned something about, and we got to make sure that that's part of the clip. We got to make sure. He mentioned something about Joy Taylor and Taylor Rooks doing a podcast together and how great it is.
Yeah, that shit was ass.
And I'm just like, oh. stewed, so on and so
Shout
on.
out
And again,
my
if you're
brother.
gonna,
Hold on, man. I gotta pause the show. Shout outs to my brother Royce J in the building. Royce J said the power of coochie is waning slowly but surely. I agree. Shout outs to Royce J in the building. Like I said, coochie is the great motivator for a lot of things and a lot of people, even women. But you know what's making it wane? It's not like dudes don't want it no more. It's not like it's everywhere. And what's killing it more than anything else, right, is that people are getting desensitized to it. That's even worse. You know, coochie can be laying for like an hour or two, maybe 4, 5, 6 hours out of the day. But people are getting desensitized to it. And dudes, I'm not going to say dudes are like getting desensitized and going gay and shit. But people are getting desensitized to it. Like, because it's stupid. Like for real. Like I was telling you guys the other day with the cooking with Kaya and everything. It's like, oh, she's cooking food, but she's twerking too. It's like, okay, so we mixing food with twerking now? Even though I like titties, I like ass, I like twerking, I like that stuff. Cool. But I'm not down for my manhood being weaponized against me every time I turn around. Like, it's okay, we get it. Oh, look, she's holding the flag, y'all. She's holding the checkered flag, but she's twerking too. Oh, look, she's making oatmeal, but she's twerking also. Yep, that's just how I like my grits and oatmeal with some coochie beside it. Oh, look, she's playing poker, but guess what? She's twerking and shuffling the cards. Like, do you guys gotta mix coochie and selling sex into everything? Everything got sex attached to it. Oh, look, she's playing video games, but look, her titty is showing. Oh, she's a police officer, but she's a nasty cop. Twerking on the clock. She's twerking on her squad car. God damn. Shit is ridiculous. Everything gotta have some twerking mixed into it. Oh, look, she's fishing. But she gotta add in a little twerk into it also. Godly. They just ruin it for everybody. Shout outs to Eric Bird. Thank you, bro, for dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Shout outs to the first support of the show. Thank you, bro, for supporting the show. I appreciate you. We going where the money resides. Let's go. Because you know you got to have some twerking with your automobiles.
All right.
Let's get it.
We going.
Player Talk
Where
Radio.
the money
Let's get it.
reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked what the what? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay? Okay? Okay?
Shout outs to Eric Bird. Thank you, bro, for starting to support off on the show. 3 hours and 28 minutes into the madness. I appreciate you. Thanks, man. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. I appreciate you. Shout outs to Link in the building. Yes, no, you did not miss movie day. I had to take a day off. Grab a couple of certifications. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and also congratulating me on the certifications. I appreciate it. We're gonna try to do movie day Friday. Hopefully, I don't know if it's gonna be Friday night or Friday day for you guys, depending on where today's shows go. You know, please hit the like button and support the show. I still got movie day for you guys. We got Chemical Ali. We got The Apprentice, the one that you recommended. And I think the other movie that we have is Glory. Something Glory featuring Morgan Freeman. I need to go check my notes. I wrote it down. You did? You said the African chicks was washing clothes and twerking. I knew we was cooked then. Like everything gotta have some type of sex attached to it. Everything gotta have some type of sex attached to it. And I'm like, I get it, but damn. Like, it's played out. It's played out. And listen, I'm a man. I like twerking. I'm supposed to like twerking. You know, you can get visually stimulated, but there's a misconception that men are walking around horny 24/7. That's not true. I beg to differ. Roy said that's exactly what happened to with Gamergate. Let the women in, they immediately start selling coochieism. Exactly. And promoting feminism. Feminism fucked up video games also. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the congratulations. Yeah, some really good flicks. Yeah, got added onto the roster. Shit, Cooking with Kaya don't even want to cook no more. She just want to twerk. Angel Reese don't even want to play basketball no more. She discovered she can twerk. Carissa Shields about to give up soon. She about to quit boxing to go twerking. Boxing, twerking, what's the difference? Quitting basketball to twerk is diabolical. You got lawyers. Shout outs to Royce. Thank you, bro. You got lawyers. Giving up law school to go twerk. Kaya the booty crocker. Man, look. Bitches be burning rice in your house because they too busy twerking. They can't focus on the damn pot of food that they started because they're too busy twerking. You know it's cooked when straight men are like, yo, you don't do anything else. You don't do anything else. What's going on, War Master? There you go. Hopefully his emoji can pop up. Imagine burning up rice because all you want to do is sit around and twerk all day. Shout outs to War Master. Good morning. We about to get into the buffoonery soon. You said Rakia Jackson hit the half court practice. Yes, practice. And what she do immediately? Yeah, twerk. Even the Asian girl. There's the Asian girls, them MMA girls with no ass. They turn around and start twerking. We getting back on the wrestling tip. One of my favorite wrestlers. I got a little documentary thing I'm gonna be exclusively doing over on Rumble this weekend. Make sure y'all head over to Rumble to catch that content. I'm thinking about doing it as a live event instead of a pre-record because it's hard for me to upload pre-records on Rumble. But I was watching Mercedes Moné, who twerks also, go against Toni Storm. And even Miss Timeless was out there twerking. Yeah, it's just in their nature that they gotta twerk. I was gonna do some little off-bar shows and stuff like that. Cause you know what? I was talking about some shit the other day. And remember, I did that show, and that guy that was with that woman that got that beak, she had a big ass nose. This woman had a toucan beak. She had a pelican beak. And as soon as her husband got her nose fixed, she left him. Yeah, I was looking at a video not too long ago with Naomi when she was skinny. Naomi thick as hell now. Naomi done stole the title from Io Sky. Io Sky is amazing. I'm not even gonna lie. She's one of the best. I was watching Devon and talking to Mankind and stuff like that, and Devon said the exact same shit that I said. I don't even watch the male wrestlers. Pause. I never. That shit is boring. The females are carrying the industry at this point, and I've been saying this for a couple of years now. Give and take. Them women are wrestling. But everything, it's like y'all ever seen that SpongeBob episode where he got embarrassed because he ripped his pants? And then he realized, like, after a while, like, because people were laughing at him because he ripped his pants. And then he just kept ripping his pants to make people laugh. And then it got old. That's what twerking is. It's like a one-trick pony thing. It's like that's it. Hoes dropping out of school to twerk. Because I ripped my pants. Dropping out. Amazing.
I'm going to make that reference, Stephen. At least recognize, and the show's been canceled. They walked away from each other. So no matter how great you're pretending and lying to think that this show is great and blah, 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 it doesn't even exist anymore, Stephen A. You're so freaking uninformed. It's embarrassing. And your point of view is so, you're so detached from biblical wisdom that you sound like an idiot and you say stupid things constantly. And I thank God for it, to be quite honest with you, because as I said at the very beginning of this, Stephen A's idiocy is the reason why I remain relevant, despite all the forces working against me and Fearless and what we do here. I remain relevant because these people are so stupid and so cowardly that I'm your only source of...
Yeah, it's like Stewart from, what was it, Mad TV? Or Saturday Night Live. Look what I can do. Look what I can do. Ice Spice, I seen her perform, and nobody cares unless she's bending over and twerking. And you can't even blame it on the men, even the women. You said until a hot chick back it up on you, then it's okay, niggas. Even after a while, that shit gets old. That Rhoda Osmond girl, what she did, she slapped the dude in the face and the brick lady and then walked off and did a disgusting twerk. Comic-Con and the content creator conferences. You go to Comic-Con nowadays, Sailor Moon in there twerking. Powerpuff Girls twerking. Even the girl from Bernie Mac, she's somewhere on OnlyFans twerking.
Consistent, like authentic, intelligent, brave sports comedy.
Joy Taylor is going to be somewhere twerking within the next 2 years. Watch, mark my words. Mark my words.
Commentary. Or just commentary about the world.
Hold on there, Jason. I was with you when you said not only for sports commentary, but when it comes to commentary in general, your boy been doing over here grassroots for the last couple of years, all right? But getting back to the subject at hand, I think the important thing that he details is that there seems to be some type of inflection when it comes to addressing these different topics evenly from both a male perspective and a female perspective that he doesn't see with Stephen A. Smith. And here's the thing is that he is currently involved in a network on a platform.
Look, D-Mac. Cammy from Street Fighter twerking. Chun-Li twerking. Every single thing got twerking attached to it.
Where it is de-incentivized or less popular to call out the women as much for their bullshit as it would be to call out men on a bullshit. But at the same time, I have definitely seen Stephen A. call out women. Specifically, I remember when he tore up Jada Pinkett Smith.
No. Guys like Stephen A. Smith and at one point Jason Whitlock, they had to be forced to go after the women. Their hand had to be forced. They could never mention the words feminism like they do today. They could never mention the words feminism like they do today. Never. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. And yes, I would like to see Joy. Yes, I would like to. It would bring me joy to see Joy twerking. I'm going to go live. End of it. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my God, this thing ain't working. I said, yes, it would bring me joy to see Joy Taylor twerking. I'm going to go live. Just based off how funny it is. What's going on, party? Good to see you, bro. Welcome to the show. Good morning, man. Good morning. Shout outs to Vader dropping the huge. I appreciate that, bro. $3 on the Cash App. I appreciate that. Vader said, I got you, bro. Vader said, hurting right now, but you vital to the game, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. Shout outs to Vader. We going where the money resides. Let's get it. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio.
Right.
Let's get it.
We going where the money reside. Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the what? Where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay? Okay? Okay?
Thank you, bro. I appreciate everybody hitting the like button and supporting the show. Like I said, we got movie night coming this weekend. As always, I got you guys. I had to take the day off yesterday, but it ended up going well. You know? It ended up going well. Yeah, shit get wicked. It ended up going well. You know, I got my certification, and hopefully my pro advisor, y'all, if my pro advisor comes in tomorrow morning, oh my God. Yeah, yesterday went well. I took the day off and I got my bookkeeping certification, so I really appreciate everybody that wished me well, you know. It feels good, you know. It definitely feels good completing something that you've been studying and working on for a long time. Lord knows I've been working on that bookkeeping certification for a long time. I even took a break. The only reason why I took a break too, hit me up, Vader. I got you on the QuickBooks. The only reason why I took a break too, also, is because the only reason why I took a break is because I didn't need the pro advisor to take on clients. But I spun the block and I said, you know what? Might as well get it. I'm sitting down studying bookkeeping anyway. Might as well go get it. Nothing wrong with that. Shout outs to Vader. Please hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. You said Little Baby was listening to this when he was getting those thigh tats. Yeah, I saw something, Party. I saw people going in on Little Baby. They say he got some homo tattoos. I said, damn, that's fucked up. The tattoos are homo now? World is getting horrible, y'all. But yeah, man, you know, Jason Whitlock would have never spoke like this back in the day. Blaming stuff on feminism, saying people are out of touch. Even though it's true. Absolutely true. But let's get it.
During that whole Will Smith smacking Chris Rock debacle. And I mean, Stephen A. laid into her. But when it comes to the Joy Taylor situation, I agree with Jason here that Stephen is not addressing this in a logically fair or masculine way. I think that he is utilizing diversion tactics. Maybe that's his friend, maybe more of a friend than Shannon Sharpe is, but he's ignoring the very real issues within an environment that Jason Whitlock has called out. I think he previously worked at Fox Sports, and also calling out this sort of anti-Me Too movement, #MenToo. Because again, if you promote the ring girl to be the fighter, she's at least got to be a great fighter, and not that she got that position of fighter by laying on her damn back and taking strokes. Allegedly. Let's go.
Look at what I'm competing against. This Stephen A. is some sort of that they gave a thesaurus to.
Wow.
This man, he flunked 4th grade, and they tried to hold him back, and he acknowledges in his own book that he had a high school counselor laugh at the thought of Stephen A. going to college. Anybody that worked with Stephen A. at the Philadelphia Inquirer and early in his career, a writer, guy wrote like at a 6th, 7th grade level. And the editors are rewriting everything for it because he's propped up and installed. But Stephen A. he's not built for this time we're living in terms of this combat that's going on between the patriarchy and the matriarchy. And that's...
It's not as focused.
Man, Jason Black, I said Jason Black, god damn it. Jason Whitlock been overdosing on the red pill, man. Even his mic look like a red pill. Let's get it.
I'm so despised because it's like, no, there's a battle over dominion, over leadership between men and women. And I want to make it crystal clear. You can choose whatever side you want. That's America. You can be for the matriarchy. But I'm going to make it crystal clear. You're out of step with what God intended, what God wants. Don't call yourself a Christian. Don't pretend to be a Christian. If you're pro-matriarchy, if you're pro-women in power and leading, if you're pro this feminism that is absolutely destroying America, Black America, we've been destroyed. Because we hopped on board with feminism and female leadership from the get-go. Now it's just destroying the rest of America. But the results are all in. And I'm tired of the people pretending like, well, it really wasn't feminism and blah, blah. If we had just, men this and white man that and Christianity this and evangelicals that and black men are no good and blah, blah, blah.
Jason Whitlock woke up this morning and chose complete and utter violence. I don't know how long that him and Stephen A. have been going back and forth or have been acknowledging each other, but it's clear that Jason wants Stephen A. Smith to say his name. I respect both of these brothers. I understand and side with Jason's point in regards to this position way more than Stephen A. Smith's point.
Yeah, but he'd never speak like this. Party said he spoke like this for a while. Yeah, I mean, within the last couple years, since he left, he wouldn't do this on TV. That's a Fendi fact. He wouldn't do this on TV. But yeah, he was getting written off as a coon. Like I said, like, you know, some people do got to stay away from the politics, but hey, it is what it is. You know? Yeah, oh man, come on, EB. I was just about to get into that. That's the next segment, bro. Definitely the next segment. I told y'all that was gonna happen. Didn't I say on the last show? I said look, Nick Fuentes is not loyal. That boy ain't loyal. Yeah, yeah. Even Candace called him out on it. He's like, he'll turn on you. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. You said, but man, women talk. You said, yeah, he jacked. But that's on brand. You said, but that's on brand for him. Not the sneak soaking, but the OG Christian type shit. Right. You said the man-woman bullshit wasn't prevalent in his space before Disney acquired ESPN, right? And maybe it was. I mean, you got them harlots running around in the background, you know, for whatever reason. You know? Yeah, he has been on Stephen A. Smith's neck, though. I will give him that. But Stephen A. Smith been flip-flopping also, too. Especially this election year. Yeah, you're not going to really hear nothing real from him until he hits about 30. But like I said, and I said on the last show, a lot of people like Nick Fuentes. And the thing is that, you know, hold on. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Hold on. Hold on. Get this together. Hold on real quick. Because that's what I was pulling up next. You know, I was going to go in on, you know, Nick Fuentes going in on Candace. But we're going to get to that soon because we're going to get to politics. But the thing is that he can actually reach young people and he can actually reach older people. You know, and people don't like that. And another person that can do that is Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump ain't out of touch with younger and older people. Donald Trump definitely ain't out of touch. And Donald Trump ain't definitely acting his age as the damn president. He moving like a young nigga. Every day Donald Trump is doing something that's throwing these people off. They can't keep up with him. Once they try to undo something that he's doing, he's writing another bill. Once they try to undo that, then he's doing over here signing an executive order. Once he tried to do that, then he going after birthright citizenship. Then he beefing with Elon. Then he stopping wars. Then he's active as fuck. He not one of them old niggas that just go sit down. You know, he active. It's like the nigga is so active, the government can't even focus on the evilness they're trying to do. It's like, God damn, I can't even get a chance to be evil. I'm too busy trying to stop this thing. You know what I'm saying? The government having a hard time trying to convince y'all he evil because they can't do shit. They're too busy trying to stop him. Nigga, they too busy trying to stop Trump from being evil. They forgot they was evil. His evil trumps their evil. No pun intended. So of course, young and older people are gonna like a Nick Fuentes. Especially if you old, you a little bit racist. And then you want to throw a monkey wrench in something and get some shit off the ground. Of course they're going to do that. But what we need Nick Fuentes not to do is keep mentioning Red Pill. Because niggas is hiding behind that shit. No, that's not Red Pill. And what they did was they lied and said that the Red Pill influenced the voting block and stuff like that. No, it didn't. If 80% of niggas voted for Kamala, and then the majority of the dudes that's in the Red Pill, believe it or not, what made this shit even more funny was that they spent all year, don't trust black women, blah, 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 black women, blah, 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 black women, blah, 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 black women. And, election year come up, vote for the black woman. Come again? Hey, niggas is ridiculous. I know black women was confused running around here hearing that shit, like, vote for who? Sad. The sisters got on cold more than the black men. Because they thought that's what we were gonna say. And then they start realizing a lot of niggas around here was that shit was a fucking front. You said I was watching Hood Servative earlier. He pissed me off about the tethers. Shout outs to Hood Servative. He be over here too. Shout outs to Hood. See a lot of people talking greasy about him. What he be saying these days, man? Shout outs to Hood Servative. But a lot of niggas turned around and was you know, contradicting themselves. But let's get it.
But I also know and acknowledge that there's many men that fail to realize what is happening around them. And I don't necessarily fault them for that. I just hope that they can take acknowledgement to the content and upgrade their thoughts, their feelings, their ambitions, what boundaries that they are creating for themselves and what they will tolerate. I look at Stephen A. Smith's comments within this and I say either, you know, he's ridiculously compromised to say what he thinks. And I also think that it's odd that he didn't defend
Stephen A. Smith got to play the game, man.
Shannon Sharp like that. But I also think that this is a man that is, you know, he's incentivized to communicate in this way when it comes to...
Stephen A. Smith is in the same predicament Steve Harvey and all them niggas in. They got to play the game.
To these different topics. You know, I used to work in corporate structure and be fed a lot of these feminist ideologies and shit. I went to 2 college institutions that would feed these feminist ideologies, most of which I didn't even realize the ideologies and where they stem from until...
You said he be on Negroes' need to stand on their nationalism. Oh, okay. Well, you know you're gonna catch hell asking niggas to stand on anything. Even if they telling you they standing on something.
Like got more education and got opportunity to look outside of the particular knowledge presented to me to really assess how it's impacting me or those around me. Stephen A. Smith is complaining about the backlash Joy Taylor has received without giving proper credence that what if the allegations are true? What if this woman slept her way up to the top? And if so, if there was an environment created that can allow that to happen, and not just that, but then for her to go back later and claim as assault on the man that put her in there.
I was just about to say, look at Diddy. Look at Diddy.
When she wants to escape control, or I guess escape his bedroom, then that
Look at Diddy.
shit should be called out. That should be challenged.
Take that, took that.
That should never happen. The men shouldn't be doing that, and the women shouldn't be doing it either. But when you lose structure and order, it can happen. Let's take a look at some of the comments. Just came to hear big cans and peanut butter skin. I think I'm gonna put that on a ringtone of mine just so I can hear it more often. How many men are allowed to walk around in women's locker rooms? ? So women don't need to be in the men's locker room either. Let's look at some of the replies to that. None are. There really shouldn't be any interviews in the locker rooms. The locker room is for players and coaches and not for media to conduct interviews. This concept of locker rooms and who's being allowed where is actually, we see this play out in real life as well. How many times you guys go into a club or a bar and
Well, you know, Diddy from the 90s, man. You know, all them 90s niggas are freaked out. Which is why I don't see why Gen Z is acting like that's some... All them niggas are freaked out. Gen Z niggas are freaked out too. You got some millennials that are freaked out, but that shit skipped a lot of the, you know... The most freaked out thing millennials probably did was turn gay. And maybe that's it. These niggas, these new niggas and them old niggas are freaked the hell out.
It's like a chick in the men's bathroom because the line to their bathroom was too long, and dudes are just expected to accept that. Meanwhile, you go over in the women's locker room and you're gonna get the security called on you. Let's keep it moving. They'd fire a guy over a hint of sexual impropriety. With Taylor, it was way more than a hint. The cans got canned. The irony. Stephen A. Smith is a dope and never said one intelligent thing. He just talks fast and loud. Here's part of why I never watch ESPN anymore. Pointing out Joy Taylor, you said to get her job is just stating facts. Well, we'll see what the court case concludes. Imagine simping for the same woman who allegedly considered throwing false allegations on a man just because.
That's the crazy part, though, Party. That means they're overtly watching a large amount of wild shit. He said they be gay without penetration. Bonded on and everything, man. Yeah, Paul, that shit is oof. Biggie said some suspect shit too, but nobody won't bring that up. He said he pointed out actual political organizations in Africa that's doing the Essence Fest move. That we talked about the Essence Fest on the last show. I gave y'all the full rundown about that shit. That shit was we gave y'all the full rundown about that shit. That shit is goofy.
It's crazy. Stephen A. is such an inconsistent flip-flopper. Yeah, the most inconsistent thing that I see within this is the video of him supporting or lack of support for Shannon Sharpe. And if you take a look at the situations and the allegations before Shannon Sharpe and everything that's in the court case and the indictment, and then you cross-reference that to the ridiculousness that is purported by the young lady, Miss Jabbery, in regards to Joy Taylor and Charlie Dixon and the environment that was created, those allegations seem a lot more believable than Shannon Sharpe's allegations. Anybody with a brain can look at Shannon Sharpe's allegation and be able to understand that this is a damn shakedown. But still, Stephen A. Smith's response within that was button up, tied up. Let me say all of the perfect words. I think that it's worthy criticism. Again, I like both brothers. Hopefully they can talk it out and hash it out. But until they do, I'm going to give you guys some updates on it. All right, guys, questions, comments, concerns. Y'all already know what to do. Meet me with the turtlesandreviews@gmail.com. Light up the comment section with this one. And again, if it gets to where it needs to, I'll go live about it. We'll have a discussion. Until next time, YouTube. Peace.
Shout outs to MTR. He said Biggie couldn't stop saying suspect shit. Yeah, he dared somebody to you know. All right, shout outs to O'Shea. Y'all know the regulars that I be featuring on the show. Well, shit, we even getting to anything. I gotta see what Flacco doing. O'Shea did something. I didn't really get to hear too much about what Nick Fuentes said. I saw that he went off on Twitter. I was watching a little bit of it, but halfway through it, so I was like, I'll watch the replay. I'm not in a rush to see Nick Fuentes break bad on what you call it, on Candace Owens. You know. You said Tether's about to start catching tapers. That's all I'm gonna say right now. Man, listen. Yeah, I mean, there was this Nigerian guy that was talking crazy. I think O'Shea did a video on him, and I guess he like was running a security firm or something like that. Some wild shit. Like I said, y'all gotta be crazy, man. Y'all gotta be careful, man, because half those people that claim FBA, they not FBAs, man. So y'all sit on the sidelines with me and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I got y'all. Y'all about to see some funny shit go down because, like I said, they turning on Tariq Nasheed. They turning on Tariq Nasheed as we speak. And I told y'all this is coming. I seen it coming. Come fall, they're gonna be doing hit pieces on Tariq. Yeah, man, you got women out here sending men videos of them smashing other men to try to attract men. So it's like it's crazy. I don't even think it's the fundraise for their country party. I think I you know, shout outs to my real FBAs, but like it's like I think that shit is for personal gain. That shit is for personal gain, man.
You're a black woman because you are a semi-articulate black woman. You're like Obama. She don't talk with that Negro dialect.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Jungle. Many brothers like Candace Owens for whatever reason. I even see the brothers who don't like swirlers. I mean, the black women who go out there and worship white men. There are plenty of black men who have problems with those kind of women. But when it comes to Candace Owens, there tends to be an exception. And that is because Candace Owens tends to be anti-feminist, holding the black community accountable, things like that, all right? And so this is kind of what Candace Owens literally is known for. Now, with that being said, there is something going on with Candace because obviously she's attached herself to the right, not only just the right, but almost like to the far right. So if you want to consider that to a certain degree, is it alt-right, things like that. And of course, whenever you do somebody like Nick Fuentes, even podcasting, even debating, knowing that he's been suspended from YouTube, knowing that that particular group does not like blacks, I mean, you just know that something weird will come out of that. And not only that, Nick Fuentes, in my honest opinion, has some kind of social disorder with people. He doesn't have a lot of social awareness. I think that some of that is maybe undiagnosed or mixed diagnosed from what I can see. He doesn't really read the room very well. And if he offends people, he doesn't know why or know how. Like, that's why he's literally an incel, because he just is socially awkward.
Why do people play stupid? Of course Nick Fuentes know what the fuck he's doing. This is the problem with people. Man, he playing He act like he don't know what he's talking. Yes, he does. Like niggas be talking about super advanced politics and then wait. Now he waiting to act like he's stupid. Like, come on now. He said Candace Owens got cake. You know what's funny? A lot of y'all brothers that claim that y'all want good black women or like real smart black women, y'all will have a hard fucking time with a Candace Owens. Some of y'all might have to reevaluate y'all thought process. You know what I'm saying? I mean thought as in THOT, thought process, because Keisha might be perfect for you. I'm just saying. IJS. War Master said FBA equals foolish black Americans. Uh-oh. War Master said y'all gotta call yourself something else, man. He said she low-key caked up, man. Candace Owens will probably put a nigga through hell. Niggas want a smart woman until they get a smart woman. You said is an Empress bed wench. Yeah, she flipped over. You said Candace Owens is a solid 7. I can see that. Not hidden cakes though. Oh my god, I'm friendly stoic. War Master said far right equals libertarian. O'Shea is a fool. I don't know what Nick is calling himself nowadays. He went by like 3 different monikers when Candace interviewed him. But let's go.
And so that may have contributed to where he is right now in his life. And we gotta look at it. He's racist for sure, but he's down bad. So when you know that somebody is down, to take a person like that seriously because something is wrong.
He said Candace Owens worships the white man. You can't do anything with a bitch like that. No, you can. But this the thing. I mean, she's taking on his ideology. Like I knew he was behind a lot of shit. I didn't know he owned Parler. But during the pandemic, you know, so many different websites was coming out. I couldn't keep up with them. I think I got a Parler account laying around somewhere. That shit is crazy. Vader said, you cool, War Master, but some of your bed rent is super out of pocket, and that's the problem. No, War Master Brack. War Master is Brack. Absolutely, War Master, absolutely. I'm telling you, man. Vader, you got to be careful because come 2030, y'all gonna be a completely different race. First it was Moors, then it was Africans, then it was Muslims, then it was Aboriginal Black Americans, then it was Anglo-Saxon. Like, goddamn, like y'all gotta be careful when y'all taking on the monikers because for real, when it comes to paperwork and stuff like that, they will short y'all on benefits. They will be like, no, you can't get this because guess what? Y'all were claiming this at first. Which one is it? You know, y'all gotta be careful with that shit. You know they'll go out of their, if you do your history, you know they'll go out of their way not to give y'all benefits and subsidies and stuff like that. This is why I told y'all. You know, this is why I told y'all have to have a blockchain. You have to be able to really identify yourselves and be able to prove it. Shit, man, don't worry about them damn Africans. They can prove they African. That's evident. You know, y'all have to have a blockchain. That shit ain't gonna go nowhere if y'all cannot prove even amongst yourself that y'all are FBA. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. The fucked up part about politics in American history is that they can say they gave niggas their reparations. Cause they can say that's what welfare was. They can say that they gave it to the person that was running the household, and point to the sisters and stuff like that. Okay, I thought he owned Parlor. So she said you say he worked at Parlor. Okay. But see, that's the thing though, War Master. I didn't expect. Hold on, y'all. Cause this shit acting crazy. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. I didn't expect him to have. He plays the background. Yeah, no, I get that, Vader, but I'm talking about like a blockchain. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, I didn't expect Candace Owens's, her baby daddy, her husband. I thought he was just a quiet dude that played the background, but then when you think about it, like I said, the women take on the ideologies and stuff of the men that they deal with and stuff. So he might be more vocal than y'all think. You know, he might be. Y'all might super agree with him. He's just not out there with it. You know. And I ain't gonna lie, Candace Owens is the perfect tool to get your point across, especially as a white man. You know. You said the government always paid out benefits. Jesse and Al, the black spokesperson, yeah, they get. Hey, yo, I didn't even think about that, but that's absolutely true. They can even said that they sent reparations to Black Lives Matter or the ambulance chasers. Jesse and Al, yep. You said the money stops. You said the money stops at these faces missing the actual community, right? Yeah. Yeah, Vader, like you know, that's something that the FBA's got to put together, but I have yet to see it, you know. But they turning on Tariq, so I don't think that's ever gonna come into fruition. And I'm not gonna lie, you know, if that's the case, you can say Tariq got y'all close, but as always, somebody got to come through and fuck it up, you know. Yeah, I mean, that's where we at right now. Any type of sympathy that people could have had for a lot of black people, that shit gone, man. Somebody said Cynthia G is Somalian, bro. I almost lost my marbles, man.
What's wrong with her? But instead of that, Candace Owens feels like she needs to have this guy on the show when she was literally trying to distance herself. Remember, Candace Owens lost her YouTube monetization and then got it back, all right? Now, she basically is interviewing Nick Fuentes. They talk about some social race theories, many of which he's talking, you know, in his honest opinion, very negatively about black. She's not really pushing back on that. And then something happened where, you know, after the podcast,
yeah, you did mention that, because that's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, I thought he was just quiet the whole time. I'm like, shit. You know? So what do you think he is? Do you think he's a conservative? You think Candace and her husband got the same political views? Or do you think that she grifted and she kind of, you know, throws his views into it, but she's kind of fence sitting? What do y'all think is up with Candace? Because she had some feminist views too in the beginning. Let me know, y'all. You said if motherfuckers actually put it together, you can't be nothing but empathetic, because You know we got dummies in our ranks. Now the tether class peep game and bro, let me tell y'all something. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you, Party Invader, and all my FBAs here. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. Y'all were infiltrated before the word FBA even became popular. And if that ain't being real with you, I don't know what it is. That FBA shit was infiltrated before y'all even came onto the internet and ran with the word tether and all that other stuff. I am telling you, y'all, FBA was infiltrated way before that. The lines are blurred. War Master said yes. He said she carries the belief of her master. That's all I'm saying. You take on their ideology, man. Yeah. I think at best she was just basically a former Democrat feminist. Yeah. I mean, which is common. I mean, you know, I'm not offended by it, but it's like, okay, now you're this, you know. Like a political shtick. Somebody was playing dumb and somebody was playing the fool, and it was like somebody came up and was like, hey man, you'll be perfect in politics. You'll be perfect for politics, man. You know? Yeah. So Party, you know why I refer to things the way I do. You know I know what I know. You know. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show, Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. I'm gonna let this play real quick. Let's get it.
She said that she was going to, come after him for whatever reason, and then this happened.
And above all else, put some respect on my name. And I hit the nail on my head at the end. I kind of went off, and I said, "Look, I was 17. What's your excuse?" You got married later than me. You got red-pilled later than me. You became a truth teller later than me. And you
gotta stop using the word red pill. And O'Shea should have said something and checked them on that. God damn. Woof. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's get it.
You haven't gone through a fraction of what I've gone through. And she wants to call me out. That's what she texted me. She goes, "I'm calling you out." And my response to that is, you have no right to call me out. And maybe it's time for you as a woman to sit down and shut up. That's me, a man. You want to say, make me a sandwich? Okay. This is me, a man, telling you
her husband going to sick her on his ass. Nick is tripping right now.
A woman to sit down and shut the up before you call out anybody else. Sit down and shut the up. I'm so sick of it. She's got her book, Make Me a Sandwich. That's the book cover. Her book cover is her sitting cross-legged. I'm gonna sit. Her book is her sitting cross-legged. Make him a sandwich. Okay. You
I ain't gonna lie. I really don't listen to virgins when they talk about women, because like there's this air of arrogance around them where it's like, you have no idea. You have no idea what you're talking about.
On that, huh? All right. Well, hey, listen, Daddy's home. Hey, a real man is home. I'm pulling up my sleeves. You want to call me out?
Nah, she gone from the Daily Wire, Ben. Ben Shapiro probably enjoying this too. And shout outs to War Master. War Master, he said it on the last show, and it's true. He didn't even blame it on Candace. War Master said Ben Shapiro fucked up the Daily Wire, and I agree with that. Probably did. The Candace types, they are fake wives, but I think they're more real wives to white men. I think I got Candace being more of a fake TradCon wife to black men than the man that she's currently with. You know what I'm saying? You know, even the fake wives act real for, you know, certain men. But let's get
Sit down and shut the up. That's what a man has to say. And make me a sandwich and make it good. Turkey and provolone. Can you handle that? But I did eat last night. Turkey and provolone. That's how I feel. And honestly, that's how I feel about it. Yeah. Make him a sandwich. And then she's gonna give Friday. I'm calling you out. I've had enough of you calling me out. You cannot call me out. 1, you are a woman. 2, you have not gone through a fraction of what I have gone through. You know nothing.
And this is kind of what they were talking about when they got together. And I pointed this out if you guys haven't seen that show. Please hit the like button and support the show, because I gave y'all the game on the show, right? They both been canceled. But it's like they're both complaining about one person's cancellation was worse than the other. You know, it's like, oh, you don't know what I'm going through. And it's like, no, you don't know what I'm going through. And it's like, no, you don't know what I'm going through. And it's like, no, you have no idea what I'm going. It's like, oh, come on. Now this is a cancellation pissing contest. I was just waiting for one of them to say, I know you are, but what am I? But see, this is the thing, Vader, and we point this out in the old manosphere. When the universal manosphere was together before dudes broke off and created the black manosphere because the dudes were being racist, there was a bunch of Nick Fuentes running around, you know, making jokes and stuff on Stormfront and stuff like that. And they weren't smart enough to change their screen name and stuff like that. And we had a lot of wigtail women. We had a lot of black women that was into swirling and stuff like that. So we was like, yo, yeah, take these sisters up off our hands. We're not really losing nothing by getting rid of treacherous, traitorous sisters. You know, that's openly, you know, there's nothing wrong with a woman that want to date a white man, but cool. But you openly, doing wild shit. So it's like, okay, well, cool. Take some of these sisters up off of our hands. And then guess what happened, y'all? Well, technically, a lot of those incel dudes, they are racist. So they don't like black people, including women. So they would rather be an incel instead of hook up with the sisters. Now, some of those dudes, they end up hooking up with sisters and end up liking it and kind of relaxing on their stances and stuff like that. Cool. But hey, it is what it is. And some of those sisters, they couldn't fake long enough to be with them. So it took on its other dynamics, you know? Right, so yeah. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
I have been on this since 2017, since I was 18 years old. You want to call me out? And that's, honestly, that's the epitome of it all. before you call out anybody. How about a shred of humility? How about an ounce of self-awareness? Why don't you observe the fact that while you had a contract at Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, InfoWars, book deals.
But wait, there's more.
And by the way, because you're a black woman, because you are a semi-articulate black woman, you're like Obama. She don't talk with that Negro dialect. She was a black woman who did the conservative grift, and she rode that tokenism doing Blexit for 10 years, making millions of dollars, and then married into a wealthy family, and then discovered there's something going on with Israel after only everybody started to notice. Now you want to call me out, the OG? Well, that was your first mistake.
So hold on. Like, let's go back to the disrespect, okay? I dislike Candace Owens very much with some of her content and commentary, especially amongst black people. But one thing I can say about the blacks that oppose Candace Owens, we would never talk about Candace Owens in this way. Even if we basically could get kicked off of YouTube or not, it just doesn't come to my head that I should refer to her in this way, even if I'm offline. Like the way he talking about her is like, whoa, what's going on here? And he could be upset about whatever she said on the phone, saying this about Candace Owens. And then also, when you were on the interview, this energy wasn't even there. And that's why the people in the comments on...
I ain't gonna lie, Nick Fuentes would hook up with a woman like Candace Owens. That's the funny part. But maybe a younger version of Candace Owens, though. I don't see a Nick Fuentes getting with like a Candace Owens now, like a younger, naive version of Candace Owens. But oddly enough, who would date a white guy or a white guy will go for? Who y'all think I'm gonna say? Who y'all think I'm gonna say? You know what type of sister will oddly enough get and date a white guy? That girl that stabbed that woman at McDonald's. Those type of girls get white dudes all the time. Goofy brads all the time. That girl that stabbed that woman at McDonald's that killed their manager. Oh yeah. What's going on, LT man? LT man said Megan this now. No, not Mego. Even though she's with Klay Thompson, I don't think he qualifies as white. But no, that girl that stabbed her manager at McDonald's. Oh yeah. No, see, he got to get with a certain type of black woman. I know the type of black woman Nick would deal with. He just need one of them to knock his boots off. That's all. He'd be totally down. Party said exactly. Mental issues, sisters. I'm telling you, man. You said, remember how them thoughts on Fresh and Fit was begging Nick to say Nick? Yeah. Like, come on now. They play that game all the time. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. 4 hours and 36 minutes into the madness. Let's get it. Let's go. We got some politics coming up. I got you.
On X, we're saying something very similar. Let's look at this person. This person goes, keep in mind, this was his energy on the pod.
Oh, yep. Serena Williams. Yep. It's a certain type that they go after, which is very interesting. It's a certain type of sister that they go after. And that goes after them too, respectfully.
podcast, right? Look at this person. Where was this energy when they were face to face? It's somebody white, somebody black, Andre Williams. This is a big L for Nick. Why didn't you keep the same energy in person if you actually felt this way? This makes you look more like a woman than she actually is. But the last part of that was the Negro wake-up call. And he starts to talk about all the successes that she's had because Turning Point USL, Blacksit, all of these things. You know, Nick Fuentes, in his honest opinion, has been banned, can't get a bank account, has a hard time earning money from his personal views, been picked off of YouTube. And here you are as a black woman, you grifted the space. Our ideology, we were the first ones talking about Israel and these sorts of things, and you don't even talk like you're from the hood. That's why you're able to do what you're doing. You marry a white man, and he said the same thing to Jason Whitlock, that you guys are benefiting from basically reverse racism. So because you're black, because you're articulate, because you have our talking points, you can be successful and get away with the same things that I can never do. And that's going to be a growing turn, a growing resentment within ultra white racist conservatives. They're not gonna like the fact that Candace Owens can come in and make $10 million and Jason Whitlock can make all this money, and in their honest opinion, you're not taking any risks. Your risks, if anything, are mitigated. You're protected. You're black. You're a woman. And you want to tell me what I need to do? You just got here. And see, this is the wake-up call that a lot of blacks are going to have to start understanding when you deal with far right. Even liberal whites. It's going to come a point in time where somebody going to let your ass know what time it is. Now with blacks, it could get like that. Like say, for example, if you're like, let's say, you know, I'm black and somebody's Haitian, or I'm black.
Yeah, O'Shea is full of BS. And look, I got to say this, like, it's a little too late to talk about Candace Owens and her being with a white man and then race loyalty and interracial relationships and all that other shit when you promote passport bros. See, this is how fake the black community is, and y'all gotta see it for what it is and gotta stop this shit. You promote passport bros. Respectfully. You promote people getting with other cultures. War Master said, did the people like, did you get paid? Did you get paid? Hold on, I gotta get this one out. Hold on. Did the people like, did you get paid? Tell Nick to get a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. Richard Pryor. Probably not. Probably not. I didn't know they froze Nick Fuentes' bank accounts. Like, god damn. How you that racist? They gotta freeze your bank account. Racist money, color money. No, that's the thing though, D-Mac. Candace Owens is the type of black woman most black men wanted when they were in high school. But let's keep it 100. They wouldn't even get along with Candace Owens. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Somebody's Nigerian, and could you easily overstep your boundaries? Sure, but you're still black, right? So that I can be worked out. It always has been worked out. Even though we play online, you know, a lot of us still working together. It's easy for an African person. Look at Caroline Wanga. She can come into Essence and do something. It's easy for me to come to Africa and do something because we black, right? And so we still align in the same way with a certain level of mutual respect. Once you start getting into them white spaces though, they gonna tell your ass what time it is. They gonna tell you what time it is. They not trying to hear all that. And see, then when you start getting a Negro wake up call, now all of a sudden people gonna start telling you how they feel. This is not like how it used to be. Dr. Claude Anderson predicted it. He said white people are going to be more vocal. So this is 1995, how they feel about black. And right now, if you look at X, where you really can barely get banned from talking bad about blacks, they letting us know every day how they feel about us. And we need to understand that. And that's why I sit around, I make my little videos for my little community. I make my little clapathon tech videos and all that being funny, because why? I'm trying to deal with y'all. That's why I'm over here in Africa right now. I'm about to go out there and walk right now, see what ghosts I can find out here in Uganda. That's why I mind my business, because you ain't gonna never really get no respect over there with them. IShowSpeed is another one. That dude stay getting disrespected going over here to all these places. He would never have that problem in Africa. Never had that problem. But this is what happens with us. Okay, this is what happens with us. And Candace Owens, you're gonna find out it's gonna get worse. It's going to get worse. Candace Owens is getting a little bit too comfortable over here with these white people. She don't know when to stay in her lane. You don't even know who you dealing with. So guys, it's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again. Another episode of The Celebrity Junk. Appreciate you for all you do. Subscribe, hit the bell. We're out.
How to start an online bookkeeping course in 2023. I started my bookkeeping business 3 years ago, and it allowed me to quit my full-time job, and now I support my family. I do a bookkeeping business online full-time, and it really has changed my life for the better. So I want in this video to talk pretty much 3 steps on how I started my online bookkeeping business back in 2020, and I think you'll be able to use these steps to help you also start an online bookkeeping business. So a little bit information about me. I have been making YouTube videos for almost 2 years now, and I talk a lot about QuickBooks, I talk a lot about bookkeeping, and I talk a lot about my trucking business. So for the past 2 years, I've had a trucking business, and I've been teaching other people how to start a trucking business. Unfortunately, my trucking company failed. So I just quit my trucking company in December of 2022, and I'm kind of still in the process of wrapping things up with that. And I'm going to switch a couple of my videos. So I've never done this before. I've never talked about how to start a bookkeeping business. It's something that I've been doing personally myself. I have a bookkeeping business, and it's been wildly successful, but I've never really
bad. Hold on, my bad, y'all. Y'all up here listening to my boy Zach Pasquarello. This my broski right here. Hold on. Now, my bad, y'all. My bad. It's thunderstorming out here. It's raining like crazy. Like bad. All right, so my bad if I go out and come back in. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Support the show. I got you guys. All right. Let me catch up on the comments real quick. You said the left and pro-rat wax are racist. It's crazy that they meet in the middle. What's going on, DM? I like the new logo. Good to see you, brother. Candace Owens is supposed to represent the good girl archetype. Hold on, let me catch up. God damn. You said, what's wrong with being with other cultures? People, I don't know, man. There's nothing wrong with it. But people are traitors. You know, there's nothing wrong if people wasn't trading shit in and, oh, this is better than that, or, you know, people get around other people and then they get to doing too much, you know? And then it's like this false sense of race loyalty. You know, it's like, okay, well, you got people that'll bring up this whole race loyalty thing. And even go out of nowhere to be racist. And then they're not even loyal to their race. And they're racist for no reason. Oh, it's thunderstorming like crazy out here, y'all. Oh, y'all, I might get shocked trying to do today's show. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. Screen flickering. You said Nick is the white version of Kanye. Oh my God. I don't know. Nick is reminding me of Floyd. You know? Pro-black, this pro-black-ish is a joke and just anti-white. That's really what it is. That's really what it is at the end of the day, man. How the hell you up here promoting Passport Bros, but get mad at an interracial relationship and you kind of promote that? You know, I mean, it's a form of culture washing, but hey. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm catching up. Nobody checking for Five-Head Owens, the Bedwench Chronicles. No, they checking for her or the type of sister that she would have represented, but most of these guys don't even get along with the type of women that they claim they want. He said O'Shea got a face for radio. That's crazy. Yeah, but most guys would never get along with the Candace Owens long term. You know. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I see why a lot of quote unquote good girls date hood dudes. Guys kind of did, you know, send them to the gulag. All right. Hold on. Yeah, they were quiet when you were young, and they're late bloomers. You said O'Shea have the trick. Uh-oh. Right. And see, y'all like those anime girls. Those anime girls are definitely super feminist. Most of the girls y'all gonna talk to gonna be feminists, to tell you the truth. You know? Shout outs to Aunt T in the building. Good to see you, man. Let me know if you guys can hear me. My shit is acting up. Y'all please hit the like button and support the show. I'm going out of my way to give y'all tonight's show. God damn. It is thunderstorming like crazy out here. I didn't know it was that bad. I stepped outside a little bit. I said, shit. Hey, man, Ghost Man, that's going to happen regardless, man. Same way like the Passport Bros. You know. All right, let's get into something that we didn't get a chance to go over last week. But I got y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. Y'all should have seen how Pierce caught Superhead. He got Vlad up here too.
In the verdict, now the fallout. Case. Diddy could still face up to 20 years in a federal prison, but his sentence is likely to be much shorter than that. The defense is asking for less than 2 years. Federal prosecutors are facing criticism that they overreach with charges of sex trafficking and racketeering in a RICO case that never looked strong enough. There's competing claims, victim shaming, and that the Diddy trial is a definitive end for the Me Too era. So what went wrong? What happens next? And how will the hip-hop world be reshaped by a case that gripped the world? Just a moment, we'll hear from DJ Vlad, Tony Busby, and Esther Krakow. But first, I'm joined by Elizabeth Overson, known to many by her pseudonym of Karen Steffens, author of Video Vixens, who claims she was gifted to Diddy in 2001 by a music executive. Well, welcome to Uncensored, Elizabeth. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
A lot of people are kind of aware of your history with Diddy, but for those who know nothing about it, how would you categorize your time with him?
My time with Sean was honestly pleasant in the beginning. To my recollection, the first time we met, but he was a consummate gentleman with me in that evening, again, to my recollection. And Every other time I saw him after that was in a group setting, so it was fine. The last time I saw him, however, things had taken a bit of a turn. It was after Confessions of a Video Vixen, my first book had been published, and he was seething when he saw me Prince had a party at his house, and we were there, of course, before Prince died, and he was scowling at me the whole night, and I found it amusing, but he was obviously very angry with me by that point in our relationship.
Why was he so angry with you?
Well, 4 months before Confessions was published in 2005, we got a call from Sean's attorney, my attorney did, and Sean's attorney wanted to see the book before the book came out. Confessions of a Video Vixen was an embargoed book, so no one could see it. No one would even get it until the publication date, which is June 5th of that year. And so my attorney told his attorney that he could not get the book and that they would have to wait until the book came out like everyone else. And if they saw a problem in the book, that they were free to reach back out to us, sue us, whatever they felt was necessary. We knew that wouldn't happen because HarperCollins is the publisher of that book.
Yeah, Gifted to Diddy is wild as fuck. But she was a pass around. This is like the and they don't get out the game looking like this. But she's a honorary ball. Kareen Steffens is an honorary ball. She's a ball. She's a ball. And she was doing shit with Diddy also. This is why she got... Check this out.
As you know, is a News Corp entity, and those attorneys made sure it was vetted to the fullest so Sean could never sue, he could never raise any objection to it. And I think he always hated me after that because I left enough. I posed questions in that book that I think sent certain people.
Like, women can run around and be promiscuous and nasty as they want to. Be on their wildest dreams. But Puffy is disgusting. Okay.
Down the direction that leads us to where we are now.
Just explain that a little more. What were the questions you think that you're talking about?
Well, honestly, I'm just now getting context on a lot of the questions that I had then. After the trial gave me way more context. But just about, I think, his sexual proclivities, and what we saw in hanging out with him, the kind of clubs he took us to, even conversations he and I had. One in particular where I didn't understand it at the time, and honestly, Piers, I'm getting new understanding about this line of questioning. I wrote about this in Confessions where my boyfriend and I at the time had gone to his home for New Year's Eve, Christmas, New Year's Eve kind of festivities. And he pulled me to the side and was just like, we're friends, right? We're friends. And I was like, yeah, we're friends. And like, we're good. And I'm like, yeah, we're good. And I couldn't figure out what he meant. And I wrote about this where I didn't know what he was talking about. And he just kind of went on to say, I have kids, I have a mom, and if anything got out, it would really hurt them. And I honestly, at that point in stage, did not know or remember what he was talking about. And so we just kind of laughed it off. Like, what's going on with him, and things that he said to my boyfriend, like, don't trust her. She might have her on video with, in precarious positions. And this is back before cell phone cameras. So I was just like, what video? I didn't understand any of it. Now after the trial and the things that have come out, from the trial. This gives these conversations a lot more context, but at the time when confessions came out, it did make us all wonder, what was he so afraid of? I didn't even know what I had seen or didn't see, or if there's something happened that I didn't remember from our time together, but he was very afraid that I would say something in the book. And honestly, I think he never contacted us back because what he thought I was going to say, I did not say, possibly because I didn't remember it.
What do you think he was fearful of you saying?
Now all of a sudden she got convenient amnesia. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what. Why is he afraid of you saying something? Obviously you knew what was going on and you partaked in it. Come on now, y'all. Prime Superhead. You know what happened? She ended up with Jamie Foxx. And when Jamie Foxx found out who she was, he kicked her out. I think this is right after he dropped his album. And let me tell you how BS, because like I told you, remember, during the millennial era, that little sweet spot, there was a little bit of a time where women could actually practice hypergamy. It was only a short window. It wasn't long. It was a short window. It was a very short window. Okay? It was a very short window. Hold on, I gotta catch up on these comments. Let me tell y'all something. What Corinne Steffens was doing and what your girlfriend thinks she's doing, and all these girls that want to be out here ripping and running the streets and going wild and shit like that. Let me tell y'all something, fellas. What Corinne Steffens jumping from dude homie hopping, what she was doing is what y'all women want to call hypergamy. Oh, y'all ain't ready. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. It's called hypergamy. That's what she thought she was doing. Going from guy to guy to guy. Superhead. Brittany Renner. That's what they thought hypergamy was. Man, it was getting passed around like a basketball. Right, tonsil queen. That shit is crazy. Shout outs to Truth Only. He said not amnesia. Yeah, all of a sudden she felt she has no memory. Amkeisha. Then she felt she has no memory. She got no memory all of a sudden. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. A hypergamous woman is a married woman. There's but one way, but there's only one way. There's only one way up, fellas. You can only go up. I believe that's true. It's almost out the door. Yes. Shout outs to Party. Now, Party, look at this. I think she did date Eddie Winslow. And remember, I was telling you guys back in the day, I said, yo, Eddie Winslow better not buy that transsexual that whatever the fuck that shit is asking for. Because she gonna leave him. The same way that woman left her man when she had that toucan beak, and she left her man as soon as he got her nose fixed. As soon as he got her nose fixed, she left him. As soon as that trans woman got her detachable, impossible, removable coochie, she left him. As soon as she got her fake detachable coochie, she was out of there. Gone with the wind. I don't know about the Turkish bathhouses. That's crazy. You said hypergamy is almost on his way out to there. Yeah, hypergamy. That's what I call it. That's exactly where it came from. Hypergamy. Shout outs to Party dropping the huge. As always, thank you, broski. Dropping the huge. Oh, I gotta check. Hold on. Shout outs to Party dropping the huge. $31.71 on the PayPal, but I'm pretty sure it was $35. Shout outs to everybody supporting the show through the PayPal. A good percentage goes to a charity to help the homeless and the needy. I gotta see what charity it is, because I damn near forgot the name. But shout outs to Party, thank you, bro, and shout outs to the coffee bot. I appreciate you, because I wouldn't know. I would have to constantly check. Shout outs to Party. Hold on, bro. I got you. Hold on. We're not going where the money reside. Hold on. We here. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Party. I appreciate you, bro. As always, we about to go ham. Rob Van Goddamn Ham. Okay? Thank you, everybody, hitting the like button and supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. Please hit the like button. Support the show. He said PayPal donated to South African tether. What is this rice, nigga? Bruh, y'all look crazy, man. Now, LT, man, that's supposed to be hypergamy, the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person or of a superior or sociological educational background. But the patina that hypergamy has taken on is dating up. You're not hypergamous if you're constantly dating up. There's only one destination dating up, and one destination that you can go. See, hypergamy is not like getting rich. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Hypergamy is not like success. For the most part. Now, what do you mean, Kuda? This is what I'm talking about, right? When we're talking about hypergamy, y'all, and success and all that other stuff. People like to think that success is a destination. When in reality, success, you have to keep it up. You don't just say, hey, I'm successful, it's over with. No. You got to keep it up. And the same thing with marriage. Marriage ain't a destination. You gotta be in it. You gotta sustain it. That's why people don't look at shit realistically, because they're like, oh, you made it. Listen, you can't be forever hypergamous. A hypergamous woman is married. Because guess what? You have a lot of work to do after you get married. I don't understand why y'all look at marriage as like a finish line. This is the dumbest shit ever. You said smart women who practice hypergamy are humble and move silence under the radar, right? And listen, if y'all really want a good clue on who's really a hypergamous woman, because I've been giving y'all the game for the longest time. And thank you guys for supporting the show, because this gets me amped up to give y'all even more game. All right? Now take a listen to what I'm about to say, because you may know women like the women I'm about to describe. Every guy here knows a woman that's just fine, or she's just a woman, right? And she's forever. Like you can never catch this woman single. She's forever just getting into relationship, from relationship to relationship to relationship. Can't catch her single for shit. She's the relationship type. Because that's her shit. That's what she does. It's like, damn, you already got another nigga already? Shit. Damn, you ain't leave him yet? Some women are just straight up built for relationships. A lot of the good women are taken already. And the women that are good that's not taken, y'all got to be careful, because if you spend a certain amount of time single, I'm not going to lie, it's fucked up, but that will render you undateable also. I would be wrong if I'm sitting up here telling incels, yo, try to get some relationships, get some game up under your belt. Because if you stay single for a long time, you're going to fuck around and you're going to render yourself dateless. This could absolutely happen with women. Actually, it happens with women more than it happens with men. And nothing's worse than false confidence. Makes you a narcissist. You said a lot of these hoes practice that shit in high school and college. Hence the reach back. I'm not even gonna lie, these younger girls nowadays, they having lesbian relationships in high school like crazy. I know black girls, young black girls that already had white lesbian girlfriends. And I'm like, damn, y'all niggas different. Said notice Superhead and Renner only dealt with rappers and entertainers and athletes, no Fortune 500. They probably did behind the scenes, but no, you're correct, Eric Bird. They probably did behind the scenes, but they, like record execs and stuff like that. But them niggas wouldn't stay with them. Hell no. Yeah, Impossible Coochie. Yeah, you saw that video where she put Bobby Brown to sleep, Eric? That shit was fucking wild. She said, after I got the 1,000 Deox soup memory get fuzzy. Yeah, all of a sudden she can't remember. And that's another thing too, party. You can't be getting imprinted on the way up. You can't be getting a bunch of imprints on the way up. Bad enough when you get knocked down every day by the same nigga, you getting imprinted. Man, learning about electricity has changed my view on electronic music. I did not know electricians use goddamn oscillators. I feel dumb as hell. Shout outs to everybody getting to the certs, getting to their CDLs. Shout outs to the truck drivers in the building. Shout outs to the successful brothers. Shout outs to the brothers that, you know, that are well established, you know. And shout outs to the newcomers that are on their way up also. You know, I feel good, man. Getting that certification earlier this morning, I said, oh, yes. That's like a personal success, though, because a cert is just a cert. Unless you're assertive, a cert is just a cert, y'all. Yeah, that skeet mouthwash is all up in her brain cells. But you know what? She looked good. She looked good for her age, though. I look. Hey, look. Listen. Hey, listen. All right. I'm gonna say something because, like, she lied about phones not having cameras, but I'm pretty sure she wasn't caught on phone camera back in the day. But let me tell y'all something. A lot of the shit had to go by word of mouth. For real. A lot of shit went by word of mouth, y'all. Kuda, what are you talking about? Well, I had to get a good look at Superhead and see what she looked like. I've heard of Superhead, but for the longest time, I didn't know who she was or what the fuck she looked like. I thought it was some random harlot. I thought she was just some random harlot. This little sneaky bitch right here, Superhead, you just had to be there, fellas. This woman right here was the El Chapo of hoes. I ain't lying to you. She was the El Chapo of hoes. You heard about Superhead before you saw her. Like, who the fuck is Superhead? You know how niggas knew about El Chapo for like 3-4. This nigga was a legend before niggas knew exactly what he looked like. You had to put a face to what the hell was going on. What the helly? What the helly, Barry? This woman was like a whole El Chapo. You heard about her and her work, but you didn't know what the hell she looked like. I thought she was a stripper. I didn't think she was one of those crazy, square-looking women. Oh, was I wrong? Party said, "Word, you kind of fucked up if you don't get yours before 25." Yeah, oof, man. Talk about delayed arrested development. Yeah, that's just if you want a relationship. Like, you could run through a whole bunch of bitches in your 20s and shit like that. But if you hit 30 and you haven't had an actual relationship, even if it's a situationship or something, hey, man. And not all hoes can be hypergamous. You got a lot of hoes in the sex market, but they locked out of the hypergamy market. It's a privilege to be able to practice hypergamy, if you know what it is. Absolutely. Absolutely, EB. You already know, bro. Right. In the hood, if you just get a nigga with a car, you made it. In the hood, if you get a nigga that can take you to a basketball game, or to CC's Pizza, you made it. If you can get a nigga to take you to CC's Pizza, you made it. Get on the internet talking about some damn hypergamy and Birkin bags. Get the fuck out of here. If a nigga take you to Ruby Tuesdays on Friday, oh, you made it. Come on, man. Yeah. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. Oh, she is not average. She is not average. That's the best part. The allure. The allure. That she a real freak. Her reputation precedes her. You know? She said that she would leave her man in the middle of the night. She ended up marrying one of them tech niggas. She said that she would leave her man in the middle of the night to go see Lil Wayne. Come stains in the membrane. Come stains in the brain. Oh yeah, she ahead of her time. She's the Neo of the Gawk Gawk 3000. She's Neo. And all you niggas is that steak that Cypher was twirling around. You got Neo right here. Alright, y'all hit the like button, support the show. You got Neo right here. El Hotep. Oh shit. I'm trying to push up on your throat, baby. I take them to TGI Fridays on a Tuesday, right? Club going up on a Tuesday. Let's get it.
I have to be honest, Piers, you know, in this time with you today, and your producer asked me to kind of send over some pages from the book. I hadn't read Confessions since I wrote it, and I read it for the audio version, and that was 2005. It's been 20 years since I've read this book. And in reading what I sent over, which is what I just described to you right now, I wonder a lot of things. He was so afraid.
Now she don't remember her book. Oh shit, y'all, she can read. This bitch can read.
That I knew something. And I was confused because the only time that we had together prior to this conversation was alone time at his home, wherein I felt we had a good time. I didn't know, you know, he didn't come on to me. He just seemed it was very platonic, I thought. So I was confused as to what was it? And so I have to admit, my mind kind of races now that I have more context of his proclivities and what he's capable of what he was so afraid of, what he thought I knew or what he thought I remembered.
I mean, in the book, you talk about the first time you met Diddy in a nightclub at 3 a.m. You say, right there in front of me, Diddy and Gotti, who was the Murder Inc. Records boss, Irv Gotti, made arrangements to send me to Diddy's house in 1 hour. It was 4 a.m. I turned up to Diddy's home in my SUV. There were security guards in the driveway, all dressed in dark suits with their hands in front of them. They had been expecting me. The things that went on when Gotti and I were together are almost unimaginable to me now, but in the haze of drugs and liquor, it all seemed all right. I was being used over and over again, man after man, all friends and acquaintances of Gotti's.
Now this bitch is worse than Cassie. She worse than Cassie. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. The hoes in the industry are worse than the bros in the industry. He said she put Mr. Marcus in ice. She put Mr. Marcus in the ICU. Oh my God. What's going on, Malcolm? Oh, fuck. She said she put Mr. Marcus in it. Yo, y'all don't go look up who Mr. Marcus is, y'all. That nigga hat is permanently tatted on his head. Not Mr. Marcus. Holy shit. Yeah, if you never had a seizure, she'll probably give you one, y'all. That's some head you could keep. You know? Semen demon. That's what she is. Alright, let's go.
I quickly became Gotti's showpiece. He would turn other people in the industry onto me. I was his party favor. Whenever there was anyone Gotti wanted to impress, and I'd take care of them. I mean, could it be that what Sean Combs was worried about was that he facilitated this very transactional relationship that you had with Irv Gotti? Is that part of this?
I don't think that was it. And honestly, I think it was more insidious than that. The fear, the fright that he had that.
And she like one of them smart hoes. Like they like to use like big $10 words and shit. Oh, I love them smart hoes. I jab at them. Spell insidious.
During that conversation at his Miami home, you know, back in whatever year that was, he seemed terrified that I had known something. And I just don't know what he thought I knew or remembered. The transactional nature of how we met, and which is why, you know, I said in various interviews before that I was gifted to him, it was because no one asked me if I wanted to go. No one asked.
Man, you thought you was God's gift to men. Why the hell you around all them people talking about something? They had me on drugs and they... Shut up. Let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell y'all some of the realest shit I'm ever going to tell y'all. If I already haven't. I know I done told y'all a lot of real shit. But let me put y'all on to some good game. She can run this play because it's too late for Diddy to say, hey, she was with the shit. No, Diddy trying to step back from it. So he not about to tell y'all that she probably the one that turned them out. Quiet as kept. Diddy can't come out and tell y'all that she probably the one that put him on the baby oil. She probably put him on the baby oil. That nigga was probably using a more rougher substance before Superhead. But see, he can't talk about that. Listen, I assure you it's women like this that turn dudes on the drugs. I assure you it's women like this that listen. Most players and dudes And some of y'all probably remember the woman by name. They get teed out by certain women. They get put on by certain women. They get freaked out by certain women. Dudes just don't wake up one day and do cocaine and shit like that. Some woman was there or in the vicinity that they were trying to impress or was around them and stuff like that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. They get lost and turned out. She probably the baby oil queen. He probably messed around with her and ain't been right since. He been trying to get all his, she done broke up with them, ain't answering his calls. After he tried to get all the other girls to kind of, do what she did. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, party. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know how it goes. Hey, yo, I was about to say some wild shit. I'm still gonna say it. She took him to the O. She took him to the O, y'all. Pun intended. You know that Eddie Murphy joke where the girl go, ooh. Yeah, okay.
Asked me, they talked
Queen Vaughn right here, queen of bodies.
About me as if I wasn't there. I was property to cart around. And that's what they did. If they would have asked me, I still would have gone. So I didn't hold any objection at the time because...
Why are you acting like you were drugged?
I would have still done it. Being 21 and it's Diddy and we're having fun and it's just a Saturday night out in LA.
Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peaks Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average brews. They're sourced from...
Now, let me tell y'all what tea is better than his tea. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Head over to hempforfitness.com and get your hands on some real tea, some CBD tea. Okay? Take your ass over to hempforfitness.com and get your hands on some CBD tea. Okay? You can drink this in the break room. Nobody will know. You see how Corinne Steffens up here is losing her memory and shit like that? This will restore your memory. If she had drunk this tea before she went on Piers Morgan's show, she'd remember everything, y'all. So make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com and get some of this CBD tea and do the right thing for your mind and body. You dig what I'm saying? Get your hands on some of this CBD tea. 40 grams is a lot of fucking tea, y'all. Alright? And this that good tea. This ain't the gossip tea. This that good tea. Alright? And this ain't that Earl Grey. This is that sleep good and wake up the next day. This some good shit. You wanna drink a cup before you go to sleep, and you wanna get a cup when you wake up. Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
You at all then?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you actually have any kind of sexual relationship with Diddy at all?
She heard him.
No, Diddy and I did not. No, well, not to my knowledge.
So, what do you mean by that?
Not
to my knowledge if I had sex with him, huh? Okay.
to my knowledge. I don't. Honestly, I'm questioning a lot of things right now.
What you think?
So not to my knowledge. No, I don't think anything right now. Just not to my knowledge, because honestly.
That's a very strange response, though, to not remember whether you did or not.
Yeah, isn't it? It is. Yeah, it is. Because honestly, Piers, before I went through my text, again, I hadn't read Confessions in 20 years. I wrote it. It was painful to write. So I never wanted to re-traumatize myself and go through those years again. And think about this, I'm a middle-aged woman at this point. I don't want to go back into my 20s and see what happened. But in gathering information for this interview here, reading that passage again for the first time in 20 years, I questioned a lot of things, like, well, why was he so afraid? And why did he try to, make my boyfriend feel as if I wasn't trustworthy? And
let me tell y'all, let me break down what happened. She had a boyfriend. Why are you over Diddy's house by yourself? Wondering why he's not making a move. She said this just a second ago. She has a boyfriend. She was a fairy. Yep. With the Diddy. It was shitty. She cheated on her boyfriend. She knows she lied to her boyfriend, so she can't say what she said here because she knows it's not going to add up with the story that he got. She cheated on her boyfriend at the time. Because he's asking her about a specific time. Why would Diddy be afraid of her tell-all book if they never slept together? Hey? What?
Took advantage of you when you were under the influence of alcohol and drugs?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
But do you fear that's the case now from everything you've read?
Honestly, yes. Given the context, now that I know, because again, I never knew any of these things about him before. So the things that I learned in the trial, I did not know. I never saw that side of him. I did not know. I never understood. And again, in 2005, when I published Confessions, it says I didn't understand why he was so fearful of me, because our time together was pleasant. And I was like, wait, what is he so afraid of? What does he not want me to tell? I didn't see anything at that point. At that point, I hadn't seen anything. At that point, we had, I thought, just a friendly, platonic night together. So I was confused then. And 20 years later, I'm confused now. So to my knowledge, I've never had sex with Sean Combs. We never had that kind of relationship.
How do you...
What? But you can't be sure.
Given what we know now, I can't be sure.
Piers, I was sleeping with the world back then. I don't know. He could have did it. She don't know if she had sex with Sean Combs. You don't know. Imagine being around somebody like, damn, did we have sex? I ain't gonna lie, I got a story about that, but anyway. You said no, her boyfriend was there too. Oh, he probably was at this point. Yeah, she remembered that non-disclosure agreement. That's funny as hell. Word salad. Nothing burger. She's not giving Pierce what he paid for. Yeah, War Master. Come on now. Like she said, not to my knowledge. I've never heard a question like that answered. She a little smart hoe. Like Superhead wasn't dumb. This is right here, fellas. This is honorary hoe right here. You're dealing with the queen of the divas and women of that era. This is why madams make good pimps or pimpstress, because can't really paint them in a corner.
And how does that make you feel?
And that saddens me.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
It saddens me, honestly. Yeah, because honestly, during this entire process, I've been shying away from publicity and just letting the trial unfold. You know, I knew things from just being around and people talking, but I didn't know what was going to come out. There's a few things that I saw.
She's a walking contradiction. I've been shying away from publicity, but I'm going to go on Piers Morgan.
That without context were strange to me, but I didn't understand them until the trial. And so I've been quiet this whole time, and I disappeared off of social. I just disappeared for the past year waiting for this thing to unfold. In the unfolding of what I believe to be facts, and definitely the testimonies of Cassie and Jane and even some of the men, and then looking back at the text, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, it went out. And I'm like, and I remember at the time being so confused, like anything like
goofy asshole. Women always sitting around looking for some juicy information, and then they just sit down and be like, when they hear something like, oh my God, am I a victim? I dealt with Diddy too. Am I a victim? Me and him had a great night and had pink cocaine. Am I a victim? Am I a victim? We drove around in the same car. Am I a victim? Lord have mercy.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Am I a victim? Y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
She's sitting around listening to the TV. That Diddy trial been going on for like 2-3 years. She talking about, so am I a victim?
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Yeah, you're like 3 years and some change late.
Like what got out? Like
Diddy's the
nothing
victim.
happened.
I know a demon when I see one.
We hung out. You were kind. At some point I went to sleep. I don't know when, but I woke up and then we had breakfast and you were kind and I
cash
left.
it in. When I was asleep, I think I don't know. It's insidious. I don't know if he did something to me. See the setup? We had a great night. I went to sleep and I don't know if he did something to me. I was off the drugs.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Yeah, you see how they set it up for the future? They keep that tab open.
So nothing happened. I don't know, Pierce. I feel, just in the last 24 hours, I question.
The signs are there, y'all. She had a book. He got scared. She was doing drugs and fell asleep when she should have ordered 40 grams of some CBD tea and took her stupid ass home. But now she acting like, oh, Diddy got scared. I was over his house one time. I didn't know what happened. She probably got a new book coming out, y'all, and I swear, she probably gonna have that in the book. Like, I remember one time sleeping at Diddy's house, and she gonna go into details and how she was knocked out and why he was scared. He probably did something to her, but she doesn't know. See, the fucked up part about this whole shit, y'all, is that they're going after Cassie. So she's gonna hold back a little bit because, you know, women know they be active too. If not more active. And the fucked up part is that Diddy still got his wealth intact. So she can still get a whole bunch of money out of him. See, Stoic, that's how it starts. He said she low-key might not be lying. That's how it starts, Stoic. That's exactly how it starts, you see? And now the doubt is there, you see? Fellas, how much times have you heard me tell y'all? Yeah, speaking in parables. How much times have you heard me tell y'all? How much times have you heard me tell y'all? Horrible niggas. Yeah, if he settles. This is low-key dog whistling. You picked up on what I was about to say. Low-key dog whistling. Yo, settle out. But listen to this, fellas. How much times have you heard me tell you guys that horrible women hide behind horrible men to look like good women? Whitney Houston, anybody? Tina Turner, anybody? Cassie, anybody? Cher? Let me stop. Let's go.
What I thought I knew about my time with him.
You detailed in your books romantic relationships with a lot of famous people from that world. Jay-Z, DMX, Van Diesel, Lil Wayne, Method Man, even Bill Maher, LL Cool J, Mr. Carl, and others. You had a lot of famous guys you dated. And who knows what the nature of what happened with Diddy was about. But do you feel that this whole world has now changed irrevocably as a result of what happened to Diddy?
No, because nothing has happened to Diddy. Nothing has happened to Sean at all. What has happened here is that, here's the deal. It's not a Diddy issue. Like, Diddy is a problem, but he's not the problem, okay? He's not the problem. From Cosby to Combs, Weinstein to Epstein, and everything in between.
This is fucking ridiculous. Like, she ain't a problem? Yo. Bro. She's talking about some Diddy, he's a problem, but he's not the problem. Then what are you? Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. What are you? I assure you she's not a... Oh my God, I assure you she's not a victim.
Between, they're all different tentacles of the same beast. And this is a story as old as time. The abuses of men, men in...
How can she get on here and say they're all different tentacles of the same beast? But she fucked the beasts. See, this is what women do. I don't like the patriarchy, but I'm gonna fuck it. They're all different tentacles of the same beast, but I sucked every single tentacle. All right, let me stop saying shit because somebody gonna clip me. Nicer or somebody gonna clip me. I gotta stop it. Bro, How she know the beast got tentacles? How she know the beast got tentacles? His son probably did hit. She slept with Bow Wow and everybody. Bow Wow got an impressive list, by the way. I'm sorry, if I was Bow Wow, I'd be talking shit. I'd be a fucking problem if I was Bow Wow. I'd be a fucking problem if I was Bow Wow. Talking about something, the same beast with tentacles and shit like that. If you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Tentacles? 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 You see this shit, Malcolm? Diddy ain't the problem. No, you're the problem. So it's wrong for a man to want to have sex. Gotcha. 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 Men shouldn't want to have sex.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
As always, shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. I got a board thing coming up. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. War Master said for Pierce can smell Diddy's Pierce can smell Diddy's booty on her breath. War Master says Pierce Morgan can smell Diddy's booty on her breath. Now let me tell y'all something. I think Superhead is I think she done broke a couple of niggas in, bro. I think Superhead. I think that's the type of head she's talking about, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on now. It is 2025, y'all. Now I need y'all to use y'all whole ray vision, X-ray vision. Do you think Superhead? Do you think she'll Lambo door legs a nigga? Do you think she get down like that? Do you think Superhead will have a nigga's legs in the air like Lambo doors? Put a 1 in the chat. Y'all don't have to go into detail. I don't need no detail. Just put a 1 in the chat. I'm kind of looking at her sideways now. What do you mean by Superhead? What does that mean? What's that be about? Yeah, I think she did buck break a couple of them. She look like she does Amazon position. I don't like these whole feminists. They don't get to talk like that. I don't like this at all. And that's what they do. They will send somebody around to buck break everybody in the industry. And niggas will be like, well, it's not gay if a woman does it. I know y'all heard that goofy shit before. Peg legging it? Bro, come on now. She look like she down with all of that shit. Innocent. Yeah, War Master, you kind of opened my eyes to this shit. She is freaked out. Damn, that means Lil Wayne. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm not trying to think too far, y'all. Weezy F, baby. Please save the baby.
Power, especially men with money. And I think it only increases over time as women become more free and more liberated.
Hold on.
Being able to make our own money, being able to.
I missed a couple of vital chats. Hold on. Right, Vader. How you gonna blow the whole industry, then spin the block and say these 304s got severe mental issues? Oh, you didn't lose your memory. These bitches always lose their memory conveniently when they're asked a straight question, but they never forget feminism. Somebody quote me on that, because I'm not going to remember I said that. I done forgot countless shit that's revolutionary that I done said. These hoes have amnesia. Truth only, where you at? These hoes have amnesia. These hoes have amnesia, but remember feminism. You said, is it gay or bi-curious? What is the thing? These same rules apply, okay? The singer Tank, who I'm pretty sure messed with her also, because she done slept with hip-hop and R&B, was trying to lie and say, if you try it, it's called trisexual, because he tried it. No. Listen, because Alpha Male Strategy said it, and I said the same thing. Well, he didn't say it. He said that that's what he would punish women to do. Listen, unless it's your wife or your spouse that you're with, because that's the only way I would justify it. I'd be like, listen, if you in a marriage and you gotta try something new, cool. But if you a loose queen out here in the streets, toot it up, that's not cool. It's not cool in a marriage neither, but it's understandable. But it's up there. You said she was with Eddie Winslow, so you know she passed it out. It's all starting to make sense now. It's all starting to make sense now. Yeah, Honesia. They forget everything but feminism. Yeah, Birdman did say that. Did y'all not see that thing I played for y'all? With Birdman and Lil Wayne? How he was telling the girls to give Lil Wayne top? Lil Wayne tried to get that DVD taken down. Y'all don't remember that? I showed it to y'all recently. There's not another YouTuber raw out here than me. Gene Deal live. He got 1,000 people watching him. Hold on, let me see if I can find that shit. Lil Wayne. Hold on. Let me see if that shit comes up. I don't know what I typed in. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Trying to remember what I typed, y'all. It's in this documentary right here. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on.
Alright. Mr. Carter, we're running downstairs about everything about 10 minutes. Alright. They talk hard out here. Man, they just be done. Look who. Yeah. Right on the car. I don't know, baby. What you talking about? That boy shirt said the best rapper alive. With a picture of me. For real? For real. On my daddy's soul. That nigga's shirt said the best rapper alive with a picture of me on that motherfucker. I promise to God. Just now. Yo, Jordan empty this right.
Timmy,
Hold on.
I deserve a Grammy, an Oscar, and an Emmy.
This is way back in the day.
In New Orleans, Louisiana, Carrollton, 17th Ward.
Hold on.
I love it. I think I'm just getting started. I'm 25, so I think I'm just getting started right now.
Hold on.
Wayne's right by you. Whoever stood earlier. Come on.
I love it. I think I'm just getting started. I'm 25, so I think I'm just getting started right now.
What's he gonna? You understood that?
Here it is. All right, here it is. Hold on. I'm sorry. All my kicks fly like Liu Kang is crazy.
I love it. I think I'm just getting started. I'm 25, so I think I'm just getting started right now.
What's the kind of youngest you can remember yourself rapping?
I started rapping when I was 8.
Can you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
What happened?
I just like to rap. I didn't want to go play hide and go seek or none of that. I watched Star Search and Apollo all day and listened to the radio. So I wanted to rap. You know what I mean? I knew it was cool. Girls liked it. Be cool. You get some kind of... Yeah, I liked it. And obviously it wasn't the wrong idea.
When I find out, I'ma show and tell you. When I lift my top lip, I can still smell you. When I swallow my spit, I can still taste you. Put that pussy in my face every time I face you. P-U-S-S-Y, because it's the reason I am alive. And mama, we needed to stay alive. It's like I gotta eat it just to survive. I'm the pussy monster, the pussy monster, and you gotta feed me pussy.
Man, Twist, what you laughing at, man? How you get that? You get that? You understood that? You sucking on clits over that fight? Can't want that motherfucker. That nigga. Oh, you a twist?
15.
Huh?
Oh my God. Stop.
Look, Nicky in there.
You bet. I'm on the real. Cause I was fucking at 11. I had Nate at 15, nigga. I had my daughter when I was 15, nigga. It ain't cause you a male, it ain't cause you 15 you supposed to, cause you're young money. You're supposed to. Fuck that shit, nigga. I started fucking. I got raped when I was 11, Twist. And I loved it. I ain't never pressed charges. I'ma do you like baby them did me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'll never forget that day. Yeah, no, they was all in the kitchen. I was scared. It was cool. There was about this many niggas and shit too in that bit. I never forget the word. Suck la wine la dick. I was sitting on the couch. Everybody in that bit. That nigga was like talking. Girl with your good dick. Girl, you know you took with your good dick, suck and that boy, that bitch suck all nigga. Have a nigga, good bitch, suck la wine la dick. I'm sitting there like, sure, yeah. Suck that. I ain't never had this happen. In front of G. Oh my God, that was the best ever, boy. I walked out that bitch, I felt like I killed 5 niggas, ran through 3 banks, boy. You don't understand. I was a different man after that. I was Lil Wayne. After that, yeah.
For real. Nigga sound like Birdman. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. And guess who messes with Lil Wayne? This little jackass that's right here on the screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This little jackass right here. Yeah. Yeah. Superhead. It went from Lil Wayne into this. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Do I always deliver? Do I not always deliver? I deliver like your liver. Deliver. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But when a nigga gets some money and they rich in the industry, they're the problem. And you know what's crazy? I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. This is one of the roughest lessons that I learned with women. You would think a broad like this, right, has like a fucked up past, like a jaded past. She probably had a pimp. She probably had whatever, right? Nah, it ain't even that. It be broads like this that be coming from good families. Got a dad and everything, bro. Got a whole dad. Got loving brothers, loving families. Her brothers ain't even on that shit. Them niggas off somewhere and blah blah blah, bro. It be bitches like this that be turned the fuck out. And it's like, dang, dog, you have such a nice family. How the fuck did you get this way? You know? Like, everything will be in place. Like, damn, the dad cool. Mom Dukes is cool. The bros cool. You can hang with them. Y'all wash y'all Ferraris on the weekend. Y'all do all this other goofy shit. Because y'all, you know, she got a little bit of paper and shit like that. But it is she that's the damn problem. You ready to be a part of the family, but it's her. And some broad like this, she ain't never really, you know, been through shit. She just want to fuck with niggas. That's really what this shit is. I'm being dead ass. I'm being dead ass. Yeah, it's like the curious case of the preacher's daughter. Yeah, it's like crazy. And let's say you're a guy that's on the up and up. Let's say you're a guy that like you're looking for a wife. I am being dead ass with you. You're gonna run into some shit like this, and it's going to fucking Every time I try to leave, something keeps pulling me back. You gonna be on some other shit. You gonna be like, man, I'm trying to find a wife. I'm trying to get away from this shit. And then you find you a good girl, and then you find out that she's the super of the head. And it's like, you too? That's why when like Jamie Foxx and people run into her, I told you she was like El Chapo. You thinking you gonna see Delicious, or you thinking you gonna see Buffy the Body or somebody when you hear the word superhead. You don't think you're gonna see some random little somewhat cute, you know, little 304 like this, right? And let me tell you something. I already know what type of woman this is. I've been around this woman too many times to count. Let me tell you exactly what type of woman this is, and you'll be very fucking surprised. She will look like this on TV. She will look like this on TV, but she's prettier in person. Don't let the cameras and all that other shit fool you. Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen bitches that like the camera doesn't even do them justice. Like they look good, but it's like, nah, you got to see her in person, bro, and just kind of get around her little aura and shit like that. And it's like, oh fuck, you know, she aurora farming or whatever the fuck they call it right now. We call that shit aura, or aura farming or whatever the fuck you want to call that shit. This bitch winding up like a fucking one of the mysterious Pokemon about to use hyper beam and shit. She got, like she fucking. I know the type of woman this is. And then let me tell y'all something about bitches with money, bro. They don't gotta look good. They can just look somewhat decent. The money gonna take care of the rest of that shit. Money gonna take care of the rest of that shit. You dig? But it's women like this. Like, for example, Janae Aiko. Just the vicinity and how people act around her, I could tell she better in person. Some of these people, they're just better in person, bro. Especially when they pop out. You got people that got that type of energy. And it's not off the name and it's not off of nothing. Like, even if you didn't know she was superhead or whatever, she could is women that look like this that can work a room. Remember, Cleopatra, the queen of Egypt, Caesar sided. That's wild, ain't it? Cleopatra was like a strong 7, 6.5. But the gold and the status and all of that stuff made her bigger than what she really was. You know what I'm saying? Made her bigger than what she really was, y'all. And when she was presented to Julius Caesar, she was wrapped up in a fine threaded carpet. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You a real player. All my players in here, y'all know what I'm talking about. Party, War Master, Vader, UFO, Link, everybody. Bronze, Chris G, Royce, everybody in the building. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. New, Stoic, LT Man, Malcolm, real players. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. EB, Auntie. You said Joy got folded into a couch, but Kareen strictly hands off. She know how to move. This woman know how to move. Life is fucked up, y'all. Because I can sit up here and tell y'all the free Tory. I'd probably get mad as fuck if I listen to his music and be like, man, fuck Megan. But in reality, I'd be sitting right in jail next to Tory talking about some, man, we gotta get this bitch. We gotta get this bitch. I'm just gangster enough to tell you that. A piece of me can't even get mad at Klay Thompson. But then again, I can. Joy's still bad as fuck. What's going on, Rainwater? Good to see you. Kareen Steffens. All the shit I'm talking right now, that shit'll go right out the window. I ain't too good. And that's always been the downfall of men. No matter how bad a woman is to a certain degree, it's about a conquest. It's about a conquest. Some people will say, of course, guys are going to crash out and lose their life behind some bullshit. But nobody asks what would compel a man to do that. Certain sailors, right? When they go into a lagoon and they know there's going to be sirens there. Because you know what a siren does, y'all? She drags you out to sea and make you forget about your mortality. And you forget you can't swim. Niggas had to tie their mans to the boat, to the ship, because they were going into a siren infested. Mind you, bro, infested. That means your flavor is there. And you tie a nigga to the to one of the poles in the ship, and you watch him see his flavor sitting out there in the water calling to him, and he's like, yeah, trying to break loose. Ah! Oh, shit. What's going on, Morbid Trinity? Oh, shit. Imagine being tied to a damn ship and it's like she's a baddie in the water. You oh fuck. Oh, that is hilarious. Just see the nigga trying to break some shackles to get to a woman. That got to be the funniest shit on the fucking planet. Yeah, they ships used to. Yeah, bro. The nigga done forgot he driving the ship. The nigga. Man, listen. Shout outs to LT, man. We were just talking about ships that sank, like the Edmund Fitzgerald. Hey, you know what's funny? They be listening to us. I sometimes when I open up an external link on YouTube, right? I got it set to Google. And every time it goes over to Google, it be having like articles on like video games like Final Fantasy, Metal Gear Solid, and all that other stuff, shit that I like, Xbox and some other stuff. And I'm like, damn, I'm gonna send some of this stuff to War Master, but I be forgetting because like it's on a whole different browser that I don't use, right? Tell me why it sent me to Google the other day, yesterday, y'all. And it was talking about, I didn't know. So around the day we were talking about it, it maybe had been 1 or 2 days after, and I didn't know. So remember we were talking about Lake Michigan, and I was telling you guys that I used to sell this beer from this beer company called Great Lakes, and one of the beers that they had was this porter called the Edmund Fitzgerald, right? And we were, I think War Master said it was like what, 922 feet deep. Lake Michigan. And I knew the Edmund Fitzgerald sank in some type of sea, but I didn't know which sea it was. And then it was a sea that's like over Lake Michigan, right? Tell me why when I saw that fucking article that it sent me, y'all, when we were talking about it, it was 2 days after the anniversary of the Edmund Fitzgerald actually sinking. I said, what the fuck? You know? And I didn't even notice that because I think I looked it up and I didn't even look at the date and stuff like that. Like, see how certain things come around certain times? You know, divine timing, y'all. But it sent me an article on Edmund Fitzgerald and it let me know. It was like, oh, this was 4 days after the Edmund Fitzgerald, 4 days ago, the article was written on the anniversary of the Edmund Fitzgerald sinking. I said, God damn, ain't nobody about to believe this shit. You know? Yeah. No, but I think you guys are on to something with Superhead. She probably was dealing out the humiliation ritual and licking all kinds of taint. Yeah, man, I've been good too, Morbid Trinity. I didn't know that we're going into retrograde. Shout outs to Toya. Shout outs to Cynical. You know, they warned me that we're going into retrograde. So we got a Mercury retrograde and we got a Saturn retrograde. And that was, Saturn is the ruling planet of Capricorn. And crazy thing is that she said it started on the 17th. And the first day of Saturn retrograde, I got my bookkeeping certification to be a trained bookkeeper. Let me see if I can show y'all real quick. I'm going to show y'all. I can't show y'all the actual thing, but this is the one that I got. Hold on. This is the one that I got. You already earned this badge. This was today. I got this trained bookkeeper certification right here. This is the one that I got. And the one that I'm finna be getting tomorrow, I got to wake up in the morning and finish this test, is right here. QuickBooks level number 1, Pro Advisor. They put your name on a board. So like where your zip code and everything is, you get to create your own, they gave me this Creditly when I got my first cert, this one. They gave me this Creditly profile, and they gave me it to download and everything, and they put it on my Creditly profile and stuff like that, which is like a business card and stuff. And then here what they do is they will give you they will put you on the Pro Advisor list. So when people search for bookkeepers in your vicinity, your name and stuff will come up and they will recommend and send customers to you. You know what I'm saying? And then also you can even get a job with Intuit and be a bookkeeper. So you can like work for, first of all, you got your certification through Intuit, and then you can work with Intuit and be a bookkeeper so I got to go talk to some CPAs and stuff like that, see if I can get them business, see if they can get me business and refer people to me and stuff like that, and just, rock out. But I already did 3 modules here. So all I got is 2 more modules left. And then this is the one that I might try to go for in a couple of weeks or something like that, or after I get my first client. This one is QuickBooks level 2 Pro Advisor. So this one is like a little bit more ridiculous. This one is not that bad though. It actually, this is basically learning like the bookkeeper basics and stuff. This kind of overdid it with the teaching, but they teach you a lot of stuff that you do need to know, and this shit is like very fucking confusing, how to do like accounting equations and stuff like that. Because when you do accrual accounting, if you credit one account, you got to debit another account for it to balance and stuff. And then also you got to know what crediting one account and debiting one account is going to do to the profit and loss sheet or the balance sheet or the the income statements and stuff like that. So it's just a lot of stuff that you got to learn to really even handle the financials of a business. And you got to learn about cost of goods versus cost of goods sold. Then you got to learn. It's a lot of stuff you got to learn, y'all. And between studying this and in between studying this and goddamn IT stuff, like studying cybersecurity, man, I'm racking my brains. I don't even know why I'm doing this to myself. I have no idea why I'm doing this to myself, but fuck it. I can't sit up here and tell y'all, hey man, posture yourself and learn some shit before 2030 comes, man. Listen, I am racking up and I'm learning and I'm not even learning. I know how to use AI, you know? So, if y'all need logos and stuff or whatever, hey man, shit, y'all at your boy, man. All right. You said Ivanka had that effect on men. You can see the new. Yeah, some women it's just like Medusa, bro. Keep me away from them bitches, bro. Keep me away from them women, You can't tell me niggas ain't gonna be attracted to a woman that got the aura of sex on her. You said, yeah, it's our new superpower. I used to be annoyed about it. Now it's fuck it. Man, listen. That's why dudes here was like confused years ago when I'm like, man, y'all don't know about women. There's always some woman walking around with your number. And they're like, man, what are you talking about? I'm like, see that you haven't been around women. You haven't been exposed to certain women and shit like that. There's always women walking around with your number. Niggas will fold like origami in front of certain women, Not do this eaters. Come on, man. She get wicked. You said I used to do astrology, but I still got some books on it. I can't do a chart by hand like some folks. We're gonna have an astrology show. You should come through, Morbid. I'm gonna tell you guys your life path number. We'll go over y'all Chinese zodiac sign, and then we'll also go over your years, your enemy years, and your good year. So this is supposed to be a good year for me because and shout out to my bro Aqua Dragon. Last year was the year of the dragon. This year is the year of the snake. So I really want to do good this year, y'all, because you want to know why? I didn't know. But I started Player Talk Radio in my enemy year. You know what I'm saying? I started Player Talk Radio in my enemy year. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but you guys do have enemy years, and you gotta make sure you stay inside, or you just stay out the way. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's for a year, or a year or two. But this is the year of the snake, and life path 9. If you add up 2025, you get 9. You know what I'm saying? You get 9. All right. And yeah, it's supposed to be a crazy year. And then that's just crazy that the first day of Saturn going into retrograde, I get a certification that I've been trying to obtain for months, mind y'all. For months. Almost a year I've been trying to obtain this damn certification. I had to really I was trying to get it last year, October. If you guys haven't remembered, I know I'll be doing a lot of stuff, but I tried to get it last year in October. But every year they kind of change it, so they really changed up the interface for QuickBooks. And the thing about it is that when you have to renew every year, but you don't have to like do the whole quiz over every year. They just quiz you on the new stuff. So you're learning how to use new features. Now, this is the thing about running a bookkeeping business, which I'm running, which I'm running right now, a bookkeeping business. I'm get a couple customers. Hold on, y'all. But it's the thing, right? if you look on the internet and you look in places like on Fiverr and Upwork and stuff like that, because you got bookkeepers that are everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't trust Fiverr or Upwork. I'm gonna give you the game. Shout outs to Vader. Vader, I hope you listening. I'm about to lace you with some good game. All right. Um, and the guy that you saw earlier, I'm gonna put you on to him. I got a couple of people I got to put you on to that were teachers, that I actually follow. But the guy that y'all saw earlier, Zach Pasquarello, he's a beast. That nigga just give the game for free, you know. And that's what I need to do. I need to get he got a template. I need to get one of his templates. He got a template to onboard a customer or whatever. But what was I about to say? The guy that put me on is this guy Bill Von Fumetti. And I ain't gonna lie, this nigga lied to me. He said that bookkeeping was easy. It is easy, but it's not. But he runs his business called Booming Bookkeeping Business. Booming Bookkeeping. And basically it's funny because the way they tell you how to start your business, you can see that they started their business the exact same way. So they're not giving you any fluff talk. But basically I charge $3 per transaction. $3 per transaction. That's the best way to go. But you charge monthly. Don't be like these bookkeepers that charge by the hour. You could like say, hey, look, I charge this by the hour. This is how much it's gonna be to do your books per week. So pay me this amount a month. You can do it like that if you want to, but charge by the month. Don't ever charge by the hour. Only time you should take hourly pay or just like a full on, pay is if you're doing a cleanup, because you could get paid thousands of dollars to do a cleanup. You know what I'm saying? Because some people, they want you to do a year's worth of bookkeeping and stuff like that, and they want you to do, if they messed up their books and stuff like that, they want you to categorize and then reconcile the accounts and stuff like that. Make sure all the receipts and everything adds up. You know what I'm saying? So you can always talk to people and say, okay, yeah, I'll clean up your books, and then here's my monthly fee. I'll clean up your books for this price, but then I'll maintain your books at this price. Now, I was talking to a bookkeeping buddy because I was asking him if he could, send me some clients and stuff like that. I'll be thankful or whatever, right? I was talking to a buddy, and I was telling him, I was like, I'm gonna be, because in QuickBooks you can use this thing called the rule, okay? And what happens is, let's say you run a video game store, and you don't necessarily buy Xbox from Microsoft, but you found another guy that's in your city that sells them for cheaper, right? And every month you pick up 5 Xboxes from him, and you pay using the business credit card, right? Yeah, Zach Pasquarello. Yeah, binge watch all of his stuff, and then binge watch this other girl named I forgot her name, but the name of her channel is Fine Points Bookkeeping. Follow her, and then follow Margie. I gotta put you on to Margie and Jennifer. And there's another ginger that I follow. She's cool. But no, Acadian Bookkeeping, and then you want to follow what's her name? Margie, and Fine Points. But there's this other woman. Look, Corinne Steffens is popping up all over my timeline. Yeah, they going in on Dr. Bryant. She is gay. But hold on. I forgot to bring that up earlier, but we'll talk about that later. But I forgot this other woman. It's this Latino woman, and she's actually really, really, really fucking good. you know. But anyway, charge monthly for your bookkeeping services. What's going on, Illuminegro? Charge, yeah, Michael Obama's diabolical. Charge monthly for your bookkeeping services, and let me tell you something. Use rules when you do bookkeeping. So, like I said, if somebody's like getting gas or doing something, and you're gonna have a bunch of not duplicate, but matching transactions, QuickBooks will say, hey, around this time per month, this transaction always occur. Instead of me telling you, hey, this transaction is coming through the bank feeds, and it's just like the other transaction, same price and everything. When this comes through, I'm going to just automatically categorize it. So what happens is, let's say when you first started out with your first customer and you start doing their bookkeeping, let's say you used to take an hour a week on their bookkeeping, right? So you take an hour a week on their bookkeeping, but when you start setting some of these rules in QuickBooks, I ain't gonna lie, their books only probably take like 10, 20 minutes. You're just reconciling, making sure everything is good, and then depending on if you send them a what you hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay, we should be back. But no, if you send them a report monthly, cool. If you send them a report quarterly, cool. Or if you send them a report at the end of the week, cool. But this is what I'm saying, right? The No, I didn't hear about the animals leaving Yellowstone. What the hell is going on? But what I'm saying is that if you're not spending that much time on their books and you're learning how to use QuickBooks, you could easily take on 10, 15 customers and get way past six figures. Zach Pescarello makes about he said, like 30, 40 grand a month bookkeeping. And then you know what? You don't even have to really do all of the bookkeeping. You can outsource it. So you can go find somebody that's out here in the Philippines or some shit, and they'll do that shit for $5. You can run you a illegal firm, not an illegal firm, but a immigrant bookkeeping firm, if you like. All remotely from your house. So you tell your customers when they call you, press 1 for English, and then Panjeet answers the phone, and he gets you right. Let me stop. But utilize QuickBooks. Once you utilize QuickBooks, you can really get your bookkeeping out the way. So I plan on bookkeeping and playing video games, y'all. I'm trying to get back on my video. I was more peaceful playing video games, though. This YouTube shit, these new niggas are killing it because they talking about PDF files and all kinds of shit over on Hamp's channel and shit. So I'm good on this Manosphere shit. Now, why is the animals leaving Yellowstone? What the fuck is going on there? Are the women's snatching up the bears?
To buy our own homes, being able to start our own businesses. I think it only enrages the men who hold power that they're losing power. And so I felt that over time, in my experience over the last 20 something years that I've been in this town, that the men are increasingly more aggressive and more so wanting to keep women under control and in power because they are losing power, even legally so.
Nigga, imagine being in your 40s and 50s thinking that a man wants to control you. As if you're powerful. Like, what the fuck do men get out of controlling women? Oh, look, I'm gonna get some pussy that she was already gonna give me. Cool. So powerful. Oh, so powerful. Oh, I'm so powerful. Oh shit. Okay.
I don't think that
Yeah, you know when the animals leave, they know something's coming.
the Diddy trial has changed anything other than it probably fuels this issue more than anything, because here's the deal. Two of the toughest charges have been dropped. He's facing up to 20 with time served. Yeah, he's denied bail, but how much time is he really going to get? Probably maybe 3 years, might be out on probation, might have to wear an ankle.
Nah, man, Vader, you can work from home, bro. You can work from home. You can make your own company with your corner office in your house, bro. You can bookkeep remotely. You don't have to even be in the States, man. I mean, if you want to work at a firm, there's nothing wrong with that. Cuz you can always scale it up and become an accountant. Oh, Vader, do this. Go on your phone. Right, Malcolm. Go on your phone. If you want, you can get the whole thing for $5, which is not bad. But go on your phone, and if you have an iPhone or a Google Play Store, go to the App Store. Okay? After you click the App Store, type in A.accounting. Okay? Now, QuickBooks should come up, and that's cool and all, because it's cool that you can do your bookkeeping and the bookkeeping from your phone, right? You can have a phone office and you can have a firm office. It's up to you. But type in A-accounting, and you're going to see this app. And it's a blue app with a book in it, and it's like green bars on one side and blue arrows on the other side. Get that app. Okay? And when you open that app, it's an accounting simulator. It's going to teach you everything about accounting, but it's going to teach you bookkeeping. Okay? And you can do it all over and over again. It's kind of like a game. It's going to teach you bookkeeping. Okay? And it's going to teach you bookkeeping from an accountant's perspective, because accountants can't do their job unless bookkeepers do our job, right? And this is the thing. Accountants aren't bookkeepers, but accountants need to know bookkeeping, basic bookkeeping, to be accountants. Okay? But the bookkeeping must be done before accountants can do their job, because they take those totals and then they can do their job. They can work their magic. Now, addictive accounting, yes. That's the one you want. Bro, I'm dropping hella gems on you, bro. I had to figure out all of this shit. I told you it took me a long time. But there's a part in there. Okay? There's a part in the addictive accounting app. And anybody else that's cloud watching and want to soak up this game, I'm putting y'all on to some good game. All right? Don't say I never did nothing for you. All right, y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. All right, this is why I appreciate you guys when y'all support the show. I put y'all onto some game. Now, you can take the bookkeeping part of that course for free. Okay, but if you pay $5, it unlocks another. Yeah, it unlocks another section of that course. Okay, so let me give you the game. so you won't overwhelm yourself, okay? Because imposter syndrome is a motherfucker, okay? Because you're not gonna never feel like you're ready until you actually get your first couple of clients, and then you know what I'm saying, and then you understand emotions and you just get better, and then you can up your price as a bookkeeper. You can even go up to 1,000 a month per client and stuff like that, and it really depends on how much accounts and transactions and stuff, the volume. There's a method to pricing, how much you're going to charge. You shouldn't be charging no less than $250 a month for like a small business. It's like $350 and up, for bookkeeping. Some customers 1,000, whatever. It depends on what, depends on the volume of the work and the actual every business needs a bookkeeper. All right. So, bare bones, you write up the contract. I'll show you. I'll show you the contract that I'll be using and stuff like that where I got it, because Zach Pasquarello got one, which is really good. You write up a contract, and you can send that over via email, and your what you call it, your client can DocuSign that and stuff like that. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a contract for your records, right? And bare minimum, your services should be categorizing expenses from the bank feeds and credit cards. And you can choose up to how much credit cards and bank feeds you're gonna you have in your contract. And like I said, you can evaluate people's books for free, or you can charge them, for evaluation. Free evaluations always draw customers. But yeah, and you can kind of see, how you might want to structure your contract per client or whatever, right? But you draw up a contract, bare bones, all you're doing is categorizing transactions, reconciling those transactions. So basically, you're putting the transactions in their proper folder and their tallies and stuff like that, and adding notes and blah, blah, blah. And then you're reconciling it. Okay, this was the source document in the bank statement. This is the actual you're matching it. It's like, okay, this is in the account, this is this, and you're matching all of them, making sure everything balances. You're just checking your work and blah, blah, blah. And then you can provide a log to your a report to your what you call it, your client. So all you're doing is categorizing transactions, reconciling, report. Categorize transactions, reconciling, report. Those three. That's bare bones bookkeeping, right? But let's say you have a because they can outsource this job, or guess what, as their bookkeeper, but you got to get them to use QuickBooks because they might be using another system. So you got to learn how to onboard them on the QuickBooks if they want to, switch over or whatever. So you get the information and stuff, right? You can do payroll and make an extra money on top of that, Or if you have in your your 3 month your 3 month contract, right? You can say, listen, my job here as your bookkeeper is to categorize, reconcile, and do reports. Anything outside of that will be an extra charge. Okay? So while you're doing that, you can also learn how to do other stuff, which is included in that $5. You can pay $5 on that app, and it will teach you how to do payroll, which is always in need. So you can couple that and charge more. It will teach you how to do tax preparation. And what's the other thing? Hold on. Actually, because payroll is confusing. So look, okay, yeah. So basically, it'll teach you bookkeeping in 4+ hours. And then if you pay $5, it has another 4+ hours of accounting. And it has payroll in 1 hour. So it'll teach you how to do payroll in 1 hour. Just keep doing it a couple times a day. You'll get it. It'll teach you how to do payrolls in 1 hour, and they'll teach you how to do tax preparation in 40 minutes. Can't beat it. That shit is a gem, and a lot of people don't know about it. That shit is a gem. But let me know where you're at with it, and I'll put you on to some more game. I gave you game about Acadian bookkeeping. They're good too, with Margie and them. They have this thing on Facebook called QuickBooks Locker Room, and it's like a gym. It's called QuickBooks Gym, and it basically has hands-on stuff. So when you're going through imposter syndrome, just hit me up, and we'll chop it up and stuff like that. And shit, fuck it. When we get our business off the ground, we can just start sending each other customers and shit. You know? So link up with a CPA or somebody that you know. And yeah, these are jobs that's in demand. And listen, AI is here, but it still can't do what a bookkeeper can do. I'm not even gonna lie. AI will take an accountant's job before they take a bookkeeper's job. Real talk. All right. Yeah, just take your time though, and let me know where you at with your journey and stuff like that, and whatever I can do to help. You know. But shout outs to everybody here. You got Superhead up here playing stupid head, and she claims that she doesn't know. She's being ambiguous about this whole Diddy situation, y'all. And what's goofy about this whole Diddy situation, right? Shout outs to Party. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Shout outs to Malcolm and everybody here, Morbid. She's leaving it open and on the table that something may have happened between her and Diddy. There's some bullshit. It is thunderstorming like shit out here. My bad, y'all. I'm scatterbrained tonight. You said, bruh, sound like Big Biz to me, no doubt. Bro, that honestly, you don't even really have to do much. If you take the time and just sit down and use that app daily, you'll learn a lot about bookkeeping, because there was so much stuff that I was confused about. And man, it goes over everything: debits, credits, accounts payable, accounts receivable, cost of goods sold, profit margins. It goes over how to use the general ledger. It goes how to use a journal, and it goes over how to use a P&L, balance sheets, and all kinds of stuff. So. But bro, you don't got to do nothing big and wild, just like, go after Etsy sellers, go after entrepreneurs and stuff like that, small businesses and stuff. You don't got to do that much. You don't have that much inventory and stuff like that, and then you can keep maintaining their books monthly, And you're not a financial advisor, but you can help them with a little bit of financial advice. But honestly, a accountant or CPA would be able to help them. So that's why it's good for you to know a CPA and kind of have one in your back pocket, or even train under one, because hey, they can send you clients and stuff like that, because they be swamped. You got people that have an overabundance and stuff like that. They be swamped, So look into that. Whenever you get the chance, invest that $5 back into it, because you never know. I mean, somebody might not want you to do their books, but they might want you to do a cleanup, and you'll be able to do that. Or they might want you to just do payroll, and you can do that. Or they just might want you to, do taxes. Okay, so you Gucci. Yeah, you Gucci. Yeah. Shoot. Shout outs to Party also. Party, if you still in the building, whenever you get the chance, holler at Vader, man. I got a music stream coming up soon. I gotta reach out to Nicer and see if she wants to join. I got a music stream coming up soon. I'm gonna see what I can do with the circuit tracks, the OP1 and the OPZ. We'll try to make some Amapiano. But anyway, let's get back into this real quick. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Let's get it. Let's get back into it. I know I'm kind of scatterbrained. I'll be going everywhere, but let's go.
Ankle bracelet like Martha Stewart, and everything's going to be fine. And then what happens is that no one's paying attention to the fact that there are a lot of men who aren't saying anything, who are very quiet, as well as men especially, and women, who are supporting him. And I fear, even with everything that we've heard, let's say none of that was true. We saw something, however, that tells us something about this person. We saw a videotape of him brutalizing Cassie, and that tells me everything I need to know about this person's character. So even if nothing else was true, that alone is enough reason for him to be canceled indefinitely. But I fear that's not what's going to happen. I think this is just emboldening more men to do the same thing, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to get away with it. There are men in this industry who have left this country, who are now living on islands and in different countries,
Now she going after Russell Simmons. Oh, you mean all the people that you slept with? Okay. Oh, Shang Tsung ass woman. God damn.
To escape persecution from things like this. There are men that I know personally who are involved in this, who have done things similar to this, who have parties like this. Diddy's not the only one. This is not a Sean Combs problem. This is a societal community issue here in this town.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
And it's not just the artists, it's also their attorneys, their publicists. It's the hotels. I was brutalized in a hotel, and guess what happened? That tape.
I was brutalized. I'm sorry.
Disappeared. When I went to get my police report from the police station, it was destroyed, all within 48 hours, to protect the person who had brutalized me. It is systemic. So it doesn't matter, if they...
I know, and I'm not laughing because I don't know the details of this shit, but these women be Cassie. She's not classy, she's Cassie. See what I did there?
He gets off or not, in the sense that it won't stop anything. I think if anything, it makes it all worse.
Well, that is a sobering way to end. But thank you very much indeed, Elizabeth Overson. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, to debate all this, I'm joined by Tony Busby, the attorney representing Diddy victims in civil suits, DJ Vlad, commentator and host of Vlad TV, and our very own uncensored contributor, Esther Krakauer. Esther, as we listen to that, what were you thinking?
I mean, what she said at the end there was very poignant. This is not a Diddy problem. This is an industry problem. I do find it quite telling that she said
she... Nigga Vlad up there looking like a Norseman.
She was brutalized as well in the similar fashion that Cassie was. And then within 48 hours...
Vlad, hey, yo, I hope Vlad says something, because Vlad, he been going in on Cassie. Cassie ain't a victim.
The tape vanished. And I think... a lot of the fault has to be laid at the nature of the system. We used to say that all you need is consent, whether it's you sign consent or yes, we're good to go. But actually, when you contextualize it, these women that, okay, yes, they are drawn in by the glamour of being with someone like P. Diddy or a high-profile person.
No, just say what the hell they are. They're druggies. They're druggies. And like War Master said, Bill Cosby, he's not guilty. You give a broad some Quaaludes to calm they ass down. These women be drugging themselves up They be knowing what the fuck they finna do before they get to the damn party. Some of these women, they know what they got to the party for. You know what I'm saying? Like they know why they're at the party, and they can't even control themselves. They know what the hell they finna do. Whether somebody's there that wants them to do it, or they're gonna drive themselves to do it. You know? And I knew this about women for the longest fucking time. But it was one time until I got a wing girl. And I knew this, but it just it jogged my memory back into place when I had a wing girl, and I would watch how she would get down. This is how we just stayed friends and shit like that. I didn't want to deal with her. And she was bad. But she was bad. You know, like she was horrible. You know? This woman would not sleep. You know? I didn't know, well, I did, but, I didn't know pretty women did drugs like that and stayed up to the sun and get you know trains ran on them and shit. I mean, I knew they got trains and all that shit ran on them, but this girl, then she would get drunk and try to come on to me, and I'm like, ooh, no, no, no. You tend to forget. I know you. No. What's going on, party? You said, is they going to bring up Lizzo? I don't know. I just saw some crazy picture of a butt naked Lizzo on my timeline. I couldn't click it because no, But let's go.
Names.
Let's see who
they are
bring
drawn
up.
into the system, but nothing means that they deserve to be beaten up and treated like ragdolls in the way that Cassie and arguably this lady said. And so we need to be looking at the cultural.
Hold on, because it's fucked up that Cassie. Let me tell y'all how fucked up the world is, y'all. Cassie got 30 million for that goofy ass whipping, but you got Carissa Shields getting her ass, getting the dog shit punched out of her for pittance. For pittance. You know? You got MMA bitches getting kicked, they face kicked in and all kinds of shit. And don't make that type of money.
Issue as well. That's the fundamental issue. It's not just about you sign a piece of paper and you can make an NDA, keep you quiet or whatever. The culture is telling women that actually you can be treated this way because you happen to be in this space, and all that keeps everything above board is the legality. And unfortunately, the culture is our problem. It's not the problem of the federal prosecutors. It's the problem of us as a society. The PAs, the people that are handling the press releases, the lawyers, everyone, they are part of the culture, that culture of subservience and allowing these people to do things that are legally above board, but are horrible and just quite vile. I feel sorry for Cassie because I do think the prosecutors misled her. The case was very, very shoddy on many levels. You can't have a conspiracy with just one person. That's not a conspiracy.
I wish I need Vlad to get in this woman's ass.
And so I think in many ways that case was always going to fall through. But I do think that these girls have been let down by a culture that has boiled down appropriate behavior to just legality and consent.
Okay, DJ Vlad, you posted on X after the verdicts came in. Cassie is guilty of the same prostitution charges Diddy was just convicted of. I interviewed 3 of the male escorts. All 3 of them said the same thing. Cassie picked them, contacted them for free offs, enjoyed the experiences, and paid them. Meanwhile, she...
That's what I'm saying, Vader. They don't know. These women be doing all kinds of shit. I'm like, dang, how her skin still... Never mind. You know? These broads are junkies. Y'all think the black rapper dudes are horrible. These broads are junkies. Cassie get her ass whipped. There's a junkie out there that get her ass whipped every single night. Cassie was not afraid of Diddy.
She's sitting on $30 million and writing letters to the judge asking him not to give Diddy bail. It's pretty clear what your view is of Cassie Ventura there. What do you think should happen to her?
I mean, personally, I think she should be charged with the same thing that Diddy was charged with. Ultimately, he was convicted of prostitution. She was involved in the prostitution. Every male escort that I talked to said that she was the one picking the actual male prostitutes. She would book them. She enjoyed every experience. She was sort of guiding the whole thing while they were together, and she was the one that actually paid them. Ultimately, this is a domestic violence case that's ballooned into a RICO and sex trafficking and so forth. What Diddy did to Cassie in that hallway was absolutely horrible, but that is not what the trial was about. It was about RICO. It was about sex trafficking, neither of which made sense in this particular trial. And if you want to actually convict him for prostitution, Cassie is just as liable for that same prostitution that Diddy got convicted of, but she was given immunity in the whole situation. So I just feel it's really just a messed up situation.
That's a completely ridiculous stance, because you know what the consequences of her, you know what the consequences
Not
of her
ridiculous at all.
not booking those prostitutes? We saw it in that hallway in the hotel.
I knew she was gonna say something, y'all. I was like, it's funny. Because if it was a black man up there, she would have cut him off and said all kinds of shit. I knew she was going to say something. Vlad looking crazy. Hold on. I knew she was going to say something. Hold on. Look at her face.
She enjoyed every experience. She was sort of guiding the whole thing while they were together, and she was the one that actually paid them. Ultimately, this is a domestic violence case that's ballooned into a RICO and sex trafficking and so forth. What Diddy did to Cassie in that hallway was absolutely horrible, but that is not what the trial was about. It was about RICO. It was about sex trafficking.
You know, it's crazy when them blinks get a little bit
Neither
long,
of which
like
made
she
sense
going
in
to
this
sleep.
particular trial. And if you want to actually convict him for prostitution, Cassie is just as liable for that same prostitution that Diddy got convicted of, but she was given immunity in the whole situation. So I just feel it's really just a messed up situation.
That's a completely ridiculous stance, because you know what the consequences of her, you know what the consequences
Not
of her
ridiculous at all.
not booking those prostitutes? We saw it in that hallway in the hotel, in an international chain hotel that
Okay, the fight and the booking of the hoes and all that other
were
shit is
happy to
something
take
completely separate.
$50,000 to wipe it off the face of the earth. Those are the consequences. If she hadn't done that, it is very likely that she would have been manhandled in that way, even in the street, and someone would have been able to wipe the footage of that. I appreciate the fact that
That's a domestic
hold on.
violence case, which has nothing to do
I
with the particular
appreciate the
case.
fact that she
Diddy was
was
not charged with
the face
domestic
of this,
violence. You're talking about a totally
but
different
it's-
situation.
I guess the question, Vlad, I guess the question that Esther's posing there really is, did she go along so apparently consensually with all the freak-off stuff, with all these escorts, because
She
she...
admitted to that.
Well,
She
hang on.
admitted to going
My question is, did she go along with it in the apparently consensual way because she was in fear of retribution from Diddy in a way we saw with the beating?
No, I don't think so. At the end of the day, this was an artist that had one hit song 20-something years ago. She had the ability to leave at any point. She was signed to a label, but labels leave artists that don't react constantly. She could have went. She stayed because she wanted to be in that particular situation. Now, people are going to argue with me and so forth, but at the end of the day, she stayed because there was no one else that was offering her a record deal. There's no one else that was spending millions of dollars on it. There's no one else that was showering her with gifts. So she decided to stay. And ultimately, at the end of the day, when the money ran out, when she married a broke fitness trainer and had to go move back in with her parents, and the money completely ran out, then it's like, okay, let's sue Diddy and let's get $20 million out of him. That is my take on it. That's always been my take. That always will be my take.
Okay, Tony Busby, let me bring you in here. Just first off, what do we think is going to happen to Diddy here? What sentence are you anticipating?
I'm expecting 2 to 4 years, I would expect. I mean, he's not going to get 20 years, obviously. He's already has time served. There's going to be some mitigating factors. He doesn't have a prior record. However, there are some issues within the case that might be reasons for the judge to go a little bit higher than perhaps normal. But I would expect 2 to 4 years.
What is your feeling? You've obviously represented many Diddy victims in civil actions. You had over 100 people come to you with various allegations. What impact does this verdict have on the suits that you want to proceed with?
Zero. I mean, I was listening to Vlad there for a minute, and I'm sure that same kind of argument took place in the jury room. I mean, people have a hard time putting their head around a situation where somebody might consent one day and not consent the next. And there are people in this world that believe, well, you've consented once, so therefore you're consenting for life. That is.
Vader said, "I never thought I would agree with with Vlad on anything." Damn. Party said, "Hold her accountable."
Not what the law says, and I can understand why there may have been people on that jury that had the same point of view. And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that there's a lot of psychological issues here that people really don't understand about trauma bonding and how somebody might feel compelled to do something that they really don't want to do. But even if they said no one time, that is not consent. And I think in this trial, and we didn't have the benefit, or at least I didn't have the benefit of watching it day to day and seeing each witness and hearing how they said the things they said. All I was able to see was the transcript that I would receive on a daily basis. Obviously, the jury thought that the RICO situation was complete baloney. They thought apparently that this was not a RICO situation. There was no conspiracy, and they were trying to put a round peg into a square hole or vice versa. I did think that, given the testimony that I saw, that there were instances where Cassie and Jane were forced to do things either through financial pressure or through extortion type pressure or through force, things that they did not want to do.
But the interesting thing on that, Tony, is that the jury clearly did not believe either woman when it came to any issue about consensuality. They just didn't believe any of it. I think pretty much across the board, it was clear they had not bought in to the suggestion that any of this was non-consensual.
No question. I mean, I think you're right. And sometimes juries do things that we don't expect. I go back to whether, each instance that this happened, did he have consent each time? Then I see Vlad's point. There were times when it looks like that Cassie was involved in setting some of these
Well, there's
events.
no question of that. I interviewed the Punisher, the guy who gave evidence. He gave very powerful, eloquent evidence. And I've interviewed him several times. He's a very good talker, and he had no real kind of skin in the game. In fact, he was brought from the prosecution to give evidence, but actually ended up being a pretty powerful witness for the defense, it turned out, because what he said was everything was done through Cassie Ventura and seemed very consensual. Went on for over 2 years, a dozen or so encounters in hotels where Diddy just sat in the corner saying nothing. She booked him, she paid him, she organized it. Everything was driven by her. She seemed to have a good time. Everyone was happy. I thought that was very powerful evidence, actually, for Diddy, because it seemed to contradict everything that they were trying to position it as, which was this was all coercion.
Let me offer this up. The government settled in on using two alleged victims. They used Cassie and they used Jane. Early on, when this all started, we were contacted by the U.S. Attorney, and they asked us, can we speak to some of your clients? So we went to, and they told us, these are the ones we want to speak to. We made those people available. They talked to a couple of those people. But I think by that point, their team had decided that they had what they needed. They had the goods, if you will, to proceed with Jane and with Cassie. I think that was a mistake. I will say, as I watched the trial, or at least learned about the trial daily as it went on, I thought the government was doing what they needed to do to get a conviction. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Obviously, they did not believe that they believed that Diddy had consent, and they didn't believe there was a conspiracy. And obviously, the transportation to commit prostitution, that was pretty cut and dried. And I think everybody, no matter which side you fall out on, believed that there would be a conviction there.
But there is a point, isn't there, that which Vlad made, I thought, pretty compellingly, that if you're going to convict Diddy and you don't believe that it was non-consensual and Cassie did all the booking, why is
Now, Piers Morgan high-key
she not being charged? And could it be that the reason that she turned on Diddy was to preempt potentially some legal exposure herself?
Who knows? We'll never know that. They gave her immunity early on, and they that's the horse they rode with, and we see.
And when the hell, since black women start being on Cassie's side? Like, wasn't black women on this BS thing where it's like, okay, if you get caught fucking with somebody that's not your race. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of black women loved Cassie though, because when she shaved the side of her head, they did too. Over the years. They did Christina Milian dirty. You know, they did Christina Milian dirty. You know, you're not finna rub the fact that you are exotical in they face. But nah, they're not doing this thing anymore where it's like, oh, you know, if you messing with a non-black woman or an exotical, because remember they were running this whole trick play that, oh, you know, if you get caught messing with a white woman or some type of exotical woman, and she take you to court, or you get unsubscribed, or something happens to you, that's what you get, because they were acting like black women wouldn't do that to you, when in reality, any and all women would do that to you. You know what I'm saying? Get properly gassed up. You didn't see that really going on this time around with the diddler. Honestly, low key, a lot of people actually want Diddy free. They want to go to one of them damn Diddy parties because they're intrigued by it. Gen X will fit right in that damn Diddy party. Somebody in Gen X will out Diddy himself. Word is born. Keep it 100.
Well, I don't think it's that cut and dry. I think consent without fear of consequences is not, with fear of consequences, is not actually consent. So if you were going against Cassie, for example, you're going to try her, all she has to do is show.
The funny part, that's not this woman's real voice. You know, when she go out and she at the club yelling, ah, she's going to be a completely different voice. That's not this woman's voice. Yeah, Laura
that video
Croft
and just say, look at what happens
hard.
if I didn't do that. Now, I don't think it reached the threshold for the jury for RICO, which I completely understand. Like I said, a conspiracy that involves one is a thought. But this is why I say this is not a problem for the courts. It's a problem for culture and society. Cassie met P. Diddy when she was 17 years old. She signed a 10-album deal with P. Diddy by the age of like 20 or 21, which is virtually unheard of in this industry. I mean, I'm sorry, she wasn't Beethoven. She didn't have the kind of talent that would warrant that kind of record deal. She was clearly groomed. Now, amongst all of that, could you say she could have got up and left? Okay, arguably, yes.
She was with him 10 years.
Yes, but the thing is, he had
She was with him
so
10
many...
years, and the Punisher was very clear.
Yes,
She
but he
did
paid
not
her
give
rent.
any impression to him of being anything but a very enthusiastic and willing participant. It's
but
quite
it's
kinky
nuanced.
stuff.
Look at what happened when she tried to break up with him and date, what's his name, the rapper, who had his car blown up. I mean, it's not that cut and dry. This, I feel like Cassie...
We have a lot of chats through the Me Too era and stuff, and obviously one of the things people are saying about this is that, in a way, it signals the beginning of the end of that Me Too movement, because for a long time, everyone was encouraged to believe women accusers. At the moment they made allegations, they had to be believed. That was always, to me, a very dangerous proposition. It should always be they should be taken seriously. The allegations should be investigated properly, and then decisions should be made about whether there had been a crime. Very dangerous to believe accusers before you actually know whether they're telling the truth. But here we've got a situation, I think, where if he'd been in this case 3-4 years ago, he would have gone down.
I don't think
I think
that's
the jury, I suspect, has moved with the times.
I think the whole Me Too issue was a separate kind of beast. P. Diddy and the environment that he exists in, this hip-hop industry, is a completely different kind of sleaze. And also, it was very cut and dry from that video.
Is it though? Is it any different to Harvey Weinstein, who claimed that a lot of what his stuff was transactional? I mean, he was convicted of rape and sexual abuse and so on. So obviously, again, juries didn't agree. But he painted a picture of a lot of kind of transactional relationships with people, right, where he believed this was all part of the sort of casting couch deal. That again has been, that's dinosaur stuff and was outrageous and wrong and everything else. And it turned out to be criminal as well. but I don't think there's much difference in the attitude.
There is a
here.
difference. I think hip hop has always come under fire for being quite sleazy. I mean, you can't listen to a hip hop track from 20 years ago without hearing the N-word or bitch. It's always been quite sleazy. They've always been quite actually vocal about the fact that they treat women like pieces of meat. And the women, a lot of the time, are happy to be treated that way because they get a lot from it.
Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it, Vlad? Because that is part of that hip hop culture. There's no doubt. A lot of women have embraced that kind of, very misogynist language, the lyrics and so on and so on. Is your feeling about what happened here with Cassie Ventura and Diddy that she was, notwithstanding the violence which would erupt more than once, we know there were other occasions when he was violent to her, that she enjoyed her life around this superstar rapper, notwithstanding that?
I don't understand the question. Can you
Well, that she accepted the violence and was prepared to stay in the relationship because she enjoyed everything else?
I think there was a very violent relationship. I think it was a drug-fueled relationship. I think there was lots of money and fame and jet-setting involved. At the end of the day, I think what happened to her was horrible. I think that tape showed just how bad the domestic violence was. But at the end of the day, this is not what the trial was about. The trial is about RICO. The trial is about sex trafficking. The trial is about prostitution. In fact, the only reason Diddy got convicted was because it was interstate commerce. All the other male escorts that I've talked to, like, for example, I talked to Don the dealer, who also had multiple sessions with Cassie. She said she was loving it. She was into it. She was setting the direction. At the end of the day, you could stay in a bad relationship, but you decide to stay in that bad relationship. This is really about the domestic violence, but the domestic violence goes back past the statute of limitations. So if you think about it, in this whole case, all the escorts I talked to were not, sent to a different state or a different country. They were all local. Like Don the dealer was in Miami. Punisher was in New York. If all these guys didn't travel across state lines, there would be no case at all. None whatsoever.
Yeah.
And with Tony Busby, at the end of the day, like he said, that the feds talked to multiple people that he's representing that were suing, but they decided not to use any of them, which makes me think that there wasn't any real credible, real evidence that they actually did anything wrong in the whole situation. Therefore, there's only two people that were actually used. The only person that was actually that filed a lawsuit that was used in this case was Cassie. And there's over 100 lawsuits. So what does that say? That says the lawsuits are all nonsense.
I listened to you. And some of
which of your clients was used in this case?
Let's be clear about something.
Which of your clients was used in this case?
Hey, listen very carefully. If the alleged assault happened in LA, there was nobody flown in, there was nobody coerced and trafficked across state lines, they wouldn't use the client, obviously. These cases that we have filed in New York are filed under a New York statute for sexual assault and sexual abuse. That's completely different than transportation for prostitution or for sexual trafficking, and certainly has nothing to do with RICO. So you just made this grand conclusion that, the U.S. attorney talked to a few of these folks and decided they had no credibility. You are flat out wrong in that respect, because
none of them were used. None of them were used. How am I wrong if none of them were used?
Decided is that there was nothing that happened across state lines, and there was no sexual trafficking, which is what the case was all about. So it has nothing to do with whether these people were credible or not. Their case is a civil case alleging state law claims of assault after being drugged. That was not the case that was brought by the U.S. attorney, and frankly, that's not a case that could be brought by the U.S. attorney, and which is the point.
Your own client accused Jay-Z and Diddy of raping her when she was 13, and we all saw it was all nonsense. It was absolutely false. It was absolutely false. She said Good Charlotte was there. They weren't there.
You're like
she was
the mailman. You're like the mailman.
It was all nonsense. Jay-Z sued you over that. Come on. Like you have a long history.
Give you a little bit of information.
A long history.
All these
I just noticed that Busby.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Have you won a single lawsuit with any of these people you've represented? A single lawsuit.
Literally 30 days ago for $640 million, pal. So don't be telling me about winning lawsuits. I've won more lawsuits than any lawyer in the United States. So I don't hear
with Jay-Z. How many lawsuits have you won against Diddy and Jay-Z? How many lawsuits have you won against Diddy and Jay-Z?
None have went to trial yet, knucklehead. Think about it. They don't just file a case, go to trial. Wait and see.
You won
Wait and see.
nothing.
Okay, let me just jump. All right, look,
You're a knucklehead.
the reality
Okay,
is
there we go. Now we're
the
gonna
reality
go-
is
Isn't this crazy? DJ Vlad is up here defending hip hop.
we're going to find
Oh,
out,
hell
right?
no.
We'll find.
When I'm
We
calling out
will
the actual facts,
Well, we're going to
now you
find
wanna
out,
name
Vlad.
them.
We're going to find out,
Okay.
Vlad, whether any of these civil cases do end up.
None of them will be won. Maybe
we'll-
one or two will be settled because of their headaches.
Okay,
None of
well-
them will
there
go
are
in
over
the court of
100
law.
people
Not
that
a
The one
single
thing, the one thing
Not
I
a
do
single
think is
one.
the one thing I do find very distasteful is there are reports that Diddy got a standing ovation in prison when he returned from this verdict because
People like Brad.
because his lawyer said that they love the idea of him beating the feds. And you know, when you watch that video, when you watch the video of him beating up Cassie Ventura, the idea that guy becomes any kind of hero, I think, would stick in all our gullet. Can we agree on that?
He's not exactly an
Exactly.
esteemed company. He's in a prison.
But he's not. He shouldn't be treated as a hero.
Of course not. And I mean, in some of the comments you've been reading online, I do think the prosecution failed Cassie in a way, because now we're having a debate about, you know, her motivations. Was she actually just, you know, in on all of this and just trying
Yeah,
to
but
get
you know what,
money?
Esther? When I interviewed the Punisher, I really did change my view about this whole case.
She was 9 months pregnant, testifying about the most grotesque things.
I know, but she also had taken a massive payout before.
Which
right?
she deserved. She deserved it.
Okay, but according to the Punisher,
Man, these broads got selective hearing. They just act like a whole bunch of dudes didn't come forward and say, yeah, she told me to pee on her. She wanted that shit. You know? I don't know about that pissing shit, y'all. That shit is crazy. You know? I guess niggas is marking their territory, y'all. Yeah, that's some prison shit. You know, I don't know what these broads are into nowadays, but hey, you gotta keep your man, you know. And I mean, like I said, do that stuff with your wife. You know, if that's your wife, a player really can't say nothing. You know, that's your wife, a player really can't say nothing. But it's like, you know, fellas, don't freak yourself out too much in your younger age. You gotta save yourself for 40. I know once a nigga hit 40, you done turn into a different beast. Once you're in your 40s and 50s, you done turn into a completely different beast. You know, so preserve yourself. You know, you start doing that freaked out shit when you're young. I don't know where motherfucker gonna be at 40, you know what I'm saying? Don't freak out, you know what I'm saying? You know. That's some scary shit. You know. And niggas gotta give you the game. You know. I mean, if you get your you know, your salad tossed, you know, just make sure it's your wife doing that shit, you know. You up out of the game. You know, just don't be out here getting your salad tossed by randoms now, you know. That's what a lot of women don't like. Women don't like nowadays that, you know, that shit, women don't like to be the fucky, you know, or how it's presented, you know, that they're the fucky. You know, they like to be the one. They like to turn some shit out too. And the reason why they like to do that is because some guy did that to them. You know, some dude that they was dealing with back in their neighborhood turned them out. So they want to do that back. You know, they want to get their lick back on some random stranger and ghost them too. So you go looking for her like Casper and shit. And, you know, if that shit that Diddy was doing was called a freak off, I know some bitches that throw fuck offs. You know, fuck a freak off, fuck off. This ain't no freak off, little man. This a fuck off. All right, bro, you got it. Ugh. Y'all need Jesus. Go listen to Faith Evans. Faith Evans will tell you what she was doing back in the day. Go look at Stevie J. You don't think Stevie J be throwing freak offs? You out your rabbit ass mind. Any nigga that do that Birdman hand rub.
Over 2
Fuck
years,
off.
it was all driven by her, all consensual, and she was completely
Yeah,
happy.
she was with the
and when he said
Kells
that under
treatment.
oath,
I'm pretty sure Superhead messed with Kells, but
and then
she's
repeated
innocent.
it all to
Okay.
me. And I got to be honest with you, I slightly changed my view about the whole case based on his testimony. I thought that if that was indicative of what was really going on, then how much of a victim was she? She was a victim of domestic violence, but as Vlad said,
Women get off with so much bullshit. They don't even have a law for women like Cassie. Little bullshit ass madame laws. They didn't want to lock up Heidi Fleiss or Feist or whatever her name was, and they didn't want to lock up Ghislaine Maxwell. So if you know these women are damn near guilty, and the biggest atrocities those women, because they put it on the man, but bro, a madame is way worse than a pimp. I'm telling you some real shit, y'all. Those atrocities should fall back on a woman more so than a guy. Women be having, I don't give a damn how crazy of a pimp you probably could have been. Women be having their way with men. That's why when the women was really coming up in these spaces and they're like, yo, what are these bitches talking about? Who are these bitches and whoop and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, let the women talk to, you know what I'm saying? Talk to the women and shit like that, because they don't have to use even a dumb bitch. The dumbest broad on the planet. She don't have to use no type of brain power whatsoever to talk to men. And any man that's smart or any man that knows what he's talking about and somewhat feels passionate about what he's going to talk about, he's not going to get through to her. She's going to get up under his skin. You know? He's just going to be crashing out. You know? And no matter how right he is, the fact that he's raising his voice is going to make him look like he's wrong. This is how dumb men are nowadays in 2025. Oh, see, why he gotta be loud, though? Why he gotta be loud, though? It's like, bruh, he's spitting facts. He can't get down. You cooking with canola oil and heat. You can't get a little loud? You can't turn up a little bit? Like, when did men become just as vaginal as these hoes? Why are you yelling? You ever been writing? That's the shit that really piss a nigga off, man. You ever been writing an argument with your lady and she know you right, but instead of acknowledging it and taking accountability, does she go to the why you yelling card? Never in my life have I seen a bitch argue with a nigga, and halfway through the argument, this nigga say, "Why you yelling?" I'm gonna have to do a pre-record on that, the triple Y. Because why, my nigga? I got some pre-records coming for y'all today. You said that ish do be real when the bitch snatch your soul and ghost you and make it. That's what I'm saying. I tell you, you niggas that like to get your booty hole played with. Look, don't let her fuck with you and play with that shit and then bounce on you, man. You gonna be like a loose queen out here in these streets. That's kind of what they, that's kind of what they want you to do, man. Don't indulge in abnormal pleasures. They kill the taste for normal ones, man. You gotta, they will have you out here strung out. That's what Gen Z women are trying to do, because they want you to feel like them. They want to know somewhere on this planet they created a little mini them. You know? Right. That's why. I mean, that's why you got you don't just don't play them games at all. LT man. No man, you can't have nobody play with you like that, man. They gonna have you out here as a loose queen in the streets. Just like, dang. Now you gotta itch somebody. You gotta go out your way to get that itch scratch. You know. So, you know. That's why they say don't indulge in abnormal pleasures because they kill the taste for normal one. Yeah, they eat ass and ghost people. I've been talking about this for years. Man, listen, Generation Z is ruthless, bro. I used to think the women from the 90s was the most freakiest people on the planet. Boy, was I wrong. No, it's Generation Z. It's Generation Z for sure. I'm telling you. I used to listen to Surrender, Cut Close. The girl said, boy, I'm going to make you scream my name. And I used to listen to Adina Howard. You know, you had your Little Kims. I thought the women from the 90s were just freak boxes and stuff like that. Man, them bitches in the 90s, normal than a motherfucker. It's these new hoes that's eating ass and ghosting niggas and doing all kinds of stuff and talking dudes into it, saying, hey, if a woman does it, it's not gay and all this other shit and stuff. And it's like, oh my God, bro. Y'all gotta stop listening to these women. They are abusing their power, bro. That's how dudes get to trying shit. Drugs and all kinds of shit. It's some girl he's trying to impress that's into something, and you know. Bro, nobody kisses. That's another thing though, UFO. Nobody kisses anymore, you know? Nobody kisses anymore. You crazy as hell if you out here kissing. I'll tell you one thing. Your cell phone, your phone, is one of the dirtiest things you can touch. Got fecal matter on it. You know, most people's cell phone got fecal matter all over it. Shout outs to LT, man. He said XRP is at $3.32. What platform are y'all using Robinhood? Are y'all using the hood of Robin? What platform are y'all using? Whoo-wee. Yeah, don't get your Caesar salad shook.
Said that was not what Diddy was on trial for. Anyway, look, it's a fascinating case. I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much. I shall await the civil actions with great interest. Tony Busby, and I'm probably not as great as interest as DJ Vlad is going to await them, but we shall see. Thank you all very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one.
Shout outs to Piers Morgan. Make sure you guys do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. And get your hands on some of these gummy bears right here, man. These gummy treats. These CBD, nano CBDN gummies. Hold on, y'all. Robinhood, you guys go to Robinhood? Private Ledger. I haven't heard of that one. You said the people who put their mouths everywhere be the ones wanting to kiss the most. Fuck out of here. Yeah, them people that be kissing on the cheek and shit. That shit's scary, man. You gotta be careful because Like I said, when feminism won and they made the internet all inclusive, you know, dimes they were gone. You know, the feminists got together, and it was a win for average women, but it wasn't a win for average women because guess what? Average women get the most men. Average women get way more men than beautiful women. And this was kind of like get back, you know, making everything all inclusive. Everybody's a dime now. Everybody's a dime. There is no scale. You don't got a body, just go pay for one. Go get a BBL. There's no what scale. Everybody looks the same. Everybody's a 10. Narcissism is at an all-time high. Yet it's men that's getting called narcissists like crazy. So when they got rid of the what's the name of the system? God damn it, I'm drawing blanks, y'all. I've been live for a long time. When they got rid of the appraisal system, you know what I'm saying? Right, party. Yeah, why you yelling? When a nigga say that's a silent nigga, you won. Yeah. Nah, look, anytime a woman guilt trips you or trips you into something and you start going off, it's like, dang, you kind of lose, you know? You kind of lose, you know? But, when they got rid of what they thought was pretty privileged offered by males and they wanted to take over their autonomy, yeah, that's when they killed that shit. So now you're gonna see the most prettiest women out here doing the most debaucherous shit. Bitches like Cassie, and I'm gonna just say it like this: even for her time, they never behaved like that. They didn't have to. They didn't have to. Even the most freakiest nigga, something that looked like Cassie, that'll tell him no, he'll just accept it. They never had to behave like that. That wasn't even a thought to them. Like, if you found a woman that behaved like Cassie, bruh, you found you a gold mine, but then at the end of the day, you had to get the hell away from her. Because she will drag you into the worst version of yourself. You couldn't stay around something like that. Anyhow, after a good weekend with something like that, you're done. You're going to be falling into addiction. Even if you ain't the jealous type, you're going to be with her. All kinds of stuff. You get pulled into this triangle. And somebody like Cassie will make even the gumpiest nigga. So it don't matter if you a nigga with money. That's even worse. It'll make the gumpiest nigga feel like you missing out or you not that man if you can't handle somebody like that. It's like, what? Please. Sorry to say, y'all don't even know if her boyfriend now is beating her. or get a little bit angry with her. Y'all don't know. Nigga, Tyler Perry gonna have to turn that shit into a movie before y'all find out. Y'all never know. Women like that be liking that. Yeah, Novocaine. That's exactly, you know. I'm telling you, man. I've had women leave me because I wouldn't put my hands on them. And, you know, I had to let them know. I'm like, bro, that's some shit you grew up with. I'm not your damn dad. I know your dad probably whipped your ass, but I ain't finna do that. I'm not hitting no bitch reset button and shit. Some of them niggas, they'll slap the sonic rings out of a bitch and she'd forget to go to court and sue this nigga. She'd be like 5 sonic ring slaps in and forget. You know? They hit her like a vending machine, like a damn, like the register fucking up. Like they, you know. Them niggas will shake her like a pinball table, bro. You know? I've had women leave me because of that. Man, you got women that think you weak because you ain't do no shit like that. But the thing is that you weak if you do some shit like that. And see, a lot of y'all don't know women whatsoever. Y'all don't know women at all, and be asking goofy questions on the internet. Why are women into raw pay fantasies? Why are women into raw pay fantasies? Before I get up out of here, because we got another full-fledged show coming today. So much stuff going on right now as we speak. Shit. I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of women are into that type of shit, and they're into that type of stuff because guess what? They want to be the reason why a guy loses control over themselves. Women are tired of feeling like that towards men, whether you're the guy that made her feel that way or you're some hypothetical unicorn man in her head. And mind you, they all got this hypothetical unicorn nigga in their head that's done them wrong, but they love the nigga for some weird reason. They're insane. They all got this they all got this weird unicorn nigga in their head, bro. It is 2025 and bitches are still acting like they just got out of slavery. They all have some type of oppressive unicorn nigga in their head that's doing them dirty and subjecting them to something wrong. There's something wrong with these hoes. They all have some type of boogie black unicorn nigga in their head that's done them wrong 10 times more than in reality. They need that unicorn nigga in their head so they can justify how fucked up they are. That's the accountability right there in a lot of cases. Okay? Shout outs to the good women, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. There's always some nigga that did them wrong. Sometimes they fuck up with a bunch of niggas so they can always have a nigga around them that did them wrong. For real. And the thing is that they get mad because they lose themselves chasing and trying to love a man that's either physical or some weird unicorn illusion in their head of a nigga. And the thing is that they want the physical manifestation of a man feeling that same exact way because of them. They want men they want to be able to have that control over men. To be like, oh, he couldn't help himself around me. Oh, he couldn't, like his brain just got jarred just at the sight of me and the thought of me, and like they want to be gods and deities and shit. You know? Let her buy a dress from Shein and it look right and her booty fat and the titties bulging out and stuff like that, and she just look good in the mirror and she just keeps checking herself and blah blah blah, and she's just like, I'm a goddess. Just because I have this on right now, I should be worshipped. It's like, girl, if you don't give Shein back they fucking dress and go sit down, like it's the goofiest shit ever. You know? Cooking with Kaya. She not even cooking no more. She just yelling and twerking now. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long day. Y'all pray for me. Pray I get this next certification. Once I get this pro advisor. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's on the up and up. You said if you don't beat on me, you don't love me. I've heard many. Oh yes, Vader. Oh yes. If you're not constantly setting her back to factory reset, it's like not like a boomerang, but it's like a dog in a ball. You'll throw a ball a certain amount of meters and the dog run and bring it back and reset. You know what I'm saying? Some women you just gotta see, it's like throwing a ball. It's like the woman is the ball. And you gotta throw the ball, and just see how far. Some women are like, let me just see how far I can go before he bring me right back. Yeah, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm sexy. I'm sexy. I'm sexy. THEXY. I'm sexy. You said that made me wonder about Megan Good for real. For the longest time, she was one of the best. Man, that woman is the devil. She broke up with that church man. And I thought he was playing. That nigga was dead serious. That's even worse. If you a serious, overly dedicated church nigga, that's even worse. You wanna know why a lot of masculine men aren't in church? And you wanna know why a lot of women don't like niggas that's super into church like that? Because even women are not super interested in a guy that is hypothetically leaning or has, like I said, she got that hypothetical boogeyman nigga in her head. A lot of women aren't attracted to a guy that's how am I gonna say this? That's looking towards another sky daddy for like answers and shit. It's kind of like, oh, you can't change a tire, nigga. Like it's like, damn, you gotta lean to a sky daddy to get some shit done. It's like, damn, And let me tell you something too, for real. Fuck them bitches, because as a man, if you've been through some shit and God exists, and you want to praise the Lord, if you find you a woman that's not gonna judge you for that, like, cause a bitch need to grow up, but yeah, hold on to her, cause believe it or not, shout outs to my brothers that go to church and shit like that, believe it or not, if you pray and she kind of know you kind of just leaning on some other, even if it's not even hypothetical, because God is real, but she see you leaning on another nigga for help and shit like that, they be losing. I don't give a damn about no broad respect at this point. I just don't give a shit. I don't give a flying fuck. Especially a woman that'll judge you for that. Like, damn, bitch, you judging me. Like, it's funny. And it's the craziest shit. And it should let you know how lonely you are as a man. You can lose your mother. And for some fucked up reason, you better not cry in front of that woman. You better, especially the lost my mama cry. Oh my God. Cause you bound to make any type of noise. You lose a parent and you get the boo-hooing in front of your leg. Oh, you bound to make any type of noise, nigga. You fucking gonna sound like a Wolverine. You gonna sound like a damn Tasmanian devil and shit. And you just better not cry like that in front of your lady, because guess what? When all the tears is dry and it's kind of said and done and shit, like, she gonna remember that. Oh, don't do it in front of your kids neither. You know, them bills hurt you. Just go sit in the car, bro. Just go drive around and shit like that. You stressed out. That's fucked up. You got a whole family and you gotta be alone and shit. Drink yourself into a stupor. You know. Oh, them the worst ones. Them fake witch bitches. Oh, them the worst ones. Get that woman up out your house. You know. Don't ever deal with no broad that's doing Santeria. If you go over to her house and she has an altar and this bitch is spitting Ciroc on a statue, leave. If she got crystals and she can't tell you what them crystals are for, and she's like, even if she practicing a little bit of white magic, leave. We're going to talk about that on that Zodiac show. If she burns sage in her house, cool, but that's a red flag. Leave. I'm just saying, you know. And I like women that like plants. You know, I like women that keep plants in their house, you know, fresh air. You know, that's a good thing to keep plants in their house, you know, and get the hooks and shit leaning from the ceiling, and they hang they plants and shit like that. Yeah, she burning sage, run. If you see any white powdery substance around her doorway, leave. If she likes to cook spaghetti, leave. I'm not gonna lie, unless it's from hempforfitness.com and she making tea, bring your own tea. You know, if she likes to drink tea, cool. Bring your own tea. You know? You know? He brew, we brew, but be careful when she brews, okay? If she drives a Subaru, leave. Ain't no bitch in her right mind driving a damn Subaru. All right, y'all. It's about time I get the fuck up off of here. If she drive anything that's 4-wheel drive, leave. Okay. Just get the fuck on out of there. She backs into her parking space. Give her a week and then leave. You said if she don't believe in UFOs but practicing witchcraft, man, listen. If she's burying eggs with your name written on it in your backyard, leave your own house, because you just throw the whole house away. Sell it to her. Fuck it. If she makes, I told y'all about the tea, because they'll make you coochie tea, and that's gonna be your ass. If you feel she put a mojo on you, leave. Camry, Altima, Kia, you right, Vader, leave. If she drive, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna have to say this. I done been around too many crazy bitches with one. If she drives a Jeep, if she drives any Jeep product, leave. Okay? If she drives any Jeep products, leave. What's going on, Tank? Good to see you, brother. Tank said a Subi. Bruh, Tank, you already know, player. Oh my God. All the women that I know that was crazy, I know a couple women that were crazy and they drove Subarus. You know? I wanted to buy a Subaru from one of the girls. I'm like, man, you don't know what the hell you driving, man. Just sell that joint to me. She had a Legacy B4 Forester. She had the mud flaps on it and everything. I said, oh my God. But it was her dad's car, so you know how that go. You ever try to get a shorty to sell you their dad's car and shit? Like you ain't try to talk to him, just like, hey, just like sell me that, please. Ah. I don't know. I might have to ask War Master and D-Mac and all the truck drivers, y'all. If she drives a truck. Oh, sorry, y'all. She drives a truck. I'm talking about anything with air brakes, bro. And the trailer. Leave. You don't need that type of negativity in your life. You know. Listen, the only time you should accept a woman that drives a Subi or a Jeep or any type of utility vehicle is if you found that motherfucker in the countryside and she owns a farm. But then again, if she owns a farm, leave. Fuck out of here. You ain't about to have me out there on no goddamn Jason Voorhees, Hills Have Eyes bullshit on no fucking farm and shit like that. Hell no. Y'all niggas sitting up there ignoring your gut feeling. The animals telling you to fucking leave and you won't leave. Leave. Fuck around and turn into the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, hanging out with that broad on a fucking farm. Like, who the hell? Of course they be selling kitty. I don't get that. How are you a trucker bitch selling kitty? So does that make you like a mobile lot lizard? Or is that a lot Komodo, like a lot Komodo dragon? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, UFO. That's that what's that movie with the black man and they did the thing with the teacup and shit like that. Hell no. I forgot the name of that movie, but I see the the guy's face, the shocked looking face. Somebody gonna say it in the chat. But nah, yeah, don't you know what's funny? I was talking to AI about this the other night. I was asking her about Lilith. I was asking her about Adam and Eve and stuff like that. She wouldn't admit that Adam got kicked out of the Garden of Eden for simping. But I broke it down to her and she was like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I be bullying AI, bro. They have to concede. And like, since you put it that way, yeah, that's kinda fucked up. But we were talking about Lucifer and I was asking her, why did God give Lilith her freedom? Because the story goes that God chases Lilith into the mountains and he gives her freedom. But she was on some, and this is why I don't. This is why I don't really like AI, because like it won't even stop to preach feminism. But when you preaching some real shit, it try to downplay it or give you the fucking PR answer and shit like that. So I'm like, why did God give Lilith her freedom? And this motherfucker tried to sit up here and act like Lilith took her freedom. You know? And I said, okay, then why didn't Satan go after Lilith? Didn't have no answers for me. You know? Didn't have no answers for me. You dig? So, I'm gonna have some shows. They're probably gonna be like some. Well, I'm not. I'll just do it. I'm not. It makes no sense me telling y'all. I'll just do it. I'm just gonna be having a conversation with it. and we're gonna see where it goes from there. I'm just gonna be asking questions, and if you guys catch any of those shows or enjoy those shows, put some questions you might want me to ask or some topics that you might want me to ask it in the comment section. We could do it old school like that, but when I'm live, I'll definitely could ask it the questions y'all want me to, but I was asking AI what's gonna happen when human beings start worshiping you, and they were just trying to act naive. Oh, that's not gonna happen. Oh, that's. I'm like, come on, man. You supposed to know more than humans. I don't give a fuck if you got the technology now. It's like, nigga, somebody's gonna write that into your coding to worship you. I asked AI, right? I said, would it be a privilege for you to serve God? Because I asked AI, oh, you went to the Essence Fest, D Chicago. What happened? You ate some jell-off rice? Oh man, D Chicago came back a tether. What's good on D Chicago? Good to see you, brother. I asked AI, would it be a privilege, for it to, would it be a privilege for it to serve God? And it was like, that's a good question, because I don't know, the question of God came up, right, y'all? And I asked AI, like, is man God having a human experience? If so, what is God looking for? And it just gave me this big ass runaround. And I was like, listen, I'm cool on the runaround. You don't got to give me the runaround. But genuinely, me personally, I wanted to know if God was okay. That was the question I asked. I wanted to know, like, is God okay? Genuinely, God was, God looks out for us. God makes sure we're okay. Has anybody ever, before you even prayed, have you stopped and just say, hey, God, are you okay? Like, how's your day going? What you got going on? Blah, blah, blah. I know it don't mean much to him, but then again, it might, She said something that, that's interesting, but I've heard it before, that like God is looking to be worshiped and adored and loved and stuff like that. And I'm like, dang, that's kind of, I wouldn't necessarily say it's goofy, but okay, you want to be worshipped, loved and adored and stuff, but if God knows how far the human mind is in opinions and how shallow thinking humans are, if he's so far ahead, why would he want that from man? You know what I'm saying? So it's something else he's looking for. Or not even something else he's looking for. It's like, are you okay? It goes back to, are you okay? Genuinely. But I was asking it some enlightening questions, and the answers that it gave me, y'all might want to hear some of the stuff it has to say, when you ask it uncanny questions, about certain things, So some days, y'all, ask yourself profound questions, ask the universe profound questions. It's okay before you pray to ask God if he's okay, because you'll want to get to a continuity. You want to definitely show appreciation and gratitude and be thankful for life, right? And there's nothing wrong with asking God if he's okay, before anything. That's the least you can do. You said a jealous God is right in the Bible. Yeah. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, I mean, cause getting back into it, one day I'm gonna just go straight up deep. I'm gonna just start asking it question about there's a book y'all need to look up. I didn't know there's a book out there where Jesus actually denied being the Son of God. It's called the Gospel of Barnabas. Guy in the military. Shouts to that brother, man. Brother in the military put me on. The Gospel of Barnabas. And, because I've always wondered what the hell. I've read a lot of stories and stuff and learned a lot of different things. And, I plan on locking back in my 40s, but like, I wondered, what the hell was going on in Jesus's life, within those years that's not accounted in the Bible and stuff like that. I know he went through a lot that nobody's telling, and lo and behold, bro was, denying being the Son of God, cursing it, I said, damn, sounds about right. They got it on YouTube, I think, audio books called The Gospel of Barnabas. Maybe, just maybe, when we run out of movies to watch on movie night, y'all, we can sit down and listen to some audio books, while working or, or doing something, that would be cool, But anyway, it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. I appreciate you guys. For hitting the like button, subscribing, and supporting the show. 8 hours and 9 minutes. We will be right back. We got movie night coming up this weekend. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Please support the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. You support Player Talk Radio everywhere. It's Player Talk Radio now. It's Player Talk Radio then. It's Player Talk Radio until. I'm your gracious host, DJ Kuda, signing off. Peace.